morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Loton Park on this slightly chilly Sunday morning. Competition runs will be starting in just a few moments' time. We're getting going straight away today, so please do come find somewhere to watch. Come and join in with what it'll be an exciting end of the season event. We've got lots of championships positions to decide this morning, so find yourself a spot along the hill somewhere, and as the sun comes up and warms us all, we'll enjoy the first qualifying run starting in just a couple of minutes' time.
They're both down here.
Good morning, everybody, here at Loton Park. We are getting ready for an exciting day's running with the British Hillclimb Championship decider. Final two timed events that'll decide the championship one way or the other. We've got an exciting packed field of cars, a whole variety of single-seaters, some exciting sports cars, and a few of the usual road-going production vehicles, saloons, and a handful of classics thrown in for good measure. It'll be an absolutely full day's running. We have timed runs both this morning and this afternoon, so we're getting straight in with qualifying runs without any pause, so the action will be thick and fast. This morning, myself, Alex, and Benoit alongside me are on the commentary. We'll be joined by our other commentators, Owen and Chris, later on during the day. So please do join us, whether you're here at the track or whether you're watching on the live stream via HillClimb.TV. Join in with the conversation on YouTube. Come and chat to us in the paddock if you see us. Let's make this an exciting end of season event.
Good morning, Alex, and welcome to
Loton Park. Welcome to everyone here who has made it for this early start this morning that we're having here at Loton Park. Thank you for dropping the thousands of channels and shows you've got on your TV and braving the cold this morning that we have for some real live motorsport action. And we've got what a day we have in front of us.
That's right. So we've got running through the normal sort of stuff at a hill climb. We always start with the category A, quite understandably, for road-going cars, and we'll build and work our way through sports cars, various single-seaters, and then we'll get up towards category L. That's the racing cars over 2 litres, and this will be where the British Hillclimb Championship will be decided. Points-wise, at the top of that, we've got Matt Ryder and Alex Summers very, very close on points. Either one of those could be champion by the end of the day. Matt Ryder with the upper hand in terms of points. He only needs to finish in the top 3 this morning to guarantee the championship. However, Alex Summers has had an amazing run in the last few events and certainly will be trying to snatch both the victory here today and, in general, the championship away from Matt. It will be an exciting morning's running before our lunch break, and then another timed event this afternoon which will just solidify all of those championship places, and we'll see how everything stacks up come year's end. It's great to see that already we have people tuning in on HillClimb.TV. It's brilliant to see everybody so bright and early and from all over the world. Do drop us a message on the comments. Don't forget to like this live feed and share it amongst your friends, plus subscribe to the channel and consider becoming a paid up member, which just helps HillClimb.TV get better and better. This year Rich has done a brilliant job with HillClimb.TV, and we've had coverage from all over the UK, and it has been incredible work. So let us help support him into the new year, and we'll see even bigger and better things for next season. If people are here at the venue here at Loton Park with us, don't forget you too can log on with your smartphone or whatever, and you can watch both the live stream and the live action in front of your very own eyes. So a brilliant double whammy for those who can find their way here on this slightly chilly and damp start to a day. Just see there on the screen the course car doing its final checks. We'll be starting our first timed runs very, very shortly, and so clerk of the course just making sure everything is in place. This is a deer park, isn't it, Benoit? So early morning like this, we could have a bit of wildlife venturing onto the racing line.
Let's try not to jinx it. We managed to get away with it yesterday, I think, and we had quite a lot of moments so far this season with deers who have been keeping our marshals here busy, but quite an interesting day ahead of us, and it's going to be quite difficult for all our drivers this morning. Usually normal procedures involve a practice run just to get back into the swing of things, but this morning, as action has taken a bit longer than expected yesterday, everyone decided that it would be better to go through competitive runs straight through. So first on the line and kicking us with the action is Hugh Elliott, 7:19 in that beautiful about 1:24, lining up on the start line. This is a shared car, and Hugh Elliott will be the first one to kick off the action.
So as you see him leave the line, those who have got access to HillClimb.TV will see the scoring, the timing graphics at the bottom. That pinky purple means it's the fastest time. Now that's reset every day, so fastest time of the day is unsurprising for Hugh as it's his first run, but you'll be able to keep track of all his timings as he goes around, and that will give an indication as the day goes on whether you're quicker, slower, or somewhere in between. And Hugh doing well, heading up now onto Cedar Straight. First lap for anybody up the hill this morning, so Hugh got to be a bit brave going out first, I would have thought. Unsighted, unseen. He's probably walked the track this morning, but that doesn't give you the best idea of grip levels. So Hugh, really the guinea pig here for this morning.
Yeah, good run, clean run for Hugh Elliott as he goes through to the finish line. It's a time of 64.59. Meanwhile, we're picking up John Maycock, who's also in this beautiful Mazda MX-5 and having a good run as well. Those two are regulars here at Loton Park, so they know their way around. They will know how we can go through.
So there we go, Hugh Elliott first up the hill, 64.59. Nice solid run for him first out the gate. Yesterday we had practice for everybody, so today is straight in with competition runs. However, this first timed run will be a bit of a practice as well, so expect this one to be slightly slower than their best, just as people get an idea for what conditions are like. John Maycock there taking a bit of the grass as he crosses the finish line, just shaving tenths off his time perhaps, as we then switch to David Wilson in this very smart black and gold Lotus Elise. David was very quick yesterday in this car, so we'll hope he continues with that sort of pace. You can see everybody's giving their best times currently on those timing screens, but those pink colours will start to mean more later when it switches to showing us greys for slower, greens for better, and all the rest. We'll try and keep everybody apprised of that as it goes. So, David Wilson coming up over the line, 59.62, currently quickest in his class. But we're now going to start jumping around a bit. Those were shared drives. Those cars will now come back down so that other drivers can get into them for second runs. So we'll see a slight pause as that happens, and then we'll get going. Batch 2 will be a much larger batch, which will run through the order much more in consecutive numbers, as it were.
Yes, and great to see times that David Wilson is posting a sub 60 in this class is what you want to see and what we are expecting this morning for the first competitive run in that class. Yesterday we dipped into the 58 seconds, so we'll see if we can get to that point. David was one of those drivers who was dipping into the 58. I think Robert Wilson in the same car dip into the 58.26 and had the class lead as we left the day yesterday. So it'll be interesting to see the battle that we have at the top between Robert Michael Thompson and John Maycock. So those drivers are really probably the top three that we are going to see regulars here. They've been competing here at Loton Park for quite a few years, so they know their way around. But it's great to see the Wilsons in that new Lotus Elise, which they've been campaigning this season after driving the Peugeot 205 last year, and they really dialed into that car, and it proves that a 25-year-old sports car, when it's properly designed, remains competitive.
Yes, Lotus Elise, brilliant car for hill climbing. It was almost like Lotus designed it just for that lightweight, quite small and nimble. It's got great balance and acceleration, and those are all things you really need for good hill climbing. I suppose the only area that the Lotus Elise loses out on is outright power. The K-Series engine that was in those earlier cars never had that real full-blown grunt of perhaps some of the bigger engine machines that we can see. But other than that, the Lotus Elise is an excellent hill climbing machine, as is the Caterham 7, the sort of the spiritual grandfather of that Lotus Elise. And here we have one lining up for our next run. Ray Law will be heading off. We've got a whole batch of Caterham, Westfields and similar machines today, and they're always very, very close in competition. So this will be an excellent battle to watch as the day unfolds.
Yes, Ray will take us to Class B, We're going specialist production car. And Ray yesterday posted a 57.89. I think it'll be difficult to replicate that time, but Ray, a regular contender here at Loton Park, so experienced driver on this track, and I'm sure we'll be able to put some good times through. He's the first one in that class, so all our sectors are going to look purple for the day. And here we go. He comes into triangle, locks up a little bit, and it's quite hard to get the temperature in the tyre this morning. The track is cold, the air temperature is quite cold as well, so it's quite difficult to get the grip from those tyres. Most of those drivers will be driving, this is road going production class, so they'll be driving probably a type of tyres a little bit grippier than what you would expect on your standard road car. But still, temperature helps a lot to get the grip and the confidence in the car. Ryder pushing through to the finish line after going around museum, no problem. That's a clean run for everyone. He goes through in a 60.67.
Yeah, a couple of seconds slower than yesterday's best run for Ray, probably due to the fact that we don't have the sun this morning, so the track will be a little bit damp and greasy in places, plus it'll take a while for temperatures to rise, so expect the times to be a little bit slower than yesterday's practice to begin with. However, we're hoping as the day goes on, they might speed up a bit towards lunchtime. Mike Harriman is next across the line in that silver Renault Clio, as Timothy Harriman is sharing this Peugeot 205 today, and he's chasing up the hill as we speak.
Yeah, Tim chasing his brothers in the Peugeot 205 shared with Tony Fickens, and he's putting so far a good time. Tim having a good run in that 205. I'm still can't get my head around having a Harriman not in a Renault and seeing one in a Peugeot, but it's great to see the two drivers sharing that car and Tim going through the finish line, and it's a time for him of a 63.33, so just a little bit behind his brother. Laura Waddle in the Porsche 911 Carrera just gone through keepers onto the left-hander. This is a tricky corner for all our drivers. Some might be running wide on the exit, and they try to put the power down through the straight, but as you can see, it's not so straight. There's a little bit of a kink in the middle, and they look at hitting the brakes before the entry of fallow. Tricky corner for most drivers. Will have seen yesterday and all season long a few lockups, and it's quite difficult to judge the right line through that corner. And then onto the entry of museum, which is a blind entry, as you can see on the camera, and if you're standing there in person you can see how steep the entry of that corner is. Laura Waddle through the finish line is 67.79.
Yeah, I think Laura was using this first qualifying run as a bit of a sighter, because that wasn't as fast, I think, as she went yesterday. But that's the sensible way around. Get an idea of what the conditions are like. You've still got a second qualifying run to come up before things really get exciting. So really, it pays to be cautious on this first run. Archie Cooper throwing it around museum there. That's a very good run for him in this MX-5. Crosses the line in a 71.16 as we see Simon Joyce in another Renault Clio.
Yeah, Simon Joyce taking two attempts at triangle, turning a little bit too early, I think, and but still managed to go through with no problem. And Simon Joyce in that Clio 197, that's the Mark III Clios, that's the 2-litre 6-speed gearbox at the front and front-wheel drive car. Very popular car in this class, fairly affordable here in the UK. You can get them for quite a low price, and they're a good entry car to hill climbing. And as you can see, the car just on 3 wheels through museum. Simon Joyce through the finish line, and it goes through in a time of 69.29.
David Wilson still the pace setter in this Class A1 with just under that minute. We'll see whether anybody can catch that time. Richard Case in another Renault Clio. And these are all production cars, so very limited modification allowed on these machines, which is why you see these cars that look pretty much standard. That's because they are largely road-going condition. In fact, some of these do drive to the circuit here, to the hill, and then drive home again. So that is why they look so much like what you'd see in the Tesco's car park. However, you don't get to drive it like you do here on the hill necessarily every day. Behind Richard Case, we see Mary Elliott in that Arbath that we saw Hugh in just a little while earlier. Yesterday, I think the times between Hugh and Mary were pretty close, so we'll see how that little inter-team battle develops throughout today. We've got several shared cars, and the great thing about those is that you can judge your pace against the pace of your co-driver for the weekend.
Yeah, Mary Elliott, a regular contender here at Loton Park, so having a good run so far. Times through the finish line of 65.40. Andrew Fickin, another regular here at Loton Park, competing in the Midland Hillclimb Championship in the Clear 172 Cup. Andrew Fickin's number 20, and he's been pushing that car and has had a great season. He's had a few good runoff wins so far this season in the Hagley District Car Club Championship, and Andrew having a really good run so far. All look tidy for him, and he goes through to the finish line in a time of 66.54. That puts him 5th in class.
Yeah, as I was saying earlier, Hugh and Mary Elliott very close in time, so that is a good little battle going on there. Robin Holden next in this Mazda Roadster. It's listed as. It's not an MX-5. It's not a whatever they are in America. Unos, is that right? I forget now. But it's the Japanese import version of the MX-5, which is why it's listed as a Roadster. Very smart looking car this, and Robin was pretty quick in it yesterday, so we'll keep an eye on his times as we have the pace setter for this class, I think, coming out onto the hill now. Michael Thompson's S2000.
Yeah, Michael, regular here at Loton Park, posted some incredible times earlier this season in their car. That's a car that's just been rebuilt. He rebuilt the engine himself, so that was the first engine he built himself, so he's hoping that car goes strong. It's looking good so far for Michael, and he's taking that car all the way through to the finish, and he'll be looking to post a good time. Let's see what he can do. We're looking for 59 this morning, and he goes through in the 60.09, so not quite there, but that's the first run this morning, so he'll be looking to improve on that later on as the temperature rises on the track.
Yeah, good run for Michael. He was very quick in that machine yesterday, so we will keep an eye. That battle between Michael Thompson and David Wilson looks to be pretty close. Jan Maycock isn't far off either, so nice to see a few at the top there, all within striking distance of taking the class victory. Now John Langmead's time is running, but I don't think the car is running, so I think slight issue down on the start line. I suspect this will get reset and then they will rerun this. I seem to be able to see him on the line. Oh no, that's a different Lotus. So John Langmead had gone for an off-track excursion. There we go. He's now refound the racing line and will be coming back down into the paddock. Well, that's not a good start for John at all.
Yeah, I think he's taken the long way round that corner.
Yeah, so a bit of a replay on HillClimb.TV. We'll watch as he comes up and forgets to stop. Yeah, no harm there. There's a bit of a runoff. You can usually go off there without any great issue.
Very strange for John. John is a great driver in this car. He's been very competitive in this car, but he was telling me early on this morning, he's like, I'm not feeling it this weekend. He was very frustrated with himself, I think, and he had a new set of tyres for this weekend, and I think that might be the thing for him. He can't really dial into those new tyres, and he was telling me this morning I might switch back to the old tyres because he thinks that might be the thing that makes him slower and doesn't have a good run this weekend.
We'll find out. We'll see if we can find out which tyres he was on when he had that mistake, old or new.
He was on the new tyre.
Oh, okay. So here we are. Robert Wilson in the shared Lotus Elise, that black and gold machine. Now we know this car is quick. Let's see whether Robert can join the fight at the top of the tables. He was quick in it yesterday, certainly. So some good purple and green times coming up in his sectors, which means I suspect he will have a good run on his hands.
Yeah, Robert having a really good run so far. He was the quickest yesterday during practice, a 58.26. Locks up the wheels onto the entry of Museum, but doesn't seem to affect his momentum through the finish line, and that's a 59.64. So the battle of the Lotus Ellises and the Wilsons is very close.
Yeah, it looks like Philip Steele's had a bit of an issue as well. He was next in line in that Porsche Boxster, but he's going slow. So I suspect he's had a slight problem somewhere as well. That does mean we've also jumped up a category. So Philip Steele coming round. He'll clear the course pretty quickly. That'll mean a failed run for him on this one. Oh no, it's down as flag. That means it wasn't his fault. So maybe something else going on there for Philip. We'll wait for confirmation. We have Stephen Atkins in his BMW waiting on the line to make sure the course is safe. I didn't notice why the red flags, well, the red flags aren't out. So we will discover very shortly what that issue was, perhaps, as Stephen gets going on his run. So yes, category A2, road going production cars over 2 litres. So slightly bigger engines, still pretty much road legal and limited modifications going on here.
Yes, and Stephen Atkins, a regular contender as well here at Loton Park in that BMW M3. Great machine, 4-litre V8 at the front, and very much what we know the M3 for. Great looking car as well, and a great sounding car with the V8 at the front. And Stephen has been posting decent times yesterday. I think best time yesterday 61.77. It's going to get hard. It's going to be hard to replicate that this morning, but he's on good course to do that, and he will be looking to post a good time. Probably the BMW M3 not as agile and lightweight as the Porsches that we have coming later on, but Stephen doing a good job on that run, pushing through to the finish line, and a 63.42 will be setting up the benchmark.
Yeah, we have an awful lot of Porsches today in this category, and some properly quick machines they are. So they were tending to fight out at the top of the table. We expect them to be the pace setters, as Simon Howarth in the Mini Cooper heading up the hill. Quick little machine this, and very small and nimble, but lacking on power compared to those Porsches, which is, I think, where they really are the pace setters. And we also now see George Gwilym in this Vauxhall Corsa VXR. Just a young chap is George, and he's making strides through the hill climb categories. He started off in a much smaller Corsa. He's building his way up, and we'll see how far he can go, and see how well he can do in this sport.
Yeah, great run from Simon, a 62.82. Simon always a try in this Clio, and meanwhile George William is setting up a good time as well in this Corsa VXR, and he goes through Museum, no problem, keeps it all together, and that looks like a really clean run for him. He goes through to the finish line at 65.02, and meanwhile we're getting the rerun from Philip Steele, who has just been red flag. Philip, a regular contender here at Loton Park, and he celebrated this year with cake his 50 years in motorsports, and Philip started drag racing motorbikes, and he was showing me a few of the pictures of his early years in the 70s and 80s when he was driving those mad machines, and he's taking a good run so far in this beautiful Porsche Boxster, a really popular car from the late 90s with the 6-cylinder 2.5 litre, and he goes through to the finish line, and that's a good first run for Philip to start the day at 74.13.
Yeah, good run for Philip, as we see David Meek in the bright yellow Vauxhall VX220 Turbo. Now this is actually an under 2 litre engine, but because of the turbo it has a multiplier added to its displacement, and it pushes it up into this slightly bigger category. Really quick machine this, and David was, I don't know, mid to high table yesterday in his times, so certainly there is potential in this. I'm not sure he's got the outright pace to beat the Porsches, but going third in class currently. A nice run there for David Meek, as we switch to the Audi TT of John Lowe.
Yeah, David Meek posted yesterday 60.82, and I think we're quite far off. We're about 3 seconds from that best time. John Lowe having a good run in the Audi TT Coupe, pretty much a standard car that he's taken through today, powered by a turbocharged 1.8 litre at the front of that car, and a great running through for John. Great to see the camera today that we have. I think we've got a man-operated camera at the top of the hill, so it gives you a good view as we get to. And we are getting into the Porsches now with Simon Tarling in this beautiful 996 GT3. That's the track-orientated 3.6 litre manual car. Very sought after car now, those machines. They're some of the latest of the analogs Porsches really, and the first of the air-cooled GT3s, and those cars were pretty much homologated for racing with this very special engine at the back. Simon doing a great job in that first run this morning. He's posting purple time all the way through, so let's see what time he can put on the board. It's a time for him of a 62.81, so just 1/100th of a second quicker than Simon always.
Yeah, as expected, the Porsches will start to go in at the top as Richard Snow next through, very quick down into triangle there. This Cayman GT4 RS is probably the most trick of the Porsches. It's got all of the bells and whistles that you need for a quick run up the hill, and he was certainly going fast yesterday's practice. We'll see as he comes up. We've got a speed trap at the top of the hill, 89 miles an hour for Richard Snow, as he then brakes hard into fallow, round that long left-hander there, as he then climbs up the short hill to Museum. Very difficult corner that, as you can see on those pictures. Richard Snow heading towards the finishing line now. He gets a 57.16. That's a class record for this category, as we then have Simon Hutchinson's BMW following him.
Well, that's a good way to start the day for Richard Snow, but Simon Hutchinson quickly following him, and he just
took a few of the corner markers.
It took a few of the corner markers at keepers, and unfortunately I think that will be a penalty for that run, so we're going to have a red flag for that. Simon Hutchinson will be frustrated with that first run, but he goes through in a time of 58.56. I think there's going to be 1 or 2 seconds that penalty added to his time, so that will be updated on the screen. Meanwhile, Rob was just a red flag, so he was just going to be making his way back to the paddock as we pick up the marker on here, and we have here Martin just picking those up. Martin is actually our chairman here, so everyone's putting the effort on here, and that's back in, and we all know
You're very soft-spoken, but you know, quite soft-spoken. So I'd like to turn it down. Even if you like, we are soft-spoken. Does it crackle or something? Yeah, it crackles. Right.
Is that on the speakers or is it just in the headphones? Yeah, could. I don't know what it sounds like out there. Yeah. So a good run for Simon Hutchinson, slightly spoilt there by those corner markers, and Simon yesterday, well, he's usually the pace setter in this class. However, this influx of Porsches slightly upset the order yesterday, so Simon fighting back there with a really good time. However, the additional time added for knocking down that corner marker won't help his case.
I think it's a good summary of Simon's life on the hill at the wheel of that BMW, trying to fence off all the Porsches that make it on the hill. And yeah, fantastic achievement for Richard Snow this morning, straight through 57.16. That's lowering the hill record by 1/10. So fantastic achievement that we have witnessed early on this morning, and there's probably more to come as the temperature rises through, and maybe we get a little bit of sun to make our day brighter.
Yes, so great to see the class records going already. Yeah, it isn't particularly warm here. There's a bit of moisture in the air, which will add a bit of greasiness to the track. So, yeah, potentially even faster times are achievable. So, Duncan Andrews now lining up, ready for his run in the Porsche Cayman GT4. Away he goes, car 38, Duncan Andrews off the line. as he heads up into Hall. Nice and tidy through there. Around the top end of this lower section of the track, through the heads there, and down towards Fletcher's Dello. Tricky corners, all of those, very technical. Short straight there to our first speed trap, 71 miles an hour for Duncan, and then enters into the very tight triangle corner, and then the quick right-left of Keepers before heading onto Cedar Straight. The camera makes it look even more bendy than it is in real life, but the straight is certainly not straight as Duncan heads up. Heavy braking then as he enters into Fallow as we're getting near the top of the hill, and a very, very hard climb up to the unsighted right-hander at Museum, which pretty much ends the lap as he then blasts across the finish line.
Wow, that was
really good run.
That was a run. I was just watching through that run all the way through, and I was like, are we onto another hill record? And he has beaten the hill record. However, Richard Snow has been a little bit quicker just early on. So those two Porsche boys have been putting the effort straight through this morning. And Richard York is another Porsche driver that we have today, but in something a little bit more heavier, and something that we don't usually see on the hills. Richard York having a good run in that Porsche Cayenne V6 diesel, so it shows that you can pretty much run anything on the hill, and you can take those cars to the top, and Richard does so, and it goes through the finish line in a time of 73.10.
Yeah, not the sort of Porsche I would take up the hill, but well done for Richard for giving it a go in that big machine. Robert Lancaster Gay is the next one up. He got turned around earlier. Oh no, he's found the slippery stuff, and that's spun him around as he exits from Fallow. That will bring out a red flag and will stop running temporarily, because he's now going the wrong way down the hill. So I really hope it brings out a red flag. There we go, red flags. Unfortunately, James Stocks just past the easy exit at Triangle. Never mind. So Rob turning himself around. Best thing to do, Rob, is to go back up the hill. Finish your run, but there we go. Right. Yeah, I think he just got a tyre on the damp or something,
yes,
and that took him round.
Yeah, he went a little bit wide on the exit of Fallow, and then he tried to kept it going. I think he did a bit of a rally style and kept his boot in to see if he can just escape this one, but then the car just spun, and then so that'll be a frustrating run for Rob. Another contender, I think, to get close to that 52nd time, and he would have been very close to that time. Meanwhile, James Stocks is just being waved back to the paddock, where we'll be getting his rerun in that Toyota GR Yaris. But if you want to see Toyota GR Yaris, don't worry, there's one coming up in the hands of Alan Mansfield. So he's just turning that car around, and he'll be waved back to the paddock. He'll go in front of us.
Yeah, so we have, however, moved upper class. The Rob was slightly out of sequence due to that earlier wave around, but we're currently in road-going four-wheel drive vehicles. That big Porsche Cayenne was the first of the four-wheel drive machines, and although Richard York in that Porsche Cayenne is having a nice time, he's not going to be competitive with the quicker machines. These Toyota GR Yaris's, the homologation specials, they really are fast machines, and I think they were setting the pace of the four-wheel drive machines yesterday in practice. So expect to see the fight of the Yaris's continuing, along with Peter Richings, who will be the fourth competitor in this category, as he comes out a bit later on.
Yeah, you say this, but we had Peter Riching actually was the quickest yesterday. Throughout Saturday, he posted a 61.11 on his final run yesterday. So we'll see what Alan Mansfield can do. Best time so far for Alan is 62.12, so we'll be keeping a close eye as to the time he can put through this morning. Looks like it's looking probably like a good one. All looks tidy so far for Alan. You can see the indicators blinking as he brakes heavily into the corner. That's like a standard safety features on those cars. Indicates that you can go through heavy braking in case you would be facing an accident, or just signals to the people behind you that are heavily braking. So come through, and Alan Mansfield are having a good run so far, and those cars are very trick, 4-wheel drive, 3-cylinder turbocharged engine, and Alan Mansfield goes through to the finish line. He posted the time of a 63.46. Peter Richings having a good run as well, and he was the pace setter yesterday. Let's see if he can replicate that first time in the morning, and he pushes the car and that new Golf R that for this year that he's driving, and he's pushing that to the entry of fallow 81 miles an hour, purple sector through at the top of the hill. So that's a good run. He'll probably be the pace setter in that class after this run.
Yeah, you're right. I'd forgotten. Peter, he had a slow start yesterday. It took a while for him to get the hang of the Golf up the hill, I think. His first few runs weren't the quickest, but then he sort of got better as the day went on, and now he seems to have that Golf really on song. That Golf R, a properly quick machine when it's all working right. James Stock's now getting his re-attempt at this run, and looking very quick. Purple sectors all along. Looks like he might actually be able to put in a good time. Luckily that slight distraction earlier won't have affected him. We'll see whether James can get up in the 61-second bracket as well, and he's certainly looking very, very quick as he heads towards the finishing line. He's just going to miss out. 62.49.
Yeah, so good time for Richard, a 61.56, so at least that class by about a second, and that's actually that time very close to the time that he posted yesterday, about 4/10 slower. So first time this morning is a great achievement for Peter, and all those cars are now heading back to the paddock as we release the car from the parking that we have at the top, and that's all those cars coming through. So all our drivers have been patiently waiting for all the cars to come through, and now they're heading back to the paddock.
Yes, so first batch gone through. That gives us a slight pause, and I'd like to mention everybody here at Loton Park with us this morning. It is a bit cold, it is a bit grey. I think everybody could probably do with warming up a little bit, so why not head to the regalia shop and buy yourself a Loton Park jumper or coat, hoodie, hat, whatever it is that would make you warmer, because not only will it make you feel a bit warmer in this slightly wintry conditions, it'll feel warmer inside because it's 10% off pretty much everything in the shop. That's an end of year sale at the regalia shop, 10% off everything, so make sure you go and have a look, grab some bargains. There's some really great stuff in there. I'm seriously considering one of their pink hoodies. If they have an extra large pink hoodie, I may well get that for myself before the weekend is out. So do go along to the regalia shop, get yourself a 10% off bargain of Loton Park merchandise, and be the envy of all your friends. Right then.
Yeah, I think you would rock a pink hoodie,
I think so.
Alex.
We also have a deal with the shop. If they can sell enough stuff this weekend, they're going to stock for us next season Loton Park socks, which is what we've been campaigning for. Benoit particularly keen on some Loton Park socks, so we really need your help. Make sure you buy enough stuff to mean that they are willing to buy and stock the socks for us next year.
Yeah, all our cars, and you can see we could see just Richard Snow GT4 Aris just coming back with that new hill record in his hands, so he'll have his name on the program in the future, and let's see if he can better that time later today. There's going to be a close competition, I think, at the top of that class between Richard Snow and Duncan Andrew in those Cayman GT4, and it's a great demonstration that Porsche historically has been holding back the potential of that Porsche Cayman with the engine at the middle, not to and favouring the 911, but the 911 still a very competitive car, but it looks like the Cayman GT4 with the engine in the middle is the better suited car to hill climbing, and has been a very competitive car in the past few years.
Yeah, it's upsetting, I think, for the Porsche purists, but the Cayman does seem to be a slightly better machine than the 911 in many situations. Perhaps a Cayman is the way to go. I certainly know the same thing happened with the Boxster. The Boxster chassis was so good that Porsche would regularly downgrade the engine because they didn't want it outshining the 911. So I think a well-sorted Boxster 2 could be a very competitive machine up the hill. Now you can see on HillClimb.TV that we have the sports cars lining up for the next batch. So a few of the Westfields ahead of some Radicals. We've got Malloks in there, and we've got some really interesting sports cars actually with us this weekend. A couple of unusual machines are joining us, so this will be an interesting batch to watch. We've got some of the modified saloons coming up as well, and there's some nice machinery in there. If you like your classics or your icons of motorsport, there's a few coming up as we go on. And not so many classics with us this weekend, as we have such a bumper crop of single seaters. You can see again on the screens the left hand side of the paddock as you look at it on the camera is just full of single seaters, and that's just one of the paddocks. We have well, I don't know, 4 paddocks here at Loton Park, spread around the lower area of the venue, and 2 of them are packed to the gunnels with single seaters, so lots and lots of variety there for us to get through, and as well as the sports cars and a few interesting other things alongside. So heading up to the line, ready to start. Here we see the first of the Westfields. This is a shared car, so we'll see it go out with Graham Manton at the wheel, and it will come back for another run with the second driver a bit later on. So Graham first of the Caterham Westfield batch. This was a very close run category yesterday. Several guys at the top, all very, very close times. So it'll be interesting to see how this develops. Graham very tight there around Hall. Only just managed to not knock the corner marker out. But as he heads on, obviously it will all be purple sectors as he's the first of the class to run. And we'll see as he's the pace setter, quite literally, how it goes. But this one doesn't look as quick as it could be to me. I think he's using this as a slight sighter to get an idea of conditions, and then the second run later will be his real pace setter.
Yeah, Graham the first in the modified specialist production car class, so he'll be the pace setter in that Westfield, and we have quite a lot of Westfield this weekend and Caterhams, and they're great machines, fairly affordable machines to run, and they're great machines. Like most of those cars will be under 500 kilo, and you don't need a lot of power to really go quick in those machines. A 67.90 is the pace setter for Graham Hill. Meanwhile, Phil Fisher in the Westfield SE is coming into our view. Phil Fisher as well in that modified production car, and one of the main things that will differentiate the modified to the road-going car is the tyres that you can use on those cars. You can do a few more modifications to the engine, but not that much, and there's not much difference that you can do to the bodywork of those machines, isn't it, Alex, between a road-going and a modified?
There's a bit of lightening, so you can swap out some of the panels for lightweight things, I believe, but not much else, no. And to be honest, there's not a lot to change on these cars. They're already pretty quick as it is. Phil Fisher going across the line in his Westfield. He'll cross the beam with a 63.32. That's a good run as John McQuillan comes up in his Gulf Fluid Radical SR1. John had a bit of a up and down day yesterday with a few off-track excursions, but some very quick runs as well. So we'll see how his pace is on this slightly damp Sunday morning, but he's being followed up by an exceptionally quick Samuel Nicholson in the Mallock at Mark 20.
Yes, I'm yet to find a weekend where I don't see this Mallock running here at Loton Park. Samuel, regular here at Loton Park, and he's showing the pace that this machine can do. Whilst it's quite older and still very, very competitive, this machine. And Samuel having a great run so far. Checks the car around museum, no problem through, and pushes through to the finish line. That's a time for him of a 54.53. So that's a good time to put on the board. We'll see if Robbie Nicholson, who will be the second driver in this car, will be able to better that time. There's always a close competition between those two drivers.
Yeah, really quick for that Mallock. I suspect their knowledge of the track means that they'll be quick in the first run, but other guys might then be quicker as the day goes on, as they get more confident with the conditions and the course. Robert Lloyd's Westfield coming up towards the finishing line now. He will cross the beam, 60.64, really good run, and you can see already how close he is to Ray Law's time, and that's just how close we expect these Caterhams and Westfields to be. They're all very, very, very equal machines. Stuart Hook next up in his Westfield, and green times means it's quickest for him, but it means he's not quite as quick as Robert or Ray ahead of him, so we'll see as the red Westfield locks up its wheels a little bit, climbs up towards Museum, what his time's likely to be as he crosses the finishing line.
Yes, and we're picking up now Tim Higgins in the Westfield SCI, another the very competitive car in this class. Start yesterday was towards the lower part of the order with a best time of 65.79, and Tim making a good run so far this morning, and you can see those cars, some will be a little bit softer, and the Westfield have got great handling with rear independent rear suspension at the back. Simon Price is one of the drivers that has been putting good times, and we're now switching to car number 46, and Simon Price yesterday posted a 61.78, so let's see what he can do as well. So we just had Tim Higgins through the finish line, a 71.79 for him.
Yeah, Simon Price now heading up towards the right turn of Museum. Very tricky corner that caught several people out yesterday. Luckily they all remember it this morning, and so Simon heading towards the finishing line. He'll get a 63.07 as we have another Westfield, Jerry Neary in his machine now climbing his way onto Cedar Straight, and he'll be finishing off his run as John Pick starts his in a very unusual machine. The camera will switch over to that very shortly, and you'll see we don't just get Caterhams and Westfields in this class. We do occasionally get something a bit different.
Yes, Jerry Neary is through the finish line in the later part of the course, and John Pick just making the car move around as he exits triangle and pushes the cars through keepers. This is an AMS motor, loosely based on the running gear of Subaru Impreza, so 4-wheel drive and a 2-litre turbocharged engine at the front, and he's setting the pace and setting purple times all the way through. And John as well, a regular contender. I've seen this car probably for a couple of years, but great to see the pace that he's having through this morning, and he takes that car through to the finish line, and that's a good time on the board for him. A 60.61 gives him the class lead.
Yeah, you could see, as we were saying before, always a tight group, Category B, and all of those top three, all 60.6 something, so you can't get a lot closer than that. However, yesterday, I think the quickest was the Caterham Road Sport. So we'll see very shortly some of these Caterhams. Here's the first one, Malcolm Hickey in that beautiful green machine. He's heading up the line. Now green times means that he's probably not going to be quite quick enough on this, but a purple last sector means it's going to be close as he breaks the climbing beam with a 60.87, just falling short. That means he's fourth, but Joy Hall in the Caterham Super Sprint is next, and already some purple times for Joy. Some really quick times. I think Category B is looking exceptionally competitive today. We'll see as Joy keeps on going. Another purple sector, and this is a really good run for Joy. Let's see, 77 miles an hour through the speed trap into fallow. Still purple sectors. Now this is an amazing run. Oh no, a slight mistake for Joy. Will that have affected her? Apparently not. Still purple as she goes into Museum. Let's see how she finishes this run with a 59.54. Incredible run there for Joy.
Yeah, Joy was second quickest yesterday, but another quick driver is Richard Price, is that in that 1.6 litre Caterham 7, about 200 horsepower under the bonnet of that car, and Richard was the quickest yesterday by a few tenths, so let's see if he can replicate that. That looks like a good run for him. So far he's been keeping the car facing the right direction. A little bit of a lock up onto the entry of Museum, doesn't probably affect too much his momentum. He goes through to the finish line. It's a time for him of a 58.12, so that puts quite lead on the board for him.
Yeah, Steve Garner in this Westfield will round out this category, but he'll have to do something special to catch up with Richard Price and Joy Hoyle. Those times under the 60-second, under a minute up this hill is seriously quick in any machine. So well done to both of those as we see Steve Garner rounding the last corner, heading towards the finishing line. He'll round out category B with a 61.21. Still a competitive time, but only gets him 7th as we now jump to the Hillman Imp of Mark Maynard, meaning we have changed categories once more.
Yes, good time, and Mark Maynard having a good run so far. This is now the Modified Series production car up to 1400. And we've got 5 cars in this class, and we'll have a few of the machines, and actually quite a few old machines in this class. And it's great to see Mark Maynard campaigning this beautiful Hillman Imp. Pretty much a standard car, hasn't had much modification done to it. I think it's still on its original engine, a 70.13. Meanwhile, Martin Rutter, a regular contender here, is also having another good run, and it looks like the engine is just not sounding quite right, I think, for Martin, from what I can hear from the commentary box, but it looks okay so far. Martin has been having a good season so far. He's been running the few Gremslin in the car and is now enjoying. He's been posting personal bests throughout this weekend and this season, and it goes through the entry of Fallow, but that doesn't look like the quickest of run from Martin. I think he probably has maybe a small issue with the engine at the back of that car.
As we switch to Barry Holt just in time, driving his Mini in the way you should, which is flat out everywhere and hoping it's fine. Barry was super quick in this Mini yesterday, and just then he leaves his braking for Triangle to the very last second, powering his way up the straight. Now, he's got purple sectors everywhere, but the Mini loses out a bit on Cedar Straight due to lack of outright pace, but he still manages a purple sector, 69 miles an hour, throws it into fallow. This is looking like a great run for Barry, and as Benoit said, this category is sort of our classics category for today. Most of these cars are classics, and so in fact all of them are classics really, but there we are, 65.53. Great run for Barry in that little Mini, as Andrew Russell in the very pretty orange Ginetta is also making his way up the hill.
Yeah, I was just looking at times from Martin Rutter yesterday, and his best time was a 63.95, so I think we're quite after pace. So that time on the board they posted this morning, not really representative of the driver and car potential. Andrew Russell having a good run so far, very good to go see that car, and Andrew goes through to the finish line in 63.83, but Eric Murray, he's quickly trying to chase him in that turbocharged Hillman Imp, and it's good to see Eric. He had a little bit of an issue yesterday. It looks like they've been able to fix the car and put it back together, and he's out again competing this morning, so good thing to see from Eric, and he's really pushing that car through Museum, and looks like a fantastic run for him. He's going through to the finish line, and that's going to be a great lead of 59.29.
Yeah, Eric's rear trailing arm, I think it was, broke on the car yesterday, which sent him into a spin. Overnight he went home, welded it up and has put it back on the car, which is brilliant news because he's gone out and instantly gone quickest. We've now switched to Jock Ramsey's Opel Manta, which is a brilliant looking machine. This great to see. Great rallying cars these, so nice to see them on the hill. It does mean we've moved into production cars over 1400 up to 2 litres, and Jock does a time of 62 dead, which puts him currently fastest in class, but this can be quite a competitive group of cars. These hot hatchers tend to be the pace setters, so we'll see what Ray Holder and Tony Feekins can offer up next.
Yeah, Ray Holder putting just brushing the flip-flops inside keepers, but doesn't dislodge any of them, so no penalty time for him. And Roy having a good run so far. Roy is 1 hour official here, so if he's not busy behind the clear, he'll be busy trying to help and run those meetings as well. And Roy Holder through the finish line at 64.75. Meanwhile, Tony Feekins posting purple time all the way through in that very quick 2:05, and let's see if we can get into the under 60-second mark in that car. He has some tough competition in this car this weekend, and Tony Fickens going through to the finish line pushes that car to the finish and a 59.23, so that's a good time for him. I think that's very close to his personal best.
Yeah, we'd expect Tony to be pace setter in category C2. He's well versed in that and in that machine, and he's had a bit of a tough time in the last few months, but he's certainly come back fighting, so great to see. We then shift on to production cars over to litres, modified production cars, and we see the Lancia Evo 5 of Jim Herbert heading on up the hill. Again, this was a close little battle yesterday between some of these Lancias and Subarus, so category C3 also one to watch as the day unfolds.
I think that's a Lancer, not a Lancia.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's very close, Alex.
Yeah,
Jim
getting
Herbert,
excited, that's the problem.
Jim Herbert putting a good time, a 63.72, I think, will be the pace setter. Richard yesterday couldn't quite get the car running to its optimum order, and I think he'll be looking to post a good time this morning. It's looking good so far for Richard in that monster over Impreza Type RA, about 600 horsepower under the bonnet of that machine. You can see the wide arches, the big wing at the back, and this is what modified series production car allow you to do. You can have a few modifications done to that car. Richard through in a 62.72. Meanwhile, we've got Nigel Elliott in that Triumph TR7 V8. He wanted a big engine, but he wanted even more power, so he was like, I'm just going to put 2 turbos as well on top of that, so monster power under the bonnet of that car. Nigel having a good run so far and looking good. He's been getting quicker and quicker after rebuilding that car last season, so it's very good to see the confidence that he's building in the car. Nigel through to the finish line in a few seconds. He goes through and he looks through in a 63.29.
Jonathan Williamson next in the Porsche 911 Carrera and locking up heavily into Triangle. Yesterday we had an awful lot of people locking up down into that very tight corner, and you could see the tyre marks still on the ground, but Jonathan Williams purple sectors all the way through as he heads up the hill. This car is a quick machine and Jonathan is a good driver, so not surprising he currently looks like he's going to set the pace for this group. And we have Stephen Moore also in Mitsubishi Evo 6 having a bit of trouble down at Triangle. He was I don't know, struggling to get the power on or something, but he seems to be on it. Jonathan Williams 60.75 puts him quickest so far, but Stephen Moore is on an absolute flyer.
Yeah, it looks like he almost went down a gear instead of going up a gear, I think, from Stephen Moore. Stephen has a brand new rebuilt engine in the bonnet of that car, and he was posting good time. I think just the momentum that he lost still doesn't give him the best time I would hope so. 58.85. He was dipping into the 56 second yesterday, but that's the first run this morning, so I anticipate we've got more coming through from Steve Moore this morning. And that's the end of the batch. All the cars will be making their way back to the paddock, and we'll be switching now to our single seaters.
Yes, so some excellent stories there, and oh dear, a problem again for the Subaru. Yesterday it had issues and it left a bit of oil on the oil or coolant or something on the circuit, so problems again for that Subaru by the looks of things. Let's hope they can get that sorted. The car doesn't seem to be dripping or losing anything, it's just steaming rather heavily, so a good time on the board though for that Subaru, so maybe he'll be able to sort it out and get out again later on. Let's hope so. Well, as this group this batch is sent back down from the holding paddock at the top of the hill, I just wanted to say to everyone, we're being visited this week at Loton Park by ADM Limited in their paddock shop van, selling all the stuff that a driver would want. They've got helmets, race boots, race suits. They could do custom fittings for race suits and all the like. They are dealers in all the top brands of race apparel. Plus they have essentials like cable ties, duct tape, extra coolant for that Subaru, and all the things that people might need. So do, if you're here at Loton Park, please do pop up, see their vehicle just opposite the bar, have a look at what they can offer and have a chat to them, or maybe think about visiting their showroom in Brackley, where you can have a look at their stuff and get fitted up for race suits and helmets and the like. It's great to have people coming along to Loton like that to support our events, so it'd be nice if people can support their business as well. And they are thoroughly nice chaps and offer a great service, so all good to boot. So we're getting these cars back down in the paddock. That Subaru is coming down. I can't tell you currently whether it's running or whether it's coasting. We'll see whether there's a problem. Luckily for us this morning, we have a roving reporter in the paddock. Owen is looking around, sniffing out interesting stories. So I will set him onto the Subaru team, and maybe we'll find out what's going on with that car.
Yes, great to have Owen this weekend. He'll be in the box later on alongside the Chris Ponsford as well. So if you want to listen to other voices this weekend, well, you'll be in for a treat with those two boys. And Owen has been reporting in the paddock. I'm sure he's a little bit tempted as well to help fixing cars, because he's done that in the past.
Yeah, he often does, rolls up his sleeves and jumps in when there's a problem. So Owen, not only a roving reporter, he's a roving mechanic for hire, I think.
Multi-talented he is. Great to see the cars making their way back to the paddock, and the Subaru looks okay. It's not boiling just yet. So I think as soon as he gets to the paddock, he'll be turning that engine off and then just checking under the bonnet what is happening. Great to see everyone on the hill. We got Team Legacy UK. We're missing Stephen on the hills today, and hopefully we'll see Steve back out again here at Loton Park. Thanks for tuning in. And great to see so many of you watching online. If you have any questions or anything that you'd like to know, put it on the chat. It's always good to have as well a bit of an interactive show as we go through, so we're happy to take you through. I'd like to take a bit of a time, as we have a bit of a downtime as well, to say hello to the University of Wolverhampton. I just spotted them this morning, and they're on a uni day trip. I think for many of them it's the first hill climb event that they're doing. So welcome to Loton Park. Hope you're having a good day, and hope you're enjoying what you're seeing so far.
What course are they studying?
I didn't have enough time to speak through, but I might find them at lunchtime and see what they're looking through, what they're studying this year.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know why a trip to a hill climb is good for their course. It'd be interesting to know what course they're on, or whether, I mean, maybe it's just cookery and they just fancied a day out at the racing. Who knows, but it's fine. Right, so the first of our single-seaters off the line. Anthony Wood in his Force PT is the first one to hit the track. Like I said earlier, we have loads of single-seaters with us and a great variety of manufacturers and models to look at, which is excellent news. So Anthony down into triangle, nice and tidy through there. Slightly late getting the power on as he just tests out the grip levels. This is the first run for these guys this morning, so they're going to have to really keep an eye on where they can and can't push it. But Anthony doing a nice run so far. Up the hill, through the speed trap, 76 miles an hour. This is category I for racing cars between 600 and 1100 cc's, which means that they are mostly bike-engined machines. In fact, I think they're all bike-engined machines in this category, unless Benoit probably will correct me in a minute. But Anthony Wood across the line, 58.82. That's a nice first run, a good pace to set us off with.
Yeah, great run for Anthony Wood, 58.82, and Steve Morgan so far follows him as well and looks to improve on that time. In this class we're usually looking for time around the 52nd, but this morning with the cold and damp conditions that we have, it'll be difficult to get to that point, but 53.33 is a good time for Steve Morgan to put on the board. Richard Weaver is also chasing him quickly in that Empire Evo 2, a new car for the Weavers this season, and they've been enjoying and posting very good and competitive time throughout this season, both in the hands of Richard and Tom Weaver, who we're going to see later on. It's our young drivers that we have who will be looking to post good times. There's probably a chance for those to maybe get into the runoff, and we'll see how quick they can go. 53 second dead for Richard Weaver, a good time to put on the board as well.
Yeah, and then just to prove me wrong, as I said, they were all bike engines. Of course, I forgot about the Van Diemen's, the Formula Fords. We'll be seeing a lot of these Formula Fords today. We've got a good turnout of Formula Ford machinery. Of course, these have Ford road-going car engines as their basis, and then a whole variety of different chassis. Kirsten Dodd, the first of the Van Diemen group, up the hill and heading towards the finishing line now. Kirsten will put a time up of a 63.83 in a good start. Lindsay Summers next up in her Van Diemen, and yesterday she was very, very quick in that machine. So it'll be great to see. Currently not as quick as Kirsten, so maybe some good battles will be happening amongst these groups as they get a feel for the conditions. We also, as Lindsay continues on up towards the museum, we have Paul Harris in his blue Van Diemen going through past us down at Triangle, and he looks like he's on a flyer.
Yeah, Paul Harris having a good run yesterday. Best time is 60.40, so he didn't dip under that 60-second mark. Let's see if he can do that this morning. It might just be a big ask first time round this morning, but Paul was third in class yesterday, so that looked good for him, and Paul carries on onto the entry of museum, and so far looking very good. He pushes through to the finish line, and it's a time for Paul of 60.28. And Becky Manton is also one of the drivers. That's the shared drive that we have seen earlier today. So Becky looking to go to better the time from the co-driver in this class, and we'll see what Becky can put on the board first through. Locks up the wheel onto the entry of Fallow, but no problem. Carries the momentum through museum, up through the gears and through the finish line, and it's a 64.30.
Yeah, we had those single-seaters are actually shared drive cars, which is why we've now gone back to the sports cars. That explains why we're sort of jumping around classes a little bit. We're back now into some of these modified production cars, and Ben Fisher in that Westfield across the line, 65.9. That's a brilliant run. Puts him first in category D, as we then see Phil Goff, Caterham Hayabusa. This was seriously quick yesterday in practice. It's a very, very sorted machine. Let's see what Phil can post now. 60.59 in his target time. He will cross the line any second now. 56.63. Really an amazing time for Phil, as we then switch to the rallycross machine of Steve Mundy.
Yeah, that's a commanding lead for Phil Goff in that class, but Steve Mundy putting a good run through. Is the only car in this class, but it looks like the car was just moving around. He did really well to control that. Uses a little bit of the grass, but gathered it together. He's able to carry on, and it's obviously this machine is four-wheel drive. There's not much left of that Ford Fiesta. Those were supercar cars back in the day, so this was about 600 horsepower, and Steve having a good run of 62.43. Meanwhile, Janio in the Legend has been pushing that car.
Yeah, yesterday Jan was the most spectacular car on the circuit, and hopefully we'll get to see a full run of his later on. 58.14 for Jan in that little Legend. Brilliant little car, but it was all over the place yesterday. The beautiful controlled slides and tail out and exciting stuff. Mike West next in this Gulf liveried Radical SR1. That is a shared car, so that's why we're seeing it again, and Mike putting in a nice solid run, although green sectors doesn't mean he'll worry the guys at the very top, whereas Ray Ball in that modified Z car Mini, he will be putting in a very smart time, I think.
Yeah, you say Mini, there's not much left of that Mini. I think it's just the handles. The engine is in the back in a Civic Type R engine, so about 200 horsepower at the back, and Ray Ball has been campaigning this car this season and been going from strength to strength and really getting dialed into the car, and Ray Ball goes through to the finish line in a time of 63.04, so that puts him fourth in class so far. Meanwhile, Stephen King making good progress at the top of the hill already on the second part, and Stephen King in that Radical Pro Sport. This is sort of the original Radical that we have seen, a car that is mostly designed for circuit racing, but very agile on the hills as well, and Stephen King's through the finish line in 61.09.
David Bickley then in the Radical SR1, slightly newer machine but very similar to the Pro Sports, just with a few extra aero bits and pieces. And in our in-screen sort of two-screen setup on HillClimb.TV, we've got Robin Nicholson in that Mallock. That Mallock was going properly quick earlier through Cedar Strait, so we'll see whether Robin can do the same. Very quick up the hill, and we have some great footage going on here. Too much to look at, Ben.
Robin Nicholson pushing that Mallock Mark 20 on the second part of the hill. This is the technical part of the course. We can still make up time before the finish line, and it goes through the finish line of 55.31, so just behind Samuel, the co-driver in that same car. Meanwhile, Matthew Price having a really good run in that Radical SR3. This is one of the more recent version of those Radicals, so a little bit wider, more aero, and a bit more power under the bonnet of that car. Those machines are powered by bike engine, usually Suzuki Hayabusa engine, a 53.05 for Matthew Price, giving him the class lead, which is what we expected after the running yesterday.
Yeah, Alan McDonald, however, is going very quick in his Force, a very purposeful looking machine this, and Force, usually they are known for their single-seater manufacturers, and underneath this bodywork is pretty much one of those Force single-seaters. It's just been turned into a sports car, and Alan going very quickly in it. We'll see whether he's able to worry the top times. He's got a few purples and greens in there. 54.27 puts him second. A good run there for Alan in that Force sports car.
Yeah, great effort from Alan and Nigel Linton in what is not something that we see every day. It's an NG TDR V8, so powered by Rover V8 at the front, and this is a kit car which is cobbled from a few bits and bobs in the car. It's a Sierra rear end and a front end from an MGB, but it's got a lot of power, 4.8 litre at the front of that car, and Nigel through the finish line is 63.77. Meanwhile, we pick up Duncan Barnes in the Norman M20 FC, a very quick car, and a lot of aero in those machines in that turbocharged Honda engine at the back as that machine, and Duncan goes through the finish line of 54.43.
Yeah, that Norma is a proper racing car, and it's a bit unfair to put Nigel Hinton's NG up against that in the same class, but that's the way it works sometimes in hill climbing. That Norma looks like a proper race machine from Le Mans, and it's the sort of thing that you'd see on the slightly bigger hill climbs around Europe. It is a bit big for here at Loton Park, but still does a very, very good time. So great to see some people turning up with some interesting race machinery like that. That Norma is great. An interesting batch, that single-seater sports cars, that Legend, that Norma, some really interesting cars run up in there. But now we'll be getting into the single-seaters proper.
Yes, always good to see those machines, and great to see those cars. So releasing the cars at the top of the paddock. If you're here at Loton Park and you've come through the paddock, you've probably arrived just on the first corner here at Triangle, where our commentary box is. I can only encourage you to make your way to the top of the hill. You just have to follow the fence and keep the track to your right. You'll get to see all the action, and for our single-seaters that are up and coming, it'll be interesting to watch those cars going through the kink in the middle of the straight and onto the heavy braking of to follow. So you can carry through all the way through to the top of the hill, and there's some great spots to watch the track, and you can push onto museum. There's a little bit of seating area at the top of the hill as well, and there's some great views of the hills around us as well. So make your way to the top. There's always more to explore here at Loton Park. If you're roaming around the paddock, make sure you get to the start line. It's a great spot to watch the cars launch off the line. Very exciting thing. I think and if you're watching online, we'll have a few of those shots off the start line as the cars are lining up and launching off the line. I think, Alex, your favourite is usually that Mallock Mark 20 as it just squats as it launches off the line.
Yeah, it is very good. Go and watch the cars off the start line. Yesterday I was watching in the morning, and because of the cold they were really struggling for grip, and it gives you an idea of just all the different challenges that you get throughout the length of this course. It is a very technical hill here at Loton. You've got that slight uphill starting position, which can be a bit tricky. Those first few corners, they can be a bit blind, very technical. We've got some fast sections, we've got some really, really tight sections, things like triangle. They're almost full hairpins, and so getting the power on can be very difficult for some of these cars, knowing exactly when to accelerate. It is a very tricky course, and we've got some drivers here who have never run here at Loton before, so it's a bit of a baptism of fire. The Car 66, the Mitsubishi, is one of those. He is visiting us for the first time and has been saying that, yeah, just taking it easy, learning the course, loves it. You know, it's a great course to learn, but you've got to really, really work at learning every single corner. And we regularly get, certainly in the practice runs, people forgetting about Museum, the final corner. It's uphill, it's blind, you can't really see the right hand. So they get to the top, having just done the whole run, they think, oh, that's brilliant, I've done a great run, and they get to the top of the Museum and then realise that there's still one right turn. And we've had this year several cars end up both in and on and over the tyres at the top of the course.
Yeah, you're right. Always a tricky corner that's got so many drivers this year and in the past as well. But we had a few cars in the tyre wall. Everyone has recovered, I think. We even had Porsches on the tyre wall, which recovered and carried on for the rest of the weekend. So all good for those cars. Olivier Cooper just lined up on the start line, and you can see our young Marshall here on the right, Toby. He's just put the boot at the back of the car that just holds the car in position before launching off the line. And Olivier Cooper just launches off the line 2.64 at the 64 foot, so that will be the first car in this class that will be putting through the time for this class, and we are in class J2, so this is single seaters with engine up to 1600cc, so usually Hayabusa engine which have been worked on, and Olivier Cooper setting up the pace will be the first car through. And meanwhile we've got Paul Jones as well launching in the other Force TA in that class. So the Olivier Cooper having a good run so far and pushing through to the entry of Fallow, tricky corner. Olivier Cooper, regular contender here, and pushing through and going through Museum. No problem through, carries the momentum through that corner. Tricky corner to navigate and through to the finish line of 53.18. Let's see what Paul Jones is doing. It looked like he was going quite slow. Sounded like there was maybe an engine issue in the car. And Paul Jones looks to be quite slow on that run. I think it might be an issue with the car. Hopefully this is not going to trigger a red flag for Nicky, who's following that car. But we'll see if marshals will spot the pace that Paul is doing. Probably not reflective of the potential of that car. Meanwhile, Nicky having a good run and pushing through on the second part, already through the Cedar Straight in that beautiful Pilbeam MT82, so car from the early 80s, still being campaigned by the Cottrells here. This is a shared car that we're going to see later on. And yeah, Nicky Cottrell has just been red flagged as I expected, just because Paul has just been quite slow, and we want to make sure all our competitors are safe, so Nicky is just stopped on the hill. There will be just push back, and Nicky will get a rerun. Paul Jones has gone through the finish line, but hopefully nothing too terminal for the car. Hasn't stopped just yet, so it seems like it might just be a small issue that Paul has spotted in the car, and he thinks it's probably fine to go to the end.
I don't even know where he is. He's here somewhere. So yeah, so that, and I'm constantly
so Marshall, I just checking with Nicky and making sure that we can just roll the car down the hill. That's probably the best procedure to go through and do that. and
last night, but actually
Nikki just picking up,
giving you guys some
just being rolled down the hill.
positive feedback.
It would be great to have the radio.
Great to see
Let you talk.
our marshals just helping to push that car back down the hill.
But
Yeah.
he can't do one or the other, but he is talking himself. If he decides to do it, it's like Rich's defense again, because it's really taking.
A great show of all the work that our marshals are doing here on the hills throughout this season, and it's great to see those drivers. And actually, the man with the big hat is Dave Newell, though you may have seen here before. Usually drives his A40, Morty, his car, but today is wearing the orange overall and helping to run those events. All those marshals are volunteers, and Nikki is just being turned back down to the hill, back down the hill, and back home.
Well, no, because as it's a downtime, you do tell us the last bit, and then
Well, they're not running. Is he running in this patch?
he'll be running soon.
Well, good morning, guys. How are we?
Hello, Owen.
Yeah, pit reporter, roving reporter this morning here. Been down in the pit lane this morning. Got a little staticky there. This has been playing around with the switches. Hopefully you can hear me all right. Yeah, so I'm just stepping in for a second here just to give you some updates. I've been talking. There's several stories to follow this morning. One interesting one is Jonathan Varley. Now, he's coming up shortly in the 1600 class single-seaters. Now, Jonathan has, he's an interesting story. He's actually won the Midland Hillclimb Championship. He's also won the British Hillclimb Cup Championship this year. He's had a really good year. Now, remember, he's only up into a 1600cc car. So he's done really well. But there is one more. There's another championship within the Midland Speed Championship. Midland Hillclimb Championship, my apologies, the Win Development's Top 10 Challenge. He's actually currently second in points at the moment. Graham Wynn is leading that. Now, there's a 1 point difference between the two of them, calling drop scores and all the rest of it. So, hold on a second. I might just get an update on this. But what the situation is, Jonathan's goal today, he's got two goals. Remember, this is a small engine car. He wants to get into the top 12, qualify for the top 12 runoff, which we'll see what happens shortly, because he will be up shortly. And then he will be looking to actually outscore Graham Wynn in the Gould GR59 to try and take the top 10 challenge. So that is in place. I've also spoken to our top British Championship contenders this morning, and so far, all calm, all relaxed, all smiles. It's a really close-knit group down there. So that's what I have for now, and I'll be back with some more news shortly.
Well, thank you, and great to catch all this information from the paddock, and great to have Jonathan Evans back on the track and kicking off the action back out again in the Pilbeam MT88. So Jonathan Evans in this under 2 litre class. This is class K1, and Jonathan Evans having a good run so far. I'm just looking at times from yesterday, and Jonathan Evans posted a 58.21. It's very close against across all those cars. A 60.38 sets the first time in this class. Meanwhile, we've got Andrew Corbin, who have been really flying in this car throughout this weekend. Very impressive run from both of the Corbins at the wheel of that car. Andrew having a good run so far, and he'll be looking to get under the 60-second mark. Best time for Andrew yesterday was a 55.53, so we'll be looking to get close to that reference time that we have on the board already for this weekend, and Andrew is through to the finish line, and it's a time for him at 56.38.
Yeah, so coming through now some of the more interesting machines. Paul Alexander in that Force PC. Amazing sort of nose on this car. That high nose, really interesting aerodynamics, and he's going very, very well. We've moved into K2, which is racing cars between 1600 and 2 litre forced induction. So these have got a turbo or a supercharger of some sort to push them along extra. Paul Alexander will be setting the first run for this class, so we'll see what all the others have to aim for. He crosses the line with a 61.59. I feel there's more time there, as Jamie Chalmers has a big moment in his Ralt F3 machine. He was going exceptionally quickly, but came through triangles sideways and ended up on the grass. That will have spoiled his run, unfortunately.
Yes, the grass is just still very wet, and he just put a wheel and he managed to gather it together. He did really well to keep the car going the right direction, and I think our marshal are just going to probably sweep a little bit of the grass that you may have brought up on the track, but good recovery from Jamie on that first run. It's not going to be the time they would expect to be putting on the board this morning, but Jamie's through the finish line safely, a 65.96. Meanwhile, we're just going to have the red flags through, and we'll see our Nicky. So Nicky will be, who has been red flagged just early on, is just patiently waiting on the line, and great sweeping action from our marshals. Want to make sure the track is in the top conditions possible, so a bit of sweeping action to make sure we run safely and it doesn't impact the run from all the following drivers that will be coming through this corner.
Bit of a replay there, and you just saw the back steps out, and as in catching it, had to take to the grass both sides. Up until then, it was a very quick run with purple sectors, so much more to come, I think, on a clean run later on.
Yeah, so good recovery from Jamie, as we have seen a great replay to see those. So good time for Jamie. I'm sure he'll be looking to improve on that next run, on a cleaner run. And yeah, if you have been standing here at Triangle, well, you had the best position to witness that.
Right, so down on the start line, that pill beam with the traditional pill beam colours. They always use, the factory cars always used to run with that. You referred to it as flames yesterday, but I've always thought it's more like paint or oil or liquid or something, droplets rather than fire. But I don't know exactly what it is. It's great to see that classic livery on those pill beams. Nicky Cottrell behind the wheel, setting off now, and we'll see. So far, the target time in K1, the racing cars up to 2 litre, normally rated 56.38 to aim for. So we'll see whether Nicky can get close to that on this run, as Dave Tatham is sat on the line with a bit of vapour of some sort coming from the back end of that car. Hopefully that's just a bit of overflow of oil or something as it was sitting warming on the start line.
Yeah, Nicky Cottrell having a good run, and going through that run safely through onto the entry of the museum, turns the cars round and pushes through to the finish line. Meanwhile, Dave Tatham in the OMS 28 is coming into view, and he's just waving to get back to the paddock. So probably spotted an issue in the car. Didn't feel like the car would be performing as expected. I think it sounded on probably running on 3 cylinders or not firing on all, I think.
Possibly whatever that we had some smoke coming from the back end, so whatever that was perhaps is related. We'll see if we can find out what's up with that as the day goes on. Hopefully nothing. No, I can't see anything on the circuit, so I don't think it's been dropping oil or fluid as it's gone. So with any luck, no major issues. Kelvin Broad up next in his 4th TA. Good start for him, but then straight down out of speed. He got a great start and then has coasted to a stop. I think he may have broken something with that rocket start. It looks like, I don't know, maybe a drive problem.
Yes, might be like a drive issue. He's just unbelted, ready to get out of the car from the look of it.
Yeah.
And that's never a good sight. Usually if the driver remains strapped on, means he can usually just move on its own teams, but probably has felt like something has gone.
Yeah, it launched from the line really well, but then there was a spike in revs. It hit the limiter. I think it broke something in the drive train, and that just sent the engine into flat out acceleration, and so he's cut the engine. There's an emergency sort of shut off, so if the driver feels that there's a problem, he can just kill it and cause no damage. So unfortunately there, Kelvin, probably end of the day for him already, which is a great shame. Hopefully they've got bits and they can fix it.
Well, we'll see if that can be fixed in the paddock. Looks like he will be pushing through to be waved back to the start line. So all the drivers on the start line will be just making way for him to go back to the paddock, and then I'm sure there will be a few hands and pair of eyes looking at the back of the car to try and understand what the issue is. It could well be that they'll be able to fix the car for the next run, but it's a little bit, they'll be disappointed from that. This is obviously also a shared car that Alex Coles drives, so that will probably not allow him to run, unfortunately, which is a shame for Alex, who has been running super well this season. Kevin just using the force of gravity to go back down the hill, so definitely not running the engine from the look of it.
So we'll see whether we can discover what's going on there.
Those machines have so much power, and obviously as they launch off the line, they just put a lot of power through those rear wheels. So they're just recovering the car. Here's Alex and his dad just looking at the car, and they'll be looking to spot the issue as quickly as possible and see if they can fix it. I can't remember if this car is chain driven or would have a proper gearbox.
No, I don't know, but I suspect something from that drive, either chain or drive shafts or similar, is the issue.
We'll get our roving reporter on it again.
Yeah.
He's being busy this morning, is he? Great thing we're doing this weekend. I love it. Gary Hall on the start line in that Jedi Mark II. Fantastic car. This car is from 1992, and they've been very popular circuit and hill climb cars, and they're just a great little machine to take on the hill. Fairly short wheelbase and a great motorbike engine at the back, and it's all you need to go quick.
Yeah, Gary getting a good start and then heading now down towards Triangle. Gary has had a bit of a tough year with car issues and the like, so it's great to see him out and running at this final meeting of the year here at Loton, and going very well. Green sector so far means he's putting in some best times for his runs. Obviously this is his first time run of the day, but it does mean he's doing well. That first launch off the line was very quick for Gary. 86 through the speed trap as he enters up that fallow. Nice and tidy through there. You can just see on those shots how simple these cars are. There's almost nothing to it as he climbs up around Museum, heads off towards the finishing line. Pace in this category is very quick, 53 seconds, so 57.99 for Gary. That's a good run for him. Following him is Robin Wood in this Force PT, and so far a nice solid run for Robin, but it doesn't look like it's going to be quickest of the batch. We'll see where Robin comes out. A huge entry into category I with us this weekend, so really thick competition. Just to get to the top of this will be a very tricky job for all involved. Robin doing well, heading up towards Museum now. Around the top at Museum, he's going to finish off his run with a nice time, but Richard Matheson, he's going very quickly.
Yeah, very quick times from Richard yesterday. 50.24 was his best time. His last run of the day yesterday wasn't that conclusive. He clipped some of the flip-flops on the inside of keepers, but so far looking very good. And Richard Matheson, he's one of the only drivers that we have running a BMW engine at the back of that car, but unfortunately lost a bit of momentum as he ran wide on exiting fallow. That's probably going to cost him a bit of time, and it goes through to the finish line at 53.01. So it doesn't give him the class lead, but there's much more potential to see from Richard.
Yeah, I think that would have been even quicker had he not just run wide, as we then switched to Gary Warren in that Empire Evo with the very high airbox, and he was really on the edge going through keepers right the way up, 96 miles an hour through the speed trap, throws it into fallow. Really pushing on this run is Gary, and he's picked up some time towards the end. Can he cross the line quicker as he goes? Yes, look at that, 51.33. Really fast second part of the course for him, as we then switch to Nigel Pitt in this OMS, a car and driver combination that's just been getting better and better as the season's gone on.
Yeah, Nigel, a very strong driver in this car and the OMS 3000M. Very competitive car in this class. Nigel yesterday a base time of 49.76, so he was one of the few drivers who has been dipping under the 50-second mark, and let's see if he can do that this morning. Still cold, and I think there will be a bit of a challenge for Nigel to get under the 50-second mark, but we'll see how high he can be on the leaderboard. And he goes through to the finish line with a time of 52.01. That puts him second in class, so that's
Really
what we
good
would expect.
Yeah, really good run for Nigel.
Tom Morgan having a good run as well in this Empire Evo. Tom was here in August testing for this event, and Tom having a good run as well. So car day shares with Steve Morgan, and Tom usually the quicker. He's only 19, I think, or he's a young driver, and Tom goes through to the finish line, and he goes in a time of a 50.72. So here we go, we are in the 50-second mark.
Yeah,
he's the first driver to do that. So
see just how competitive this class is. Really, it's so close at the top there. Clive Austin next up, and had a bit of trouble getting off the line by the look of things, really struggling to put the power down, but now he's on his run. Always a bit smoky, this car. I don't know what the engine setup is, but you can always see the slight puff of smoke as Clive goes up the hill. It's a good run for Clive, but I don't think he's going to be worrying the very top guys on this run. We know Clive can do some fast times. He crosses the line with a 53.36, so more to come there, but Stuart Bickley always spectacular and often very, very quick. Let's see whether he's able to get up to the top. Purple through loggerheads. Stuart, exceptionally exciting driver to watch, and in that bright yellow machine, often very, very quick, so really looking good through there. Purple and pink again, so I think this is going to be an excellent run. Can he worry Tom Morgan at the top of this chart?
Yeah, I think he will, and Stuart Bickley yesterday got into the 47 seconds, which is exceptionally quick in this class. Stuart having a really good run, and he looked really clean and tidy through the entire run, and Stu's through to the finish line, and he goes through in a 49.03. But let's see what Tom Weaver can do in the Empire Evo. There's a close competition between those two drivers. I expect Tom was the quickest driver yesterday, and let's see if he can do that. And Tom pushing through and onto the Cedar Straight, and let's see if he can make up some of the time at the top of the hill. 108 miles an hour, that's looking good for that. Green sectors all the way through. Ashes is on a personal best this weekend, so let's see if he can go through. Good momentum through Museum, but goes through the finish line at 49.83, so just 8 tenths down from Stuart Bickley. So close competition between the two. I'm sure there's more to come from those two drivers.
Yeah, really, really close competition at the top. There's several drivers, all who could improve and make inroads into that standings. We'll see how that goes on the second run in a little while. Carol Nichols next in her Nike Mark IV. She's part of the Formula Ford category. This is one of the classic Formula Fords we've got here. They run all the way up to 1994, so those later cars tend to be the quicker ones. However, Carol Nichols knows this hill very well. She's out in this car every weekend pretty much, and nice run for her, heading up towards the finishing line. She'll cross the line with a 69.4. Nice solid run, but Mike Gallery is on a quick one. His Van Diemen RF 85. That's an 80s design, so much newer than Carol's, and has a much better chassis and setup than hers, so will be a much quicker machine in general. Mike rounding Museum now, heading up towards the finishing line. He's got purples on most of the sectors, so does 61.57, just misses out on the top spot. However, Les Buck is going quick as well in his Bringrett Mistral. He seems to have got a good speed through keepers. We'll see whether he can catch up. And behind him is Caroline Ryder in that Van Diemen RF86. And yesterday she was definitely one to watch.
Yeah, it's a good time for Micah, 61.57. That's not far off the best time yesterday in the dry and the more sunny condition. Les Buck through to the finish line, and Les Buck yesterday her best time is 61.18, and the 61 that is put
Really good time.
car first, so good. Caroline Ryder was the quickest of our Formula 4 drivers, and it looks to be looking to do that and put the time on the leaderboard at the very top. Caroline Ryder, a very good driver in this car, and all those drivers always enjoy this Formula 4. They're so simple, easy to run as well, and Caroline Ryder keeping the momentum through the last corner and through the finish line of 59.29. Sarah Bosworth locked up a little bit of the wheels on the inside of Triangle, and we are going to have a good battle between the two ladies here at the top of the leaderboard between Sarah and Caroline.
Yeah, and what's interesting, we've got a Ryder and a Summers challenging for the British Hillclimb Championship, and we've got a Ryder and a Summers challenging each other in this Formula Ford category. So interesting to see throughout the field all of those connections. So Sarah Bosworth heading up towards the finishing line. It's going to be a nice run, a 60.41, just shy of Caroline Ryder's time, but those two at the top there, as Jimmy Harris has come out in his Van Diemen RF85. Popular machines, these mid-80s Van Diemens, very quick little cars, and heading up some quick times in that middle section of the hill. Let's see whether that momentum carries on, whether Jimmy can take the top spot. A little puff of smoke from the tyres, heading up into Museum and then on towards the finishing line. It's going to be a quick one, 57.92.
Yeah, that's where we expected Jimmy to be yesterday. Posted a 57.25, so a fantastic time, and he takes the lead by quite a margin. And our roving reporter just let us know that the
Kelvin Broad's machine,
Kelvin Broad
in fact break a chain.
Yeah, so it's a broken chain, so that's why he was keen to get out of the car, and it's a crunch time to fix the car for Alex so he can jump in the car. Alex, I think, is the next batch of cars. Whether they can do it in time for that first run in the morning will be a bit of a challenge. And Pete Tatum, who aborted his run early on, was an engine issue, didn't sound it right, and as
it was a misfire, as you thought.
It was a misfire, so
good reporting there, Owen. Thank you very much. That keeps us informed. Doesn't explain what the vapour I saw coming off the back of Pete Tatham's car was then, but that could have just been oil overflow sort of thing, a breather pipe. Or
maybe just a little bit of vapour from the hot exhaust, from the mist of this morning, I think.
Yeah, although I suppose if it's misfiring, it'll be running off, so that could produce some exhaust. Apparently the Subaru that was looked like it was overheating in the top paddock, that was actually just oil burning off from the exhaust. It had a major oil leak yesterday when one of the pipes came off, and that sort of flooded the engine bay. So just as it got hot, it was just burning off some of the oil from around the engine exhaust, that sort of thing. So nothing wrong with that Subaru, luckily. Hippos, Benoit.
I like hippos too.
Yeah, what hippos are we looking at? I'm confused.
Well, I don't know if we have one hippo on the hill. We usually have deer.
We've got the deer, certainly no hippos.
Rabbits, ducks, a lot of wildlife, but we have not seen hippos just yet.
So if the Scania Sweden 780, if you could just clarify which hippos you've seen, that would be helpful, because we missed them. And hippos on the track certainly will be a red flag, I believe. There's our friend Dave and Hannah with the MG Maestro. They're off away for towards Anglesey soon, and yes, Owen will be pleased that that Maestro is running well. Dave has had some trouble with he's been here a few times this year and had endless misfire issues on that Maestro, so great to see that they've managing to overcome those problems. So excellent stuff there. And then yeah, it is, well, to be honest, it's not a beautiful day here for hill climbing. It's a bit cold and overcast, but it's going well anyway, so that's fine. Hopefully all those watching, even those as young as 6, can enjoy some of this hill climbing. Hello, Alexis, glad you're joining in the hill climbing. Let us know what your favourite car is. Benoit, do you have a favourite car from this weekend?
We said we're not doing favourite cars
yes,
because
that's
he's
right.
been
No,
cursing.
no, that's right. Sorry, I'll take that back. We've managed to curse several people over the year, and their cars have had issues when we've said we liked them. Yesterday morning, we mentioned we like a car, and on its first practice run, it found the tyre barrier and broke. So we've decided now to retire our commentator's curse, or try to anyway. So we're glad others are watching, though. Do keep us informed as to what you think on the chat, or if you're here at Loton itself, come and find Owen, who's currently floating around the paddock. We've got Chris with us this weekend as well. He'll be around, you can chat to him, and then myself and Benoit will be in the paddock at various times also, so do keep on coming and talking to us and letting us know what you think. Now would be a great time, Benoit, to say, I think, a big thank you to all of the marshals and staff here at Loton who are putting on this brilliant event. We couldn't do it without any of the marshals for keeping the hill safe, but we also need those who are volunteering in the offices and behind the scenes, keeping everything running, the timing officials, the scrutineers, everybody who makes an event here at Loton happen. So thank you to all of those. Your time and efforts are hugely appreciated, not just by myself and Benoit, but by everybody who enjoys motorsport. We need you all, so thank you very much.
Yes, it's always, we can't say it enough. Big thank you to everyone, the rescue, ambulance team, everyone in the office around this paddock who's making those events possible. And as always, a great work from Rich and Ali, who have been putting this live stream as well on throughout the seasons, and it's always appreciated from everyone here at Loton Park. I hope you're having a great day. Looking to warm up. If you haven't made any arrangement for lunchtime, just a reminder, there is a catering van at the top of the paddock where you can have some hot and cold sandwiches and hot food, so you can head there if you want to warm up or just want hot coffee or tea. And I think our shop is still open, so go and have a browse in the shop as well if you want to grab one of a end of season bargain. This is all open. I'm not seeing the ice cream van around the paddock, but we will see that coming through probably later on. Alan Broom is on the start line, and he'll be kicking off the action for the next batch of cars.
So lots of interesting stories going on in the paddock, lots of action on the hill, and as we move on to Alan Broom, he's away from the line in his Empire Evo, and he'll be setting us a good benchmark time as he carries on this run. And we've got some interesting stuff to come in this next batch. Lots of good cars, and here we have Alan coming down into Triangle, nice and neat and tidy through there, heading up towards Keepers now. He'll head around Keepers, seems to be taking it sensibly on his first run out rather than pushing too fast. Obviously he will set green sectors as this is his first run today, but it means he's not actually going to be worrying the very top of the field, I don't think. Doing nice and tidy job though. It's good to get a good solid run if you can. Alan heading up towards the finish line. He will cross the line with a 60.35 when we switch to Lynn Owen. Great start for Lynn off the line, and that OMS 28 seems to be going very well. Good time through to loggerheads, down towards Triangle now. 69 miles an hour through that speed trap. Tight in around Triangle, up towards Keepers, and still setting purple times. Looks like Lynn is on an absolute flyer. I should say also we've shifted now to category L. This is the big cars over 2 litres.
Yeah, Lynn is setting up the benchmark for all our drivers. That's where we got purple sectors on our screen. Also stands corrected, Mr. Whippy is around. So if you want an ice cream here in your Loton Park, go and get an ice cream. Doesn't matter the temperature really, there's no weather for and time for a nice ice cream. Bernard Cavill, the first of the driver in this OMS 28 as well, he's heading up the hill onto the Cedar Straight already, having a good run so far, and Gary Hill as well continues, and he will be the one of the first drivers as well running in Class J2. So Gary Hill will be also the pace setter in this class. Gary's running these OMS 2000M. They're home for 22 years, and after COVID he reminded himself that he had this car in the garage, and he was like, that would be a great idea. So he first campaigned this car onto circuit racing, and after this he was like, that's a great idea to campaign this car on the hills of the UK. Gary Hill, a regular contender this year, and has been running real well so far this weekend. Gary Hill putting a good time, and he'll be going through the finish line in 50.05.
Yeah, nice run for Gary in category J2. We are switching through categories a little bit as we get through some of these shared drives. Nicola Menges next with the Gould GR55B, and so we'll be switching back to category L for that. So try and keep up, everybody. It's sometimes a bit hard, and we'll see. It all washes out in the end. So Bernard Cavill currently top of category L with a 53-second run. That's not very close to the class record, and the class record could be very important. The championship will be decided, the British Hillclimb Championship will be decided in category L, and Alex Summers needs to get a class record to get the extra bonus point really, and I think a 41.91 by Wallace Menges, that's going to be hard to top today. So Matt Ryder hoping that Alex Summers can't quite manage that. Alex with a bit of a mountain to climb, as it were, not just hill climbing for him today, but mountain climbing also. Nicola Menges on the track though, and a nice solid run in this very smart looking Gould as she heads up onto Cedar Straight.
Yeah, Nicola Menges yesterday was putting time in the 51 second, and it's looking good on that first run. She'll be looking to set the pace for the rest of the cars. This is one of the big engine car that we are seeing up the hill. Nicola Menges through to the finish line in a time of 52.59. So that's quickest so far. Meanwhile, Sean Gould in the Gould GR59, the car of his own name, and Sean having a good run, although he just locks up onto the entry of the corner, but no problem through, keeps it all nice and tidy through Triangle, puts the power down through and onto the entry of Keepers, and he's already flying through the Cedar Straight, and he'll be using all the power at the back of that car to go through the top. Let's look at the speed trap, 111 miles an hour for this car, and it goes and carries on the momentum onto Museum, and it's a good run so far for Sean. That's looking very good for him through the finish line at 47.16.
Yeah, really good run for Sean, and that car we'll see out soon with Matt Ryder behind the wheel, and that's when it will get important in terms of championship positions. However, we've got Mark Shankler on track currently in his Force TA. He's coming down through Triangle up towards Keepers, and he gets it wrong. He slides off into the tyre barriers, and that will bring out a red flag. Luckily that short section isn't too fast, so as he backed in there won't have been any huge impact, just he'll have wedged the car up against the tyres, and I've seen him moving around. I don't think that is a major problem.
Yeah, and meanwhile Alan Wolverton, who was following him, has been red flagged, so we'll be taking the escape road to the paddock, and I'll be joining the queue back out again. Mark Shankler, just the rear left of the car has just hit the tyre wall. All seems okay. We have prime sight from where we are standing here, Alex. So we'll be keeping you informed as we go through. The marshal's already attending and speaking to Mark. We'll be looking to see if the car can be wheeled back to the paddock in its home, still in four wheels, but I think he was pretty heavy hit in the rear left, so that's what I'm going to try and look at. Mark out of the car.
Yeah, he seems all right, stepping out quite happily. Doesn't seem to be in pain or anything like that. We'll get the recovery vehicles on site very shortly, I would have thought, and they will be able to lift that car away. And with any luck, there's no damage to any of the tyres or anything like that. So obviously red flag whilst they deal with that issue. We've got our marshals and our crews dealing with that, so we can't have any running on the hill, so a slight pause in running. It's great to see so many spectators here today and enjoying the action from this final round of the championship. It's brilliant to see people here watching it live in person at Loton Park. You are all very welcome here. We love it when there's a bigger crowd, and it's excellent to see everybody joining in.
The shop's open. 10% off everything. Lots of bargains. Okay, give it a look. Look. Joe's already had a go. She said you did well yesterday.
So yeah, Mark just out of the car. Our marshals are just checking. I think we might have to go through rebuilding the tyre wall. I think few of the tyres just were moved out of place. And then meanwhile the recovery track has just made its appearance. It's a very short drive from where the recovery track is usually standing, so that'll be probably a quick one, and all our marshals will be doing a great job checking the car and making sure that the car can be recovered safely to the paddock. They're all very trained and experienced people who will be looking to recover the track as safely as possible. Hopefully we'll have a good look as to what the condition of the car is and if possibly this can be recovered. Mark Shankler out of the car. I think he'll probably walk back to the paddock.
We've got a replay. If you're able to watch on HillClimb.TV, you can see Mark coming into triangle there, and as he goes in, he seems to lose it before Peepers. And possibly as he hit the brakes, it seems the back end sort of starts to wobble a bit. So slightly unusual that. I'm not really sure what happened. Hopefully well, we might be able to get one of our roving reporters to have a chat with him later, and we'll find out what the deal is. It did seem as he before he turned for the corner, the car had started to lose it, so I suspect it was a braking issue rather than a grip issue. Certainly I could see on the track surface big black line, which from what would be the right hand wheel as it went around. So yeah, not really sure there. We'll find out if we can. I think it most likely there was a slight braking issue, which is what caused that, or maybe something let go, a component like we saw with the Hillman, the trailing arm on the Hillman Imp yesterday snapped when that sent the car around, in a very similar issue at the top of the hill where there's a bit more runoff, so there was less of an impact to the car on that occasion. But maybe I think either braking or suspension component at the rear perhaps.
Yeah, it does feel like it's all either this or the brake balance was probably out, and just as Mark started to touch the brakes, he just spun and locked the rear wheels almost. But good to see Mark out of the car. That's the most important thing. Hopefully it doesn't brings an end to his day, and the car can be fixed. But usually when the recovery truck is out, it's never a good sign. And it was quite a heavy hit into the tyre wall.
It looks quite wedged, so sometimes extracting it from where it lands can cause damage. Hopefully nothing serious. It looks like the ambulance crew have done their job, which is great. He'll get checked over as a matter of course, but by the way the ambulance is slowly reversing, it seems that Mark is fine, and he'll probably be more worried about his car now than anything else. So our excellent recovery team just lifting the car out of the barriers, and it looks mostly in one piece, to be honest. A few dents and scrapes. That rear wing doesn't look too happy.
No, and I think the rear right wheel doesn't look straight.
Yeah, well, that's what caught the impact, is the rear end, which is actually, safety-wise, that's the best way to hit a tyre wall, is backwards. You're less likely to do damage to the driver by going in backwards. So, luckily, Mark maybe a bit winded, but nothing serious, and the car maybe a few. Yeah, it doesn't look. That rear end doesn't look too happy. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see Mark out again today, unfortunately. I think there's quite a bit to happen there, and these guys, it's not like Formula One where they can carry an entire car's worth of spare parts. They have a few bits and pieces with them in their trucks, but they don't have everything. So when rear suspension components need replacing, it's unlikely they've got all of that with them.
I'm sure if we were to speak to all of the drivers on the paddock and all the spares they would carry, each driver would carry, they would probably be able to cobble a car together.
maybe yeah.
For someone. I know some will be carrying wings and rear wings, but not everyone will do that. Usually when things happen like this and the car can be repaired, there's always a great friendship and camaraderie between all the drivers. Like, everyone will...
Tell you what, if you're going to crash a car, crash a Force TA, because I'm just looking through and there's loads of Force TAs on the entry list. There's probably more spares here for Force TAs than any other car. So you're possibly right, Benoit.
You just ask around the paddock and I'm sure someone will happily help you. This is just the good spirit of the sport that we are in. Everyone will be helping, and there's always helping hand that you'll find in the paddock, and people will be very happy to lend you a part if you haven't got one or anything like this, and they just want to make sure that you can finish the day and make sure you can go out again. So good. There was a few reports that we wanted to share from our roving reporter. The Kelvin Brook car is back out and it's been repaired with a new chain, so that's good news for Alex Coles. He can carry on pushing for the rest of the day. It's not an unusual thing, those chains to go. There's so much power and torque from those supercharged engine that goes through the rear wheels for those to snap. Obviously you don't want those chains to snap at the wrong time, but this is typically the sort of spares they would carry, because it's probably a thing that can fail at some point throughout the year. So good news for Alex and Kelvin. Both will be out again. Kelvin obviously probably a bit disappointed that he can't put a time on the board. He'll be able to do one later today. Meanwhile, the recovery action is going strongly, and all our marshals are putting the tyre wall back together. It looks like it's all looking okay. It's a sad side is always that we don't want to see from any competitors. Not fun to see a car on the back of the recovery track. Those things happen, but the most important, Mark, is okay, and that's what matters the most.
Yeah, I think another couple of, as we head towards the Category L runners, a couple of things to talk about. Don't forget, we've got a tight championship. Matt Ryder only needs to be in the top 3 in the runoff to clinch the championship, whereas Alex Summers is heading for winning and class records, which is a really tall order today. So don't forget to keep an eye out for that as we come up. But from yesterday, we had some really interesting running on different tyres. 2 of our Class L drivers in the British Hillclimb Championship were running on Hoosier rubber, which is new for the championship. Looking ahead towards next year, a new tyre manufacturer is needed as Avon tyres are no longer available. So we had a few guys running on the Hoosiers yesterday and were setting comparable times to the Avon rubber. So it looks like a potential new tyre supplier could well be in the making with Hoosier rubber. So that is worth keeping an eye on. Certainly over the winter there'll be announcements as to exactly what's going to happen, but it looks like could be a viable option running Hoosiers next year. Yeah, as I said, keep an eye as we get into these Category L people on the Matt Ryder, Alex Summers positions. They're the guys who really are fighting for the championship, and it's all Matt Ryder is in the strongest position, but Alex Summers, he's the one to watch. He's the one who could win or lose it today. So that's going to be exciting stuff coming up very shortly as the circuit is clear and we're getting ready to run again.
Yes, and Liam Cooper were lining up the Force TA on the line, and it'll be interesting, Alex, to see if the championship next year will be running maybe 2 manufacturers of tyres. It'll be interesting to see if that would become a thing. I think Hoosier's just looking to gauge interest and see how they are getting feedback, which is probably the right approach to get into the sport. Tyres is such a vital and important component of the car on those hills, so it'll be interesting to see how they compare. Liam Cooper having a good run so far, and in the Force TA, this one will hopefully go straight through the corners and into keepers, no problem, and Liam having a good run. I'm just going to take a quick look at the time that has been posted from those cars yesterday, and Liam Cooper 51.60, so we'll be aiming to replicate that time, or at least try to get as close as possible, and looking good so far. Let's see if he can beat Olivier in that same car.
Yeah, so Liam Cooper heading towards the finishing line. He'll do a 54.64, puts him mid-table in category J2, as we then have Alan Warburton's Gould's GR59 up next. Alan is setting some good times, sectors as he goes through the speed trap, 113 miles an hour. He's looking like this is going to be a quick run. Gary Hill's currently top with 50.05. Let's see where Alan Warburton can take this. Can he drop below that 50-second mark? He does, 49.10. A good run for Alan Warburton, and currently fastest in J2.
Yeah, Alan was the fastest driver, second fastest driver yesterday, just behind Richard Spedding, and they posted a 47.79, so he's quite close. But let's have a look at the run that Richard Spedding can put through in that beautiful GWR Raptor 2. I think it's one of the prettiest car on the hill, and it's a great livery.
It is a great livery, yes.
A little bit of an homage to the art cars from BMW that we have seen at Le Mans, and it just looks quick standing, I think. And Richard Spedding a good launch off the line, and let's see if he can take the lead of that class. That's what we are looking for with Richard, and he does so. And he's coming into view here, 90 miles an hour as he enters triangle. No fast through triangle, and goes through keepers, absolutely flying through those 2 corners, and he'll be putting his foot down through the straight and pushes through to the end, and good speed, 110 miles an hour as he hit the brake before the entry of Fallow. Turns the car left onto the curb and goes through to Museum, carries that momentum all the way through, and he'll be going up the gears through to the finish. And it's a time for Richard of 47.38. That's the closest driver I have seen to their best time yesterday.
Yeah, it is a bit colder today, and so people struggling to get heat in tyres will mean that they'll struggle to get as quick a time as they did yesterday, which doesn't bode well for Alex Summers beating the class record in the category L, which is what he needs to do for the championship. So that's definitely a factor that we'll have to take into account as we see Ian Tucker's OMS heading towards the finishing line. 54.87 brings him right in at the top of category K1, and he's being followed by John Cottrell in that beautiful old Pilbeam MP82. This classic hill climb machine that John is campaigning up towards the Cedar Straight. Nice solid run for John, however, doesn't seem to be the quickest in class so far. Ian Tucker's 54 is a good run for these machines. This is cars between 1600 and 2 litres, naturally aspirated, so no turbos, no superchargers, just the engine on its own. And he'll cross the line now, 57.62. That'll end up mid-table, I think.
Yes, good run for John. Best time yesterday, 55.92, so just deep under the 56-second mark. Kevin Craven having a good run as well on this one. And Kevin yesterday had a few issues. I think had a fair run early on Saturday, but looking good so far. It's looking good for Kevin, and let's see what time speed he can do. 87 miles an hour at the speed trap, and onto the entry of follow onto the blind entry corner of Museum, and Mark Hemingway is just gone wide at the
just come off at Fletcher's Dello.
Yeah, Fletcher's Dello, and he's just caught one of the
he is in that shot, I promise
marker.
you.
And we can almost see him.
You'll see in a moment as the rescue crew rush down to him. Mark has gone off backwards from Fletcher's Dello and ended up in the long grass, and that's where the deer normally hang out. So hopefully he's not being accompanied by any deer. But he's now backwards into that long grass, and unfortunately Mark was having a great run that's ended up in the grass, and he's done that a few times this weekend, hasn't he? He's an all or nothing guy, it seems.
All looks okay for Mark, and it looks like he's put a wheel, the right wheel on the grass, and that just spun the car, and it looks like that's just been it's just been sliding. So he's collected flip-flops on the way, and it just shows that you just don't want to put a wheel on the green stuff here, especially today.
Yeah, a bit like Mark Shankler, it was that rear end seemed to snap around under braking. So possibly a similar sort of thing is that under heavy braking, the tyres, which will be very cold because it is quite chilly here today, they just don't have that heat to create the grip, and they're just sort of snapping on the drivers. But Mark Hemingway has had a weekend of it. He's been pushing really hard and got some really good times, but then he's also had a few off-track excursions. So a bit of a full-on weekend for Mark. Now I remember, Benoit, we said how much we liked the colour of that car, how that green was so nice and such a beautiful colour. So is this another case of commentator's curse? Have we doomed that car to failure by saying that we like the colour of it?
I dread to think about it. No. I think Mark has been pushing this weekend. He's been finding the limit, I think, yesterday. Looks like we're just able to push the car back on the track. There's a tyre wall just...
I'm not sure he got as far as the tyre wall.
To the right of that, on the outside of that corner. It looks like he may have managed not to hit that tyre wall. There's also some old bits of concrete that we have from previous life of Loton Park here. So that was the one thing I was worried about, but the car looks okay. Our marshals have just been pushing the cars and making their life a little bit more difficult by pushing it uphill. Mark Hemingway has just fired the car. He's driving probably back to the paddock on its 4 wheels. So it all looks okay, and looks like they might just send him round the paddock. So just reversing the car, and then it looks like he might have to try again later today, and trying to keep everything together. But yeah, it just shows that if you put a wheel on the grass today, it will just throw you out. And we have seen a few times here at Loton Park this year, especially early in the season, in April and May, where conditions might have still been a bit wet and damp, and that's now. So now we have a battle between the reversing ambulance and
the gravity powered.
And Mark just trying not to roll under the ambulance. So it's kind of a bullfight between the two.
Yeah, I've just got a message from our roving reporter Owen, who has an update from Mark Shankler. And Mark said that on acceleration, the cold tyres just span, and that's what sent his car into the tyre wall. Unfortunately for him, there's too much to fix, and it won't be repaired today, so he's done for the day. But I think that's very similar to what we just saw with Mark Hemingway here. So both Marks, I think, finding cold tyres and not enough grip, which is interesting. So yeah, that's unfortunate for old Mark Shankler. His weekend is done. With any luck, the car is fixable, even if they need to take it back to the workshop and get it done there. Mark Hemingway's car seems to be in reasonable condition. It's stopped currently, I think, due to lack of gravity. So there it goes again. Oh, he's managed to start it. That's impressive. But the car is obviously running, and other than a bit of grass in the side pods, seems to be okay. So somehow
I like to say he's just added more green.
Yeah, that's it. Mark Hemingway's got away with it again, and although he has had a few moments, he's not suffered greatly from them. So we should see Mark Hemingway out a bit later on again, and that's brilliant. But I wonder whether it is just a cold tyres issue that we're seeing on some of these guys, not being able to get the power on without them spinning and throwing them off the track.
Yeah, I think it was more on this particular case, the right rear wheel on the grass, which just spun. And sometimes there's a big step between the tarmac and the grass, and that can also just upset the balance of the car. And that's obviously one thing to look out for the drivers today. That was swiftly recovered, so another great work from all our marshals here today on the hill. So good job again, and we're back out again with action. So we've got the Pilbeam, who is that the car that was red flagged? I believe so.
So 131 is next on the line, and we'll pick up again running. There we see Michael Tregoning in his Pilbeam, and he'll be next up the hill. Away from the line he goes. Good start for Michael. 2.33 in that first 64 foot. That's not bad. Anything down near 2 seconds is where you want to be for that first section. Round to loggerheads, and we'll see how the times go. 14.3. Now Michael's not quite as up with the top end pace in class. It's a good solid run for him though. Has to back out of the accelerator a little bit there, so obviously finding grip levels a bit tricky as well. So this cold weather not boding well for really fast times. We have, however, seen a class record go today, so it's not out of the impossible. But we'll see as the cars get a bit bigger and faster how they cope with these cold conditions. Michael heading up now towards the finishing line. And across the line, 55.21 puts him second in class. It was a good solid run, but I think he probably had to pull out a few times, and so I think there's more there for Michael if he wants it.
Yeah, I think it was just a bit tricky to find traction out of a triangle, so probably has had a word of warning from Aussie drivers who have been up the hill earlier. And it'll be interesting to see how it bodes for the Aussie drivers. We've got Aaron Colborne next, I believe, on the line, and he's just going to warm up the tyres as he goes through on the start line. Both our marshals will be lining the timing beam at the front of the car with the strut of the car, and that's what triggers the timing. And then Toby on the right is just putting the boot just to hold the car in position, and Aaron will be looking at the lights on the left, and as soon as the light will go green, he'll dip the clutch and push on the accelerator. As he does so, 2.5 through at the 64 foot, and a good run so far onto the left corner, which has got a couple of drivers early this morning, so no problem for Aaron. Aaron has been posting really competitive time yesterday. 50.29 was his best time, so let's see if he can replicate that run. A little bit of a wag of the tail on the exit as he puts the power down at triangle, but no problem through the second part of the run. It's looking good for him, and this Van Diemen RF02 powered by a Ford engine has been doing real well in this season and last year as well. Aaron Colborne of having a good run in the second part of the hill. He's making a lot of time through those corners, and it's a 51.09.
Yeah, a very good run for Aaron Colborne there. I do think that's a smart-looking car, and another smart-looking car, Tim Elmer's Dallara F3. The rear wing on this is really purposeful. Look at the massive, great, big, wide wing, and it's very low. The car always looks quite mean and ready to do business. So, Tim Elmer about to go away from the line. Really good start for Tim, and he powers up towards that first turn at Hall. Gives the quarter marker a bit of a wide berth. It's a very wide car. You can see how much of the road that he is filling with this machine, but it all seems to be under control. These big wide tyres will give him plenty of grip, so maybe not so much of an issue for Tim as he heads up round keepers onto Cedar Straight. Not currently worrying Aaron Colborne's times. We'll see as he gets to the top whether the big Dallara F3 chassis has more in it, but no, it doesn't seem to be. We'll see where he ends up as he heads now towards the finishing line. It's looking like it'll be a good run. 52.63, not a bad time, puts him second in class, but not quite up with Aaron Colborne's time as we move on to Andrew Henson and his Gould Dallara.
Yes, Andrew Henson having a great run in this car, and Andrew Henson usually in the top 5, so that's where we'd expect Andrew Henson to put the car through. Good momentum through and is on a really good run so far. Andrew is through to the finish line, and it's a time for him of a 50.86, so that gives him the class lead so far. And we have next Jonathan Varley, who's lining up and current class record holder in this class at the wheel of his GWR Predator, and that's powered by a 2-litre V8 engine. And Jonathan Varley, the 2024 British Hillclimb Cup champion and the Midland Hillclimb champion here, so he has a bit of work to do to see if he can win the runoff against Graham Wynne. So Jonathan will be launching the car 2.18, the best launch of that class so far. And Jonathan Varley, local here from Telford, the regular contender here at Loton Park, knows this track very well, and he'll be looking to post a good time. Yeah, looking good so far.
What Owen was saying earlier, Jonathan Varley, he's already won the British Hillclimb Cup, he's already won the British Hillclimb, the tyres, It's the... Yes, he's aiming for the Win Development's Top 10 Challenge, so he's already won 2 of the awards this year, but he has to beat Graham Wynn for the title, so good times here are essential for him to get into the runoffs.
Yeah, 47.29, and that's a good enough time, I think, to get into the runoff. I think this morning, I think if we do a 45 this morning, that'll be an exceptional time, but we'll see if some quicker drivers that come through with the bigger engine and more power will be getting into those time. Richard Alexander already making good progress through the second part, and you can see everything's on show. If you're wondering what's on the back of this car, it's a 1300 turbocharged engine, and you can see the turbo on the right side of that car. Goes through to the finish line of 59.19, takes the class lead.
Yes, good run there for Richard Alexander as we then switch to John Chalmers. Nice slide out of triangle there for John in his Ralt F3. This car has been running quickly this weekend, so we'll see whether John can continue. He's currently got purple sectors as he runs up through all of these timing sections. 103 through the speed trap. It's looking like a quick run. Currently 59.19 is the time to aim for, and that will be very good if he can get even lower than that. Let's see where he goes. 51.62, just a shade quicker. Good run for John.
Yeah, and fantastic to see Alex Coles, who has been able to repair the car, fit a new chain, and is now able to take his run. He's another contender who will be looking to get into the top 10 runoff, and Alex is an absolute flyer in this car. He's been driving this car beautifully all season long, 119 miles an hour at the end of the Cedar Straight. That's the quickest we've seen so far this morning. Alex Coles pushing that car through to the finish, a little bit wide on the exit, but no problem. Goes through to the finish line of 46.92, so that'll give him a good spot, I think.
Yeah, that's an impressive lead he's got over the rest of that class. A really good run for Alex Coles. Pleased he managed to get that car out again. And yes, we're now following William Longridge up the hill in his Empire Wraith. Very capable cars these. You could just see the speed as the car bounces its way up the straight there. Sparks coming from the underside. And William fighting it through fallow into Museum then a little bit, struggling to find the line he wanted, aiming towards the finishing line and across the line. Good run, 51.25, so possibly more time there for William, but it'll be a lot to get close to Alex Coles in that 46.92. That's an incredible run.
Yeah, the driver in this class who can probably get close to that time is probably Paul Hames. And he'll be looking to get closer to that time. However, we have not seen Paul Hames running.
No,
was Paul expected in this run? I think so.
Yeah.
And not sure if anything has happened to that car, or if Paul will be tagging along to the next batch of cars. Yeah, slight worry for Paul, because obviously we have a battle between 9 and 10 for Paul and Jack Cottrell, whether it will be a single or double digit between those two drivers. So yeah, we'll have to report on that to see how Paul Hames is doing, whether there's a mechanical issue which has prevented him from taking his run. We'll see if he just tags along to the rest of the other cars potentially in the next batch of cars.
Yeah.
I will hope so.
And the next batch of cars is where we see the real big guns. We're getting into the top runners of the British Hillclimb Championship. You can spot the important cars. They will have the race numbers 1 to 10. That's their reward for placing in the championship last season, is to get one of those numbers. So any of those guys are the ones to really keep an eye on, and we'll be getting those really quick guys coming up very, very shortly. And I think in the next batch we have some shared cars to start with, and then some other single-seaters before we find our way into those championship contenders. Matt Ryder and Alex Summers being the ones that we really need to see. And just while we have this pause, I'm going to do a quick plug for HillClimb.TV. Thank you to everybody who supports the channel through monthly donations. You can become a supporting member of HillClimb.TV. There's 3 stages of this, as little as I think 99p for the tyre warming, and then it goes up to I think £6 and then £12 or thereabouts. And if you pay a little bit a month, that just helps keep the channel running and improving. The HillClimb.TV isn't a profit-making organisation, so it needs support from as many people as possible to keep it on air, and it's been brilliant coverage all season long from Rich and the team, so thank you to them. And if you do want to support them, please do. It would be great to have more people supporting them and keeping them on the internet. So it's good to see HillClimb.TV here with us. Thank you to them for putting all that effort in. And it's great for everybody who is here at Loton Park with us. Thank you for coming and joining. We've got a bumper crowd with us today. I dread to think what the car park's like currently. It will be cars everywhere, I suspect. But whilst you're here, please do help support Loton Park and its friends. So if you have a few minutes, pop into the regalia shop, buy yourself some Loton Park merchandise. There's brilliant selection of t-shirts, jumpers, hoodies, jackets, all of the stuff you'd want, and all of it has an amazing, well, most of it has an amazing 10% off today, an end of season blowout. Go and get your Loton Park merchandise, represent your favourite hill climb venue and help support us. So please do head to the shop and consider purchasing stuff if you can. Also, don't forget, we have the bar, we have the catering van, we have the ice cream truck, plus ADM Limited and their paddock shop. Everybody offering interesting things. So please do spend a bit of the time today as you wander around the paddock and the hill. Pop into the shops and give them some of your hard-earned money, which will help keep everybody happy over winter. So please do help us all out. We appreciate everybody who comes along to these events as spectators. It's great to see so many, and we really appreciate your support, helping us keep this venue and the sport going.
Yes, thank you, Alex, and great to see all the cars now returning to the paddock. And we are now going to move up to class of racing cars over 2 litre. So this will be all the approach, and our roving reporter just has let us know that Paul Hems unfortunately is not running. Car is broken, and yeah, that's a shame for Paul. That means that'll probably guarantee a number 9 for Jack Cottrell at the back of the car, and probably a number 10. So that means Paul's just dropping 1 position compared to last year, but still an incredible season from both of those drivers to get into the top 10.
Yeah, that also means potentially somebody we'd expect to see in the runoff won't be there, which will open up a spot for somebody we might not expect to see in the runoff. So opportunities for people to have a good take advantage of that and have a good run, and so that'll be interesting to keep an eye on. Just like to say thank you to everybody who's with us on HillClimb.TV. Don't forget to like and share this stream, subscribe to the channel, it really helps them out, and it's great to have a big growing community of hill climb fans online, and do keep on entertaining us with your comments, and we'll try and answer some questions and things as the day goes on. Joseph Mackerel off now in his bright yellow. Well, we got into trouble yesterday. We're not 100% sure on how to pronounce the name of this car. There's 3 options: a Tigger, a Tiger and a Tiger. Choose your favourite, I suppose. Tigger maybe for today, but anyway, bright yellow Tigger SF83 of Joseph Mackerel, slightly smoky as it runs around. I'm not sure if that's a problem or whether it just always is slightly smoky. Peugeot engine, this isn't it, Benoit?
Yes, it is, and a bit smoky, as you say. We have not seen smoke yesterday. Hopefully nothing too bad, and they'll probably be able to run until the end of the day. That's a 1616 valve engine at the back of that car, and Joseph has been and Robin have been campaigning this car for a few years now. It goes through the finish line at 59.03. Meanwhile, we've got Simon Jenks coming into the entry of Triangle, and the car sounding okay this time, so it looks like that's okay. He was understeering. I was a little bit worried just looking at the camera. He was going wide outside of keepers, so Simon having a good run and pushing onto the entry of Fallon. Good run for Simon. Paul as well, now coming into view here at Triangle in this beautiful MS28 in the Jaguar F1 livery of the early 2000s, late 90s, and powered by the Jaguar's 3-litre V6 at the back of that machine. Paul, a regular contender here at Loton Park, goes all over the country to campaign that car, and he'll be looking to put a good time on the board as well.
Yeah, so Paul Croot heading up towards the top end, had a bit of understeer into Triangle, and possibly still struggling for grip in places due to the cold weather. And Paul Croot almost finishing his run. He'll be heading towards the line. Will he dip below the 60? Yeah, good run, 58.88 for him. Richard Summers next in that AFS P4T. This is the car that the Summers family have designed and built themselves, and it is an impressive bit of kit. This car is just getting better and better as time goes on, so look to see more and more from it. Richard coming round the top end from Museum. Let's see where he slots in the overall time. 52.45 puts him second so far. Very good run for Richard Summers, as we then switch to Stephen Owen in the OMS 28.
Yeah, Stephen Owen on a good run so far, and pushing that car into Triangle, and really on a charge, I think, from that. Stephen Owen was, I think, probably off the pace yesterday's best time of 49.51, so he's looking to try and get closer to that, and it's looking good so far for Owen, but it just looks like his front wing, one of the part of the wing is just slightly bent. I'm not sure if that happened on this run or was already on the car as he started. 50.80 nonetheless for Stephen Owen. So good run. Simon Andrew has taken over from Bernard Kevel in the OMS 28 and looking good so far as well. 89 miles an hour at the end of the straight for Simon Andrew, and he pushes through to the finish line. A good run for Simon from the look of it, very clean. And Harry Pick comes through as the next OMS 28.
Yeah, so we have Harry Pick next. His car was smoking a bit on the start line again. Hopefully no major issues there. Hard braking down into Triangle, but gets through nice and tight. It slides his way out. That was very cool. And round keepers up on Cedar Straight. We're now getting into some of the really quick drivers. Some of the top guys are coming up next. So we're getting into the really fast and furious running. Harry Pick, 104 miles an hour through the top speed trap as he heads round Fallow up towards Museum. Nice and tight through there, keeps it very tidy round and towards the finishing line. He does a 49.52 to go second overall. Sam Gould still the pace setter as Terry Graves comes out in his beautiful Gould DJ 55. Great looking machine this. Let's see if Terry can put in a good time heading on up the Cedar Straight.
Yeah, Terry yesterday was putting good time. A 52.38 was his personal best for this weekend, and it's looking good, very clean so far for Terry. And those big machines have got so much power that it's probably a bit of a challenge to put all that power down on the ground. A 53.05 puts him 7 in class. Meanwhile, Graham Wynn is currently standing on the line. It's that Gold GR59. That's the car that he has been sharing last year with Scott Moran, who has taken a year off. Hill climbing is still around the paddock. Scott Moran second in the championship last year. And Graham Wynn has been going from strength to strength in that car, really, and really pushing this machine to what it can do. A little bit of a lock-up onto the entry of Triangle, but no problem, carries the momentum through the second part of the hill.
Yeah, and Graham Wynn is fighting with Jonathan Varley for the Wynn Development's Top 10 Challenge Championship. So these two are only about a point separated, and with drop scores it could get very messy. So keep an eye on Graham Wynn and Jonathan Varley's times. We'll see how the two of them stack up against each other come the end of the runoffs. A 47.98 is a very good run for Graham Wynn, puts him second currently in class, but we're now getting into some of the really quick runners. Let's see how this fares. Jack Cottrell seems to be dropping back from the starting line. Hopefully nothing wrong with that car. No. Well, we'll see. Obviously not a happy machine. Jack out of the car by the look of it.
Yeah, I think he's just peering out of the cockpit to see where he's going.
Now, Jack had a problem yesterday, didn't he, of some sort? I can't think.
No, Jack had a pretty smooth running, I think. So you'll see, hopefully, that it can be put back into order.
Yeah.
Might have been a small issue that Jack has spotted as he was on the start line. Might be something small. I was just comparing the times between Graham Wynn and Jonathan Varley. Jonathan Varley this morning did a 47.29, Graham Wynn a 47.98. So Jonathan Varley still in it to see if he can snatch the Top 10 Challenge win at the end of that season. David Oren now on the line, number 8, the Gore GR 55B regular side on the hills of the hills here in the UK. David Oren always try in this car, and he goes through, launches off the line, 2.19, that's a good launch for him. Very clean onto the left-hander, and he'll push us through the double left-hander, always tricky corners, and this into Fletcher's, that's off camber into the entry of Triangle already, 91 miles an hour as he hit the speed traps. Puts the power down, exiting Triangle onto Keepers, keeps the car into the inside of the corner, pushes through to the second part of the hill, and he goes through to the entry of Fallow, 150 miles an hour onto the left-hander. Go first, and quick time. Locks the wheel onto the entry of Museum, pushes through to the finish line. That'll be a very good time for David, a 45.91.
Yeah, good run there. I've just heard Jack Cottrell's got a broken drive shaft, so they're going to try and fix that, but he may not get out in time for this run, as we see Trevor Willis, and he's had some good purple sectors on this run. Looks like it could be a quick one for him. Trevor breaking the speed trap, 111 miles an hour. Excellent time for him so far. Let's see if he can improve in the last few sectors, try and push his way up that board a little bit. 46.23 second. David here is still hanging on at the top.
Yeah, a fantastic time from David already. He had a really, really good run. And Trevor Willis 46.23 as well. Very impressive run. Will Hall was the quickest driver yesterday, and that took me a bit by surprise. He's definitely capable of that, but he's just been putting the best time yesterday, so very impressive time.
Yeah, good time so far. Purple from Peaks for Will Hall means that this will be a quick run if he can continue that pace. He heads out of Triangle, nice and smooth through Keepers, up onto the Cedar Straight. It's still looking very good. I think Will Hall will be jumping to the top of the board if he continues this pace. Meanwhile, Alex Summers has left the line, and he's one that needs to set blistering pace. So we'll keep an eye on him in the picture-in-picture view, bottom left, as Will Hall rounds Museum and heads towards the finishing line. He crosses line 45.06, a great run for Will Hall, as Alex Summers is only getting greens, which means this won't be a better time than Will's, as Alex got the pace in the car today to get that class record, which he really needs in terms of the championship.
Yeah, and also great run this morning, 45.06 for Will Hall. Yesterday dipped under the 43-second mark with a 42.94. Alex Summer pushing so far on that final part of the course, and he's through the finish line of 46.01. That gives him third so far in class. This will be enough for the runoff, but we'll see what he can do on that runoff. Matthew Ryder has just launched off the line, 2.01, so very clean. Manages to go through the first corner, and it probably notices the lack of grip as the temperatures haven't really risen so far this morning. Onto the entry of Triangle, 94 miles an hour, the speed trapped. Very clean outside of Triangle, quickest of any driver I've ever seen coming out of that corner. He's really been putting the power down. Matt Ryder putting so far green sectors, but he's made up a lot of speed and time on the Cedar Straight. He carries through the speed to the entry of Museum, locks the wheels a little bit, but it's looking good so far. He'll be probably dipping under the 45-second mark with a time of 44.51.
A great run for Matt Ryder. He's really stamping his authority on today and the championship, as we see outgoing champion Wallace Menges make a mistake, a rare mistake for Wallace at Hall. He doesn't have the grip under braking and goes straight on. I suspect that it's what we've seen on several cars over the weekend. They just leave their braking a bit too late and then use the runoff that is at that first corner just to escape to safety. So a mistake from our reigning champion Wallace Menges, very unusual.
Yeah, very unusual. We'll probably make John Langmead feel a bit better. He'll think that even the best ones did get caught this morning. Wallace, obviously a fair runner, will probably need to be pushed back. I think there is a tyre wall just outside, on the outside of that corner. Hopefully he hasn't hit that tyre wall.
Well, I think none of the emergency vehicles have rushed off, so I suspect he's stopped short and is probably mostly embarrassed rather than anything else.
Yeah, and then he's looking for reverse, but he's like, oh no, that's not the city car, it's the racing car, so there's no reverse on those machines. Here's a replay from Wallace, and then just launch off the line very cleanly as usual, and then straight through.
The speakers are really quiet.
Oh, well, you have to chat to Gareth.
I will.
If you see him around.
That's definitely too quiet. There's a big crowd there now.
Yeah, if you see Gareth, mention it. Lovely, cheers Chris.
Might be different with others.
Yeah, I think that's why he turned it down.
So Wallace just has been helped by the marshal to reverse the car. He's got a big flat patch on the front tyres of that car, and it's just being pushed back, and they're just cleaning the tyres to make sure we don't drag too much.
I hope that young marshal's careful with that wing. They're strong things, but it's not great to push and pull on them.
Yeah, it'll be fine. They're all big old carbon thing, which I'm sure we'll be happy to push through, and here you go. You'll be able to just use the force of gravity to head down to the paddock. It looks like he might just leave some space, so we've cleared up the start line, and we'll be sweeping a little bit off the tarmac, make sure all the different bits of leaves and gravel that Wallace may have brought to this, but that's a surprise. That means Wallace may not be able to qualify for that runoff this morning.
Yes, we'll see. Currently you can see on HillClimb.TV the runoff qualifiers as they stand, and yeah, no Wallace Menges is in there. We've got Matt Ryder, Will Hall, David Urin, Alex Summers, Trevor Willis, Alex Coles, Sean Gould, Jonathan Varley, Richard Spedding, Graham Wynne, Stuart Bickley, Alan Warburton, Harry Pick, Tom Weaver and Gary Hill are right there just behind, so they've just missed out of getting in that top 12.
the time you backed it up.
So far everything looks good for Matt Ryder to take that championship, having posted the best time so far. We don't expect any other drivers to come through, so that gives us the run-off qualifiers, and if you're watching online you'll have the list to the right of your screen, but it just gives a good overview as to who has qualified. And as we were expecting, then we have a few surprises. Alex Coles has qualified 6th, which is amazing in this car. That's probably the smallest engine capacity on that leaderboard, and Alex has done a tremendous work to get it to that position, and a great work from his crew to swap that chain. Exceptional work from the Coles to put it back in time so that he can qualify for that runoff. So hats off to the guys who have been working on the car in the paddock.
Yeah, so Matt Ryder in command at the moment ahead of the championship. Alex Summers doesn't seem to have the pace this weekend. He needs to win the runoff plus set a class record to really keep his championship hopes alive. This is down to the drop scores that they have to, at the end of the season, their worst scores are dropped, I believe, and so that leaves them with their best scores from the events over the season, and currently Matt Ryder has the upper hand. Alex Summers needed a slightly better run today, and I think the cold weather is against him in terms of getting a class record. He's still capable of taking the win, however. Both he and the car are quick, but Matt seems to be quick as well, and if he can just hold on to that top end, I mean, if Matt Ryder manages to take the victory, that guarantees everything for him. So that would be a fantastic way of Matt taking the championship. So really interesting lineup for the runoff. Yeah,
but nothing is done until it's done, Alex, so you never know how that runoff is going to unfold, so there's going to be some good running. So we are seeing Stephen Palmer in that Lotus 69, so this is a few of the historic sports cars that we have, and the Lotuses and the Brabhams that we have in this batch of cars. So Stephen Palmer first off the line for those cars in this beautiful Lotus 69. This is a Formula 3 car, 1.6 litre, and great seeing those cars have got long history in terms of circuit racing, and it's great to see them on the hills. And it wasn't uncommon at the time that those machines were both competing in circuits and hill climb around the country, and Stephen Palmer setting up the benchmark for all the other drivers who will follow him, and Stephen Palmer coming into this. And we have had the Paul Matty Sports Car and Racing Car Championship coming over here for one of our inter-club meeting here at Loton Park, so we have seen those cars before on the hills. Stephen Palmer on a good run, looking very clean so far. He's through the finish line at 58.60, and meanwhile Brabham, the Martin Jones in the Brabham BT21, and also the Formula 3 cars that were running in the late 60s and early 70s.
Yeah, so Martin Jones running up in that classic looking racing machine. Beautiful green and gold livery on that car as well. Martin seems to be setting the pace now, purple in all but the start sectors, so he will probably take top spot in this Class M. There he goes, 56.65, very neat timing, as Andy Tippett in the Brabham BT30X with the Buick V8 engine behind it and the big wings, slick tyres and the like. This is a quick machine. Andy heading up the hill. We'll see him break the timing beam, 75 miles an hour, as he then brakes hard down into fallow. Round fallow, nice and neat. Climbing up to Museum. We'll see Andy then heading towards the finishing line as the cameras switch to Malcolm Thorne's Lotus 69, this Formula 2 machine. This is a good looking car, isn't it, Benoit?
Yeah, fantastic machine, and you can see the wider tyres from the Formula 2 cars compared to the Formula 3s that we have seen just early on. Malcolmson was the quickest in this group of cars yesterday, and I expect him to be posting that good time. Let's see how close he can get to Martin Jones, who set a 56.65 just early on, and it not quite there. It's a 57.23. And meanwhile, Robin Johnson, he's taken over from Joseph in the Tigger SF83 and having a good run so far. 82 miles an hour as he hit the brake before the entry of Fallow. Good run so far. It's great to see those machines. You can see the open cockpit. You can see quite a few of the driver's input as they turn the wheel into the corners. Pushes through to the finish line, and that'll be a good run for him. It's a 60.96, so doesn't beat his co-driver just yet.
No, so there we are. Run through pretty much everything. I think that's well, everybody has had their first practice run now, and we'll see the cars coming back down into the paddock, and that'll give us a slight pause in action as these cars, a lot of them will coast down the hill rather than run the engine, which is why they're getting a push from the marshals. There they go down the hill, and they'll be joining us back in the paddock where cars can be worked on, tinkered with if needs be, or swapped over to another driver. We'll see them all out again a bit later. Some interesting times, and as we said earlier, don't forget these. This is actual timed competition. No practicing today. All of the practice happened yesterday, so straight in with competition this morning. And we've already had a few upsets. So it's brightening up a little bit here at Loton Park. It's not exactly what you'd call warm, but there are a few shadows, which means the sun is trying to get through the clouds, and the clouds are being blown over by a reasonably solid breeze. So currently we're looking dry. We should certainly have good running this morning, and we'll see how things develop as we go on. It's great to have so many spectators here with us at the venue, and as the day goes on, don't forget, please do pop in, buy something from the catering stand or the bar, and don't forget also that the shop has its 10% discount for end of season. Go and get your Loton Park apparel. So it's all a great day. And also there's the ice cream van. Our roving reporter Owen has probably already had 2 or 3 ice creams, I suspect. Without being shackled to the commentary booth, he's free to go and join the queue for the ice cream whenever he likes. So he's probably all ice creamed out already. And don't forget also we're being visited by ADM Limited in their driver and team equipment shop in the paddock. So please do support some of those businesses and concessions that are here with us at Loton Park. And thank you all for coming and joining us as spectators, and don't be afraid to wander around the venue. It's easy to just stay down the bottom near Triangle, which is pretty much the first bit of the track you see. However, you can walk over around the paddock, you can see the start line, you can climb your way up the hill through the forest. It's a lovely walk. There are various places you could stop en route. You don't have to do it in one go, and there are some lovely vantage points to watch the racing from all along the hill. So please do wander around and enjoy the scenery.
What's that? I've only got 2 minutes. Mate, we can have plenty of time for a brew afterwards.
Okay, so a slight pause now. We've worked our way through everything, and we'll wait and see when officials down in the paddock are ready to start the next stage of today's running.
Yeah, so all the drivers will be getting ready in the paddock, and they'll be putting up their best set of tyres for that runoff, and all the cars will be lining up. You can see if you're watching live on YouTube, all the drivers are getting ready and setting up the cars ready to head up the hill. We're going to have Alan Warburton, who will be kicking off, I think, the action. And I don't think we have any shared drives on this runoff. So Alan Warburton will be kicking off the action with 49.10. Stuart Bickley 49.03. So the first of the people who will be having that car, so that's the under 1100, so a great achievement from Stuart Bickley to go through.
Now we're out, handheld camera in the paddock. Look at this. Excellent stuff. Great to see this out in the paddock. You can see them working there, cleaning the tyres on Wallace Mengus's car, and various people milling around. These are the guys, the championship runners, that we are looking forward to seeing in the runoff. The British Hillclimb Championship runoff will be happening next, and all likelihood is we'll see our new champion from this next event. Matt Ryder just needs to finish in the top 3 to guarantee himself the championship, and even if he finishes out of the top 3, it then comes down to where Alex Summers finishes. If Alex Summers can't take that victory, well, I think it's pretty much Matt Ryder's for the taking wherever he ends up. So exciting stuff coming up in the runoff very shortly. So if you are joining us on HillClimb.TV via YouTube, now's the time to go and make a cup of tea, get yourself settled in, ready for that runoff coming up very shortly. If you are here at Loton Park with us, you are about to see some very exciting running. Find a good vantage point where you can see some exciting action. You've probably got time to make your way up to the top of the hill. You can sit up at Museum. You get a great view of the last few turns and the finish line, and you'll be able to see the victory right at the end of the run. So please do go and find your spot around the circuit and join us. Coming up very soon, the culmination of the entire year's championship here at Loton Park.
Yeah, fantastic way to finish the season here at Loton Park, and we in for a treat, I think, Alex. So a great way to carry through before lunchtime. So we're just going through the paddock, as you can see. It's a great way that we are carrying and showing you the action that we have here at Loton Park, and a great way to show you behind the scenes. So all of these cars will be getting ready and prepped. Great to see some of the lower categories in the smaller engine capacity cars. Some great driving from Stuart Bickley, 49.03 to get into this runoff. And also Alex Coles, who has managed as well to get into this runoff with a 46.92. So a fantastic achievement from those two drivers on the smaller engine capacity. And unfortunately, we don't have Wallace. I think I can't remember a runoff without Wallace through this season.
Yeah, not very often, is it? And that was a very rare mistake for Wallace. It'd be interesting to hear his thoughts, whether it was just cold tyres or whether there was more to it. Yeah. He was running new tyres apparently, and so possibly they needed to have gone through a heat cycle before trying to get them on the hill. So that's an interesting... but yeah, no Wallace for the runoff. And as with a few, we've lost a few of the people who we might have seen in that runoff. That's opened the door for some other guys to sneak in there, which is brilliant. And it's great to see people like Stuart Bickley in there. Don't forget, we've got that other fight between Graham Wynne and Jonathan Varley. Jonathan Varley needs to score more points in the runoff than Graham Wynne in an attempt to try and take the Wynne Development's Top 10 Challenge. What I was trying to get out earlier, which is what Owen had brought us, is Jonathan Varley has won the British Hillclimb Cup and the Midland Hillclimb Championship, and he wants to do a triple and take the Wynne Development's Top 10 Challenge title as well. But Graham Wynne has been driving very well recently, and so it's not a guaranteed thing. So keep an eye, Jonathan Varley and Graham Wynne, where they end up in the runoff, how many points each of them scores. At the moment they're only about a point different, and with drop scores it could be a very, very tight championship between the two of them. We will see in the end exactly which one of them gets that title, but yeah, it could be a very close run thing. We'll hopefully get some updates from the Wynne Development's Top 10 Challenge after this runoff, because it may not decide the championship. Don't forget we have a second runoff to come this afternoon, so that will be the final points for everybody, and that will be the final positions in this year's championship. So heading up the hill now, the course car is doing a safety check, just making sure everything is set ahead of the runoff. And as the course car does that, we have the teams down in the paddock making sure the cars are fit and ready to go, and making sure everything is safe and working to optimal performance. I've heard from our roving reporter Owen that lots of the teams are doing work on the cars in this moment. He's just been talking to Jack Cottrell with that Lara replacing the CV joint. Remember, Jack was rolled back from the start line. He didn't get to do that run. He may well have been able to find his way into the runoffs, but didn't get the chance. But he wants to be able to get to run this afternoon, so they're changing that CV joint currently. And we have a few others. Sarah Thorne has withdrawn with issues on the car, apparently. So that's a shame. Never good when people have to pull out for various reasons. But at least we have these championship runoffs coming up in the next about 5 or 10 minutes. So a few minutes left before we get going.
Yeah, it's been a good running so far this morning. We had a couple of incidents that required the recovery trucks, but good running so far, so good to see. And the sun is starting to show a little bit, so we've got a little bit of blue skies up and down the hills, probably trying to, not enough to warm everyone up on the hill, but it will be nice to see a little bit of sun for this first runoff of the day. Remember, this afternoon we'll do the same. We'll have another time run and another runoff as well to close the day. So we've got still a lot of actions to run through until we close the day, and we're going to have a big celebration, I think. Maybe in this first runoff, we'll see how things go. It's all, I think, for Matt to lose on this one, I think, and we'll see what we'll be doing. Sean is starting to be strapped into the car, and he will be the first runner to go up the hill. He's sharing the car with Matt Ryder. So Sean will be heading first. He'll be lining up the car on the start line in a few minutes, and all the crew are now busy cleaning the car, making sure the tyres stay warm. There's no tyre blankets allowed anymore on here on hill climbs, so they're trying to keep the tyres as warm as possible with blankets, or sometimes just someone sitting on the top of the tyres. I'm not sure if that makes much of a difference.
No, you're right. No powered tyre blankets. You're right. They can't warm the tyres, so the cold weather like today really affecting them, and you can see Alex Summers there, has wrapped it in duvets in an attempt to warm them up. I'm not sure how well that'll actually do the job. We saw earlier in the season people putting sort of tinfoil reflective things on their tyres to keep them cool. The reason being the sun was heating one side of the car more than the other, and it was actually worse having warm tyres on one side and cold on the other. And as you can't heat the cold ones, you had to cool the hot ones. So lots of interesting angles on that. Generally, tyre warmers were banned because the speeds generated by very, very, very sticky tyres were too much to cope with, and the potential risk of cars crashing at huge speeds was decided that they would prefer slower accidents. So cold tyres is the way we run now, and that's been the case for quite some while. It's a tricky conditions, but it's better that the drivers deal with that rather than the other way around, super sticky tyres, and then have too high a speed. So Sean Gould being pushed toward the line.
Yeah, Sean Gould just lining up, and you can see the crew just cleaning the tyres as much as they can, and I'll take the covers off the front tyres.
Now, it's interesting, of yesterday's times and this morning's running, Will Hall has a real chance of taking the win today, doesn't he, in this runoff? He's been super quick, and Matt Ryder doesn't have to push for the victory. So will he be slightly sensible in his timings? Will it be capable? Will Will Hall be the one to take the victory? Interesting potential there.
Well, we'll see. I think it all depends all on the approach that Matt will be taking on that first runoff. He has obviously posted the quickest time this morning, so that gives him the confidence that he can get and have that top three at the end of that runoff today. And we'll see. To be fair, Matt Ryder 44.51. He's 0.5 quicker than Will Hall, but we know Will Hall yesterday was the quickest driver through, and he may be able to push and on that run and snatch this win if Matt is not looking to get that P1. He doesn't need to, and therefore he may be calculating a little bit today.
Yeah, so we'll see exactly. Really great pace from David Urin all weekend as well, so that's a potential upset. As we said, Matt Ryder only needs to finish third, so he doesn't really need to push it, and he's running last in this batch, so he can see where everybody else is, and he can decide, well, maybe I don't need to go out and just blitz everyone. However, I seem to remember a few years ago Wallace Menkes being in a similar position and still going out and blitzing everyone just to prove that he could. So it could go either way.
Yeah, I think you may want to make a point, and that might be the approach that Matt will be. Sean Gould just off the line and just launched in a 2.12. He's the first runner in this run. I feel he'll be setting the benchmark for all our drivers, and it's a good run so far for Sean, looking good into the first corner, into the entry of Triangle, and gets the speed and puts his foot down as he exits Triangle into keepers, no problem through into the left-hander, and he carries through to the Cedar Straight.
Yeah, carries on up the Cedar Straight. We'll keep an eye on his speed through track. 116 miles an hour. Good pace for Sean Gould. Don't forget, this is the car that Matt Ryder will be running in very shortly, so Sean has that double pressure of not crashing, not ruining somebody else's weekend. 45.32. Good run there for Sean Gould, a good benchmark set, and that's a excellent time on the board. Sean Gould will probably now come straight back round and down the hill, so that the car could be got ready for Matt Ryder as we switch to our handy cam in the paddock, and we can see some of the other guys getting ready for their runs.
Yeah, Sean Gould's run almost 2 seconds quicker than his qualifying run of a 47.16, so he's been turning everything to 11 on this car. He's making his way back for Matt Ryder to jump into the car, so let's see what Matt will be doing. Next up on the line will be Alan Warburton, who's currently lining up, and he'll be warming his tyres in a few seconds.
Now, class record is about the 42-second mark. So, at current pace, Sean Gould does a 45. He's about a mid-table driver generally. Not being rude, just being honest. Therefore, getting close to 42, what do you think the chances are for Alex Summers? It's not a million miles off, is it?
It will be a big ask for Alex, but I'm sure we'll be giving it everything.
So let's keep an eye, see how times tumble as we get going with the runoff proper. As we said, Sean Gould, because it's a shared car, had to go slightly out of sequence. But here we go. Now, Alan Warburton, the first up by qualifying in 12th. That was good effort for him to get into the runoff. It's only the top 10 who get points, don't forget. So if you get into the runoff, you're not guaranteed a point scoring position. And away he goes, Alan Warburton, slightly slower in that first 64 foot. You can see now these times are compared to Sean Gould's. So he's ever so slightly down in that first sector. Any greens or purples will tell us if he's improved or not. And currently it's on reds. Alan Warburton not quite as quick. 90 miles an hour down into Triangle, however, so a good speed down there. Through we go into Keepers and onto the Cedar Straight, up through what we call the straight. You can see, however, it's not that straight.
Yeah, Alan Warburton on a good run so far. This is the 1600cc Gould GR59, and qualifying time for Alan Warburton of 49.110. Let's see if he can improve on that run. It's a 47.93, so that will put him into a good position, and that's a good run for Alan. Stuart Bickley now has been lining up the car. This is an 1100cc, so great achievement and a great drive already from Stuart Bickley, who will be lining up and he'll be warming up the tyres as he goes through. Let's see what he can do on this run. Lining up the cars, and our marshals will be lining with the timing beam. Visor down, we'll be looking to put a good start and launch the car from the start line. Stuart Bickley just looking at the light to his left, and off he goes. Red. And off he goes, 2.28 off the start line. So Bickley onto the first corner. He'll be looking to see if he can beat Alan Warburton in the high capacity car. And it's looking he's a little bit down on the first few splits so far today. 1.05 and at Triangle 1.10 second down on the pace setter from Sean Gould. So he's looking to push that car. He'll be hoping for probably a top 10. 1.8, and it goes through the Cedar Straight.
Yeah, brilliant looking car this in its fluorescent yellow, hard to miss, and it's so good to see these slightly smaller capacity cars make their way into the runoff. Just shows that sometimes all-out power isn't what you need. Skill and the ability to manoeuvre yourself around the track is just as important. 48.52 for Stuart Bickley. It might be good enough for a top 10 finish and points. We shall see as the others come up. We knew he wouldn't be pushing for the outright victory, but it's a good effort nonetheless. Next on the line, Graham Wynne. Now don't forget what I was saying earlier, Graham Wynne and Jonathan Varley are having a tussle for Wynne Development's Top 10 Challenge Award. So we'll see how the pair of them stack up at the end of this. Graham Wynne, the first of the pair to run, so worth keeping an eye on.
Off the line, and he goes into 2.16 at the 64 foot. That's the big Gould GR59 with the big V8 at the back, and Graham was the few drivers to qualify on the 48-second run. 0.09, so very close to Sean Gould. Let's see what he can do as he heads into Triangle. Put the power down. Good run so far into Keepers, and he looks very even with Sean Gould at the splits. Let's see if he can do 5/10 slower than Sean. He's pushing to see if he can make that time back. 180 miles an hour at the speed trap. Goes into the entry following, has a little bit of a moment. Almost didn't make that corner, goes through Museum. That will cost him some time, and Graham will be going through to the finish line this time of 47.19.
A nice run for Graham Wynn. He lost a bit of time, I think, in fallow where he ran wide, had to sort of get out of the throttle, so lost a bit of momentum, but it was a good run nonetheless. Let's see Richard Spedding up next in that brilliantly liveried car, and we'll watch him see whether he can throw a bit of something into the mix. That GWR Raptor running very well this weekend and looking very smart indeed. So Richard Spedding on the line. Revs rise and he's away, and it's a good first run. He's right on pace with Sean Gould, going up into Hall and around the top end through Loggerheads. Nice and neat and tidy down towards Fletcher's Dello, and he's actually ahead as he breaks the timing beams in Triangle. 139 up. This is a good run for Richard Spedding. He'll be the first to really challenge Sean Gould's time as he goes through keepers. It's right on the knife edge though. He's not got a big lead, just 0.35 quicker, but he's lost a bit out on the straight where the big engine from Sean Gould makes the difference. Can Richard Spedding make it up through Museum, and towards the end of the run it looks like he's lost that momentum, and he breaks the line with a 45.77 to go second in the current standings.
Yeah, a great run from Richard Spedding. Qualified with a 47.38, so putting a 45 on the leaderboard is a great time for Richard Spedding. Jonathan Varley, he's now heading up to the start line. He'll be warming up his tyres. A couple of spins to warm up the rear tyres, and he'll be going through and on the start line. Jonathan Varley lining up the cars, visor down. Everything's been lined up. Gets the thumbs up from the marshals, and he'll be looking to have a good start. Jonathan Varley with that beautiful GWR Predator 2-litre car. Let's see what he can do. Jonathan qualified with a 47.29. Great launch already into the first corner. Let's see if he can get close to Sean Gould. You wouldn't expect, as the car is a little bit has less power, but he's already green sectors all the way through, so that's looking good for Jonathan Varley. And Jonathan Varley here making a good run so far into keepers, keeps the momentum through those corners. That's a really good way, and he's making 3/10 quicker than Sean Gould so far. Let's see if he can do at the speed trap. 122 miles an hour is still quicker than Sean Gould, so that's a very good run for Jonathan Varley. He pushes it to the finish, up through the gears and pushes through, and that's a time of 45.39. So not quite quick enough to beat Sean Gould in the bigger car, but an excellent time nonetheless.
Yeah, an amazing run for Jonathan Varley. Just missed out at the end, and that's the power difference pushing him across the line out of Museum. However, Jonathan Varley's real fight is with Graham Wynn. So Jonathan looking good in that fight at the moment for those last few points to try and get the top 10 runoff challenge crown to add to his other two titles this year. Alex Cole's next in the 4th TA. The all-black machine lining up, ready to go. Let's see, another driver who potentially could throw a bit of upset with a good run, and away he goes. It's slightly down in the first sector, but there's plenty of time to make that cut. And he goes around towards Loggerheads now, and we'll check the next beam. He's ever so slightly off Sean Gould's time, but that's easily made up. A very heavy braking into Triangle, and good acceleration out. That puts him slightly ahead through keepers and up onto Cedar Straight, and it's looking good for Alex.
Yeah, Alex on a really good run. He was almost off at the Fletcher's Dello and manages to gazzle car together flings the cars to the left onto the entry. Follow into Museum, locks the wheels, but it looks good. A little bit wide on the exit, and he loses quite a bit of momentum, unfortunately for Alex Coles. Otherwise, that would have been a run under 44 seconds. Alex Coles qualified with a 46.92. And he will be a little bit disappointed with that run, I think.
I don't know. I think he might be pleased with that up until that last moment. Yeah, that was an excellent run. Other than running slightly wide at Museum, he would have easily slipped in at the top there. So an amazing run. A bit of a shame for him, certainly, but yeah, great run there. And just shows what some of these guys can do, but unfortunately just missing out right at the end. So Trevor Willis next in the OMS. We're getting into these big cars now, some of the big runners, and this is where it starts to hot up a bit. Trevor Willis, we'll see what he can do. Away from the line, a great start for him. He's up already on Sean Gould's time. We expect now people start slipping in ahead of Sean, so it's amazing he's held on quite as long as he has. And you know, not a good run through to loggerheads for Trevor Willis. Down, heavy braking into Triangle and out towards Keepers. Let's see, he's managed to gain back that time. He lost up onto Cedar Straight now, and he's definitely up on Sean Gould, but Sean's end of run must have been very quick. Nobody's been able to beat him away from Museum. Let's see whether Trevor can do anything in the last few corners.
Yeah, Trevor on a really good run, still quicker than Sean Gould, and he's pushing that car to the finish line. Let's see what time he can do. So 44.34, so he's the first driver into the 44.34, so a really good run. He qualified with 46.23, so almost shaved 2 seconds. So it looks like the conditions out there are quite good. All our drivers have been improving on the qualifying run, but here's the one that will be counting, and Alex will be giving it everything. He's just warming up the tyres as he goes to the start line.
Yeah, I think this is the important one. If Alex Summers gets the fastest run, the championship is still all to play for. If he can't beat Trevor Willis's time, then it's pretty much all down to Matt Ryder. And away from the line, and amazing 1.93 in that first 64-foot. Alex Summers really on it in that first section. Let's see as he gets to loggerheads where his time is, and it's quicker. Excellent stuff. Right, really quick down out of the right-hander at Fletcher's Dello into Triangle, nice and neat as he goes round into Keepers. That right-left switchback that leads up onto Cedar Straight, and he's very good ahead already. Breaks the speed at 119. This is looking very quick.
Very committed on the straight, and half a second quicker than Sean Gould so far. Locked up the wheels onto the entry of Fallow, but goes through to the finish line, and that's the quickest time so far. 43.68. That's 6/10 quicker than Trevor Willis so far. So let's see what Matt can do. That's very much where we would expect Alex to be. Let's see what Paul, and we have David Uren as well, who's just been lining up on the start line.
Yeah, so great run from Alex Summers. Not a class record, however, so it still isn't a done deal by any stretch of the imagination. The championship still could go either way, but we'll have a few runners before we get to Matt Ryder yet. David Uren in that Gould GR55 lining up. We've seen this car run, and it is a quick machine. Let's see what he can do now. He seemed to be really setting a good pace throughout yesterday's practice and on this morning's qualifying run. Away from the line, struggles to get the power down a bit there, which makes him a bit slow off the line. However, plenty of track left to make up that difference. Nice and neat through the top end, coming towards Triangle now. He's not going quicker than Alex Summers. And this is where it really matters. Alex seems to have pulled a good time out of the bag, having been slightly slower in practice yesterday. David Uren just doesn't seem to have the pace, although it seems like a good run. It's not going to get him the top spot.
Yeah, David Uren had been able to make up a little bit of time on the straight using the big power at the back of that car, but still 6/10 slower than Alex Summers, and he goes through to the finish line. It's a time of 44.59, so that's a good time for David Uren. That puts him third so far in this runoff, and we've got Will Hall, who's going to be lining up the car and warming up the tyres. Let's see what he can do on this run. We were saying earlier on we might be looking for a victory and a run-off win here at Loton Park. That will all depend on the approach that Matt will be taking, whether he just wants to blitz the competition and win it with the honours, or if he'll just play safe. But all those drivers will be giving it everything on that run.
So Will Hall lining up, ready for this run. It would be great to see him get the victory if he can somehow beat Alex Summers 43.68. It's a tall order. With Alex Summers not taking that class record, it looks like Matt Ryder might well actually have the championship in the bag, but we'll wait for official confirmation from that. And Matt's run, as we wait, Will Hall away, nice and clean, up around Hall and towards loggerheads. And it's a bit quicker than Alex Summers as he charges down towards Triangle, heavy on the brakes, bit of smoke from the tyres. And it's a very quick run into Keepers and out onto Cedar Straight. He's half a second almost up on Alex Summers. It looking like a really good run for Will Hall. He's certainly putting everything on the line, trying to get this victory in this runoff.
Yeah, Will might be the first driver to dip under the 43-second mark here, and it's a very good run for Will. He goes through the finish line, a 43.10. Can Matt Ryder get into under the 42-second run? That's his target time, a 43.110. Can he beat that time? He will probably be doing that. Let's see.
Well,
he's going to be turning everything to 11 on that run, I'm sure.
Will Hall just seemed to have got a penalty. He must have clipped a marker somewhere. That's given him a second and dropped him down, 44.1. So that puts Alex Summers back on top. So now Matt Ryder can't just coast to the victory. He has to push in this and has to be sure of the championship. If Alex Summers gets the win, it might well throw a cat among the pigeons. So Matt Ryder, last in this runoff, and this next 40 odd seconds could win him the championship, the British Hillclimb Championship.
His first win.
Yes, that's right. So Matt Ryder looking to take his first championship. Wouldn't that be something? The year has been tough between these guys. Alex Summers and Matt Ryder both have put a huge amount of effort in throughout the season. Both have had their highs and lows. Matt had that big accident earlier in the year. The car was rebuilt and he bounced back from that stronger than ever. Alex Summers has done everything to try and reclaim the lead, but it looks like Matt might well have just done enough, and away from the line he goes. A great start, almost identical to Alex Summers off the line. That's the sort of speed he needs throughout this entire run as he heads around this very technical section of the course. He's not quite quick, but it's ever so close as he goes down into Triangle, made up a bit of time there, and then through Keepers up onto Cedar Straight. Doesn't need to win, but he needs to be near the top to guarantee that position. Right the way up Cedar Straight he goes, and through the speed trap, 145 miles an hour, and extremely fast.
Yeah, Matt making up some time on the straights with the big power, and now he's quicker through Museum, and he goes through to the finish line. Let's see what time, a 42.97.
42.97. A guaranteed. Matthew Ryder is the British Hillclimb champion of 2024. Incredible scenes here at Loton Park.
Yes, the first driver to dip under the 43-second mark. An incredible run for Matt, and he made up the time at the second part of the hill, which is a very good, impressive run for Matt Ryder. Congratulations, Matt, and to all our drivers in this championship and runoff. What a beautiful runoff that we've had. You can see all the drivers just clapping their hands and congratulating Matt, who will be getting out of the car. There's going to be some great celebrations at lunchtime, and
yeah, Alex Summers right in there, one of the first to congratulate him. That's great to see.
fantastic effort from all the drivers. So the order for this runoff: Matt Ryder 42.97 takes the championship. Alex Summer 43.68. Will Hall second with a 44.10. Trevor Willis a 44.34. David Uren a 44.59. Great time from Sean Gould a 45.32. That puts him 6th. Jonathan Valier 45.39. Alex Coles 45.48, and Richard Spedding is number 9 with a 45.77. Graham Wins runs up the top 10 with a 47.19. Alan Warburton 47.93. Stuart Bickley closes the order with a 48.52. Great achievement from all of those drivers. Smiles all around, and we will be having a bit of a paddock walk and chat as we are going to be celebrating the win from Matt Ryder. The drivers will be heading down to the paddock, so give them a big round of applause as they come back to the paddock. They will be having a great celebration on that, and this is pretty much how we were expecting everything to unfold, and Matt winning with the honours and the manners.
Yeah, brilliant result, and excellent to see after such a close fought year between those guys. Excellent result in the end. Matt Ryder taking the championship is first is a brilliant result all round. Now, don't go away. Although the championship has been decided, there are still various positions within the order that can change. Not the top guys, but some lower down things still to be settled. We still have some runs this afternoon and another run off to end the year coming up later on. Plus we have a paddock chat, so the camera and probably our roving reporter Owen, I suspect, will be out in the paddock to talk to some of the runners and riders, and we'll see everybody again a bit later on. Not just the single seaters, but we should be seeing everybody, all the different sports cars, tin tops and everything out once more this afternoon. There'll be a bit of a break, however, before that running, so paddock chat coming up very shortly, and then after lunch break our runs and other runoff to round out the year.
Yes, for everyone here at Loton Park, action will start again at 1:15, so that gives us about 45 minutes for lunch break. Clap your hands. Big round of congratulations to all our drivers here, and great effort from everyone. What a runoff we have seen.
Yeah, excellent to see these guys, and the top 3 will come down right at the end, so please do give them good shout, good wave.
So if you're here in person, head down to the paddock. There's going to be some good celebration as well to witness, and you can see and get close to our new 2024 champion, Matt Ryder, and he's heading down the hill, and they'll be making their way back. I'll be keeping an eye on Alex Coles on that second run if he can make it. That was an incredible run from Alex.
Was, yeah.
That was very spectacular. But all of those drivers have really been putting an absolute show this morning to run up this morning. Warhol saying a big thank you to everyone.
Is Alex Summers coming in, just missing out on the title this year, but an amazing drive all season long. And that means our new champion, here he is. Give him a great big round of applause, everybody. Matt Ryder, 2024 British Hillclimb Champion. do join us again later on. We'll be doing more running after our lunch break, and everybody online, please keep in touch and watch our paddock chat coming up very shortly.
See you later.
Pardon, sorry. Pardon, sorry.
Thanks, Dad. Thanks, pension fund. Yeah.
Never stick it in a big shit.
I know. You know something. Think about it.
This year, because there might be another one, you never know. I'll tell you what, leave it until after.
Yeah, that's it.
Put that on after.
Did you watch it?
There we go. Thank you very much. It's not the moment for this thing.
We're going to have to try more than
Let's give it a
Highs and lows, isn't it? Some lows and some highs. Can't really know.
I did alright. I thought I was confident enough.
I know.
Matthew Ryder, 2024 British Hillclimb Champion. How does it feel, my friend?
Absolutely incredible. I've been coming here for all my life watching other people win the championship, and never thought it'd be me, to be honest. And over the years it's just built and built, and now to come to this, I'm absolutely over the moon.
Well, your mum's been coming here since she was a little girl, and your grandfather raced successfully for a long time, but never succeeded in a hill climb championship. So you're actually first in the family of 3 generations of racers to get the coveted cup.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a real roller coaster over a year. So you ride the waves. I'm really glad that it's come to this at the end. Long time coming.
Right, so you put a cherry on top by actually taking the runoff top, but Alex didn't take his foot off the throttle the entire season. You two have been beating on each other. He's beat you beat him, and you had that big off earlier in the year, which kind of threw things a little bit sideways, but the car's actually come back stronger for you, and you've come back stronger, and you're just relentless, the two of you, all year. Yeah,
it's been so close all year, hasn't it? Hopefully it's been good to watch. Every weekend's been so close, tiny margins, sometimes in my favour, often in Alex's too. It's been a fantastic competitor all year. It's an absolute pleasure to race with all these guys. Hopefully it's spectacular to watch too.
It was. Watching the times, watching the clocks, and just watching, on the edge all the way up the hill. So what about this afternoon? We still got some unfinished business. We've got one more championship round. Are you going to let someone else have the fun, or are you just going to prove that you're the new number one?
Not sure, really. I mean, we don't come here to just pookle up the hill, do we? So we'll have to give it a good go and see where we end up. That's the stressful bit done. Now we can just enjoy it and see what else the car can do.
So you are going to defend your title next year?
Yeah, that's the plan. That's the current plan.
I also decided, we've got Wallace's car here. He didn't make the runoff, but that number one is finally going to leave his car after all this time. How do you feel taking that? I mean, that car, that's been on there, 4 years plus? So how do you feel about having that number?
Yeah, that'll be great to have on the car next year. We've been eyeing it up, so we'll get that next year, and I'm sure Wallace will be on form to chase us all the way next year too. Everybody around the paddock is so close at the moment. We've got a number of cars that are all within tenths of a second every weekend. So just looking forward to another year, really.
Well, congratulations to you, your family. I know everybody's just over the moon. And just one sidebar, remember, you're getting married in December. That is the biggest moment of your life, not this.
Right, yeah, so it is. I'd forgotten that. No.
All right, good luck to you the rest of the week, and congratulations, my friend.
Thank you very much.
Right, that was Alec. Let's see. Give us a second. Right, so with me right now, this is another Alex.
Yeah,
one of the
racing one, not talking one. Yeah,
just a talking one here. So, how was it in the commentary booth this morning? Because I've actually been down in the pits all morning sending you information, so something new for us. What's your opinion? Because this is, I think, the first time you've done the British runoff as a commentator here with it, isn't it?
No, actually, I did a couple of years ago. I didn't do last year. The one before, when we had Alex Summers and Wallace Menges fighting it out for the title, I think, back then. So, really exciting runs. It's great to see not just the championship contenders fighting at the top, but it's great to see some of the other cars and drivers in there too. Now, lovely to join Alex Summers here. You gave it everything on that, but just not quite enough at the last moment, but an impressive final run from you nonetheless.
Yeah, I'm very happy. I've not crashed it. I mean, there's another run to do yet, but no, I think we're sort of half a second behind on these more twisty hills. So I wanted to give it a go, but I wasn't going to take any silly risks. Obviously, it was fairly improbable that I was going to win the championship today. So yeah, I've just enjoyed myself. I've enjoyed the whole year. I'm really, really pleased for Matt. I think he's going to be all hugged out in the next 10 minutes, but thoroughly deserved. I mean, his talent's been evident pretty much since he got in this car, and I think this is his third year in that car, I think.
Yeah.
And it was a question of when, not if, for Matt. So I'm really, really pleased for him. Obviously for us, it's a shame. I think that's 4 times I've been second now in the season. But maybe that's just work we need to do. I don't think we're far. I think we maybe just need a little bit more downforce, a little bit more grunt. But no, very, very happy, and it's nice to take it down to the wire. It's always good, and I think it means that the person who is champion can sit there and go, wow, that was a real battle.
It was definitely a deserved battle, and the pair of you have been sort of give and take all season, and so you think it partially comes down to the type of course you're running at the end here, that maybe Matt had the slight advantage on the twisty bits over the power through the other courses, or it sort of plays out over the whole season and it doesn't make much difference?
I think it swings and roundabouts. Absolutely. I think something in the Firestorm works really well at places like Gerston and Doon and Shelsley, and in the Channel Islands we had a great time. So yeah, it might just be that he's very, very good, and I'm pretty sure after a whole year, I'm pretty sure that's the conclusion I've reached. But no, I think the car is very, very capable. So yeah, I'm not going to get too bogged down in that. I think I made a fairly big mistake. I don't know if it came off on camera into fallow.
Okay.
I seem to lock all 5 of my wheels. Yeah. Found another one. So yeah, there was a few tenths I probably gave away, but no, I don't want it to be about shoulda, woulda, coulda. I think this is about Matt, and it's his day, and I'm always really privileged to race against these guys, whether it be Wallace. I know he's not really had the season that he deserved, I think. Not that I want to get into that, but Will's been amazing. I mean, 20 podiums?
Yeah.
No wins yet, but I think he's got the bit between his teeth now. So this is a fantastic series. It's a fantastic group of drivers, cars. I do a lot of work online at the moment on my Instagram to try and sell hill climbing as the ultimate thrill. I call it drag racing with corners, and you only need to look at these cars and the calibre of drivers in them to see that the British Championship as a sort of entity is in a really, really healthy place.
It is an amazing series, and just getting better and better. And speaking of the Instagram, you spend a lot of time on your Instagram talking about the car that you and your family have designed and built over the last few years. Are you likely to be campaigning that next year, or are you sticking with the tried and trusted mount of the Firestorm, or what are your plans currently?
So next year I'm going to have a very quiet season. I've got a few things going off that I need to prioritise next year, and whatever I do, I'll do the sort of whichever car makes the most sense. The Firestorm is absolutely my mother's car, and I think it's high time she had a bit of a season without me, getting in the way and using all the good tyres and stuff. So plans for next year are really not clear. We love the DJ. It will be out next year, and I'll hopefully do some Chelseas in it and stuff. But no, my season is obviously this is it for me for a year or two now, and then we'll come back when the right plan presents itself, if that makes sense. Yeah, well, hopefully we'll see you back several times over the next few years, and then properly again when you're ready to really push, because it's always great. As you see, loads of great drivers and cars in this series, and it's great to have so many of you who are able to fight at the top. And as you said, several second place finishes in the last few years. That's got to be unfinished business, surely. Yeah, I'm very lucky. I landed on my feet in 2015 when I drove with Scott and Roger, and that car was sorted, but they were also great mentors. They taught me a lot about consistency and approach and engineering and so on and so forth. And so, as I say, we've been very close, and I think if you look on that as a failure, then you've completely missed the point, if that makes sense. So yeah, there's unfinished business, but having won a championship already, it's very much a sort of it's a very different mentality to it. It's like I want to do it because I want to, the reasons are different. I don't attach all of the importance to it. I attach the sort of, wouldn't it be great to do it in a car that I've had a hand in engineering, or what's the next the next challenge. Yeah. And to do it in a DJ, no disrespect to Gould, but I think a lot of people have wanted to see if there was another way, and they are the yardstick, and they have been for many years. And things like the P40 and the DJ and stuff, they're there to keep Gould sweating, I guess. Yeah. and so I think that's the priority for me now, is to do it when the time is right in something different, because that's for me now the next sort of mountain to be climbed, I think. I'm a huge admirer of Sean and David, and I've driven 5 or 6 Goulds, and they're all fantastic, and they are the thing that we've got to aspire to. So yeah, it's not unfinished business in the sense of like in a competition. It's unfinished business because I think the car deserves to be there. So yeah, I'm getting some abuse for yapping for too long now, which is ironic, I think.
Yeah, coming from Owen, that is ironic. Well, thank you very much, Alex. You've been brilliant all season. We hope to see you back again, and you're always going to be welcome in the Hillclimb paddock because it is such a brilliant place to be. And yeah, we're great to see you here today, and still more to come this afternoon. So nice to see you out a bit later on.
Yeah, and can I just say a massive well done to Rich and Eleanor and the Hillclimb UK team for putting on this amazing stream. It's amazing now that these moments are captured, and obviously also the commentators and everyone else. So thank you very much, and yeah, we'll see more of you next year. All be well.
Thank you very much. Yeah, right. So Owen wanted to talk. It was 5 minutes since he last spoke, so he needs to get some out. What is it you need to say, Owen?
Thank you, Alex. I found our third place runner, Will. So, Will Hall, sir, you set the quickest time, then you hit the dreaded flip-flop, and that was a 1 second penalty.
Yes.
And we were trying to figure out who was brave enough to tell you at the top of the hill, but then Matt sorted it out by actually going a little bit quicker generally.
Yeah.
So eventually, third place in this runoff. Overall, the package looks like it's really working for you now.
Yeah, I'm really pleased with it. It's just, look at these lads trying to take the mick out of me. That's Tommy New, by the way.
Yeah, Tommy is the engineering brains behind Wallace and a few other of the competitors that he helps out.
Russ will disagree with that.
Russ, on the other hand, is yes, we'll get to that later.
Yeah, I'm really pleased with the car now, and the last couple of meetings we've started to get closer and closer, and hopefully next year we can get in the mix, really.
Yeah, do you think so? Is your intention next year constant top threes, rack those points up, get a few wins, and just give the guys that have been holding on to the ones or now has the one, prove to them that they've only got it for a short period of time?
Hopefully, yes. I would like a win this afternoon, really. We haven't had one for a while, so.
Okay, so your target is clear. A win this afternoon is what's required.
My team over there wants, yes. So, yeah.
Well, it's one thing for what they want, and it's one thing what you do.
Yeah, it's up to me, but yeah, we'll be trying. So,
thank you very much, Will.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you. Come on, Bill.
Right now, Alex, and I'm going to get Ben.
Yeah.
Now, we talk about in commentary and quite a bit, and I've been trying to promote it, how much the hill climbing is a family sport. And, generations, but it is a family thing. There's whole families here. I think Will's daughter is 2 today. Is that, Will's daughter is actually 2, and birthday's there. Banners all over the trailer, which I think you can see in the background, and balloons. But I have a young lady with us. Do you want to have a chat with this very young lady? She's been coming. How old were you the first time you came to a hill climb?
4 or 5.
4 or 5. Well, you're only 19 now, so she's only been here a few years, this type of thing. But this is Matt Ryder's mom, Caroline. Thank you for joining us here. Well, your son's done the family proud, hasn't he?
He certainly has, yeah. I'm a bit speechless, to be honest.
Not normally in the paddock, not normally. I was hoping a bit more chatty than normal.
Very proud.
It's been a long time coming. I mean, Matt, what was his... He started out as slower cars, though, didn't he? Smaller cars when he started. Tell us a little bit about how he got into it.
Yeah, so I got into it. I'll go back a bit further. I got into it because my father raced and did hill climbs and sprints years ago. And I got into it as soon as I could, and I've been on and off since then. Matthew started indoor karting when he was 9-ish, and then went to outdoor karting. Went from outdoor karting when he was 16. He was driving what was then Formula Jedis. It's now F1000. Did sort of 2 or 3 years of them before Mark Goodyear actually offered him a drive in his OMS on a hill climb. He did that and went, yeah, that's good fun. He liked that, and he was taken to it from then. That was 2016, I think. So then we had a number of single-seaters before jumping into this one. Well, this is the end of his 3rd year in this one.
Yeah, and this is actually the factory Gould car, I guess you take it, or the factory developmental car, or Sean Gould built it, and he co-drives with Matt. So, and he's built a very good car, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's pretty good, isn't it? Can't complain.
It does all right. Alex, you got any questions for Carolyn?
Yeah, well, it's like you're saying, it can be a bit of a family sport, this, and in the commentary booth we have to be careful making assumptions. When we see the same surname, it's very easy to sort of pair people off as family members or whatever, but it's not always the case, so we've got to be a bit cautious at times. But you've been enjoying driving as well here this weekend. How's your weekend gone? It's not just about Matt. How's your weekend gone so far?
Yeah, it's gone okay. I've been quite happy with my time. A little bit off my personal best, but not too far. I think I was second this morning in the class. So yeah, I'm quite happy with that. But to be perfectly honest, this weekend really the focus has been here. But yeah, this afternoon we'll have another go as well.
Excellent. Yeah, we have still got more running later on, and it could be fun just to go out, let your hair down. There's nothing on it now, isn't it? Really. And what about plans for next year? Do you know? Have you got plans? Has Matt got plans, or is it still all to be decided?
You never say, for sure what you're going to do, but I more of the same, I think. We're obviously immensely proud of him. Can't take that away, and we'll come back and have a go next year.
Yeah, obviously, proud mum, that's always a good achievement anyway. If you can't win the championship yourself, next best thing is probably get your son to do it, isn't it? So, excellent job. Very good. Well, excellent. Have a nice run this afternoon, and we'll keep an eye on how both you and Matt progress later. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much.
Right then, Owen, have we got Benoit with us now?
Ben here. Come on in, Ben. So far this weekend, you've been listening to these two rubberding on and me texting them about every 30 seconds, sending them stuff from. I didn't think I needed a microphone. The rumors are not true. So you guys have been behind the mics. You've watched every single run. All the rest of it, I've just been trying to supply you and fill you in on the gaps the best I can. What's your highlight? Well, let's leave out. We know what the big highlight here is. Obviously, Matt winning the championship. But out of what you've seen so far, highlight moment other than this?
Well, I always look for the young guns, and we had Alex Coles had a fantastic run in that runoff. He's done really well just already to get into that runoff with that car. He's done it a few times already, so that was fantastic to see. He had a bit of a scrappy run, and there's probably more time to find from that car. I always look for the small guns, really. The next up and coming, and Stu did really well to get that car into that runoff as well. That's only 1100 cc, so there's probably about 4 times that engine from Stu in those cars, and it's incredible runs, so they've been very competitive. So Class I has always been a highlight of the day for me, and it's always been fantastic to see all those guys. Alex, it's been just fantastic to share the commentary with you this weekend. Any highlight from you?
Well, in fact, we've shared the commentary most of the year here at Loton, and it's been brilliant all season long. And I've always enjoyed some of the classics, some of the other stuff that's running. Don't forget, we do have these amazing big single-seaters, but we've got all sorts of other machines that are running on the hill as well. Saloon cars, sports cars. My personal favourite this weekend has been the Legends car that we've seen going up, mostly because the way it's been driven has been exciting to watch. Lots of sliding, lots of exciting small children starting racing cars. Well, that would have been exciting. Absolute scenes here in the paddock as the youngest hill climber tries to get going. But we get all sorts of exciting stuff on the hill, and this afternoon we'll have some more stuff going on. We've got all of the runners and riders that we had this morning out on track again after the lunch break, so a chance just to see one last go, and I'll be looking forward to seeing some of those exciting runs, and a few more bits and pieces. And now we said a few championship positions still to be decided, so lots still to watch later on, and excitement. And I believe, Owen, you might be doing some commentary along with our friend Chris a bit later as well.
That's only a rumor at this moment in time. You never know with me. I pop up in places. Gentlemen, I've got the legend, the 4-time British champion, Wallace Menges, with me. And as you can see right now, his car has number 1 on it.
For now.
But he's going to have to peel that sucker off at the end of the day, isn't he? First off, Wallace, I know it's first time here at Loton this year, but did you not remember there's a left turn at the top of the hill?
I had that wrong in the notes.
Yeah, I'm rallying this year.
And it wasn't at the top of the hill, it was the very first corner I went straight on. We didn't get as far as that, buddy.
It was the top of the little slope from the start line. Anyway, was that just cold front tires?
Lack of ability and talent from the driver, I think. Everybody else made it round in the same temperature, so yeah, it was cold front tyres. It was cold for everybody, but we went in too hot and didn't get round.
You've had quite the year. I mean, I know the two young boys are battling it out. Well, you're young as well, but battling it out week in, week out. And you had a couple of setbacks early in the season, but do you feel everything's back right? You're right there. I mean, you were setting good times in practice yesterday, so can you give him a hard time and try and take a runoff win this afternoon?
Yeah, we've given ourselves a bit of a disadvantage. We were trying the Hoosiers yesterday for a run or two, but that's got no effect on what happened this morning in qualifying. So technically we're kind of 2 runs down, so we'll need to push pretty hard, but we'll go out and we'll give it a really, really good go at it. I think we can have a right shot at it this afternoon because it's going to be different for everybody. It's warming up a little bit, so that'll change it a bit. So hopefully with that change we can maybe sneak in and get the fronts to work a bit earlier, give it a right good go.
Well, we look forward to it. You're always, fabulous on the hill. When you give it 100%, you can see the car almost dancing going up the hill. So it's brilliant to watch, and it's great for us to commentate on. Next year, you're going to be back full attack?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I'm still enjoying it. You do it because you enjoy it. Winning's obviously a bonus, but yeah, still thoroughly enjoy it. Enjoy it as a family. Great bunch of guys helped me with the car. So no, we'll be back next year trying our hardest again.
What do you think about Matt taking the number 1 this year?
100% deserves it. He's second half of the season. Almost is a season of 2 halves between him and Alex. They've both been blisteringly quick all the way, but the way Matt's driven for the second half, under pressure, week in, week out, every single run, you really got to, doff your cap to that. He's driven brilliantly, and everybody's trying like hell to beat him. We're all pushing really hard, and he's been nailing it. So, no, he thoroughly deserves it, and a great drive.
Yeah, I agree with you there. He had to. He was pushed all the way for the season, so it wasn't a give me. He had to earn it. Thank you very much for your time, Wallace. I know you got to prepare. We will get the marshals to hold the arrows up in directions this afternoon on the hill.
You give me some voluntary notes over the tannoy as well. That would help.
Oh, do you want me to do some pace notes? Co-driving rally pace notes up the hill. Okay, we'll see what we can do for you.
Very kind. Thank you.
Thank you, Wallace. Right, boys. Predictions for this afternoon's runoff. I know we're forecasted weird conditions. We could be dry. Do we have a dry prediction and a wet prediction?
Well, I'm sure Matt will be giving it everything once again, and they will all do, I think. So I think just looking forward to another great runoff. There's still 6 and 7 to be decided. And so that's still going to be one to look out for in the mass at the end of the day. Unfortunate for Jack Cottrell, who wasn't able to run. He's battling out with Paul Hames, who also is having issues today, so didn't have much of an impact to Jack Cottrell's. But Jack's objective at the start of this season was to have a number at the back of the wing, so he's done that, so he can be proud already of that. So we've got a few battles this afternoon, and we'll be keeping an eye as well on the battle between Graham Wynne and Jonathan Varley in the top 10 challenge, because those two are just 1 point from each other. I think John has put a few more points on the board for him to win this one, but it's not done until the end of the day.
Currently, the weather's actually looking quite good for this afternoon, but it might be that rain comes in late. And if that's the case, if it hits maybe right at the end or maybe even mid-final runoff, maybe we could end up with some of the top guys having wet runs, whereas some of the slower cars have better runs. So maybe, just maybe, we could have like a wild card victory later on. It would be great to see at the end of the year, somebody get a win that maybe we weren't expecting, because that just really throws a bit of a cat amongst the pigeons to end the season on. So I don't know, maybe something mad, maybe Stuart Bickley for the victory because of weather intervention. Maybe that would be a good one. I don't know. Let's see. As you said, the Jonathan Varley-Graham win battle still to be decided, so keep an eye on that. And as Wallace mentioned, the running on Hoosier tyres yesterday was an interesting test. Over by the tree just over there, you can sort of see a glimpse of that Hoosier rubber, which may well be seen on the cars next season, and that could change things. We mentioned in the commentary, didn't we, Benoit, how important rubber is. That is the bit of the car that touches the ground. So it doesn't matter how good your engine or your aerodynamics are. If your rubber isn't good, then it's all to nothing. So whoever gets a handle on those Hoosiers next year, or whatever tyres they're running, that could really end up being an interesting talking point. So we'll keep an eye on that, I think, as the winter and next season goes on.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting winter. Tire technology, as you say. Now we do know we have that the smaller cars. They're struggling. The tires don't exist. So there is somebody who's been running on Hoosiers in a Radical. I think you spoke about him earlier, and he's been having a good season with that car. Been very competitive up against the competition. So, and the feedback I got from it was from what they're saying is that tire's actually not bad. So it just takes some setup changes to do things. Right. I think we're just going to check with the producer on where we're at the moment here. So
have a wander around the paddock.
We've got a few more minutes.
We got a few more minutes, so we can. Well, we've been talking about Jonathan Varley a little bit, on and off this morning. Let's go. If we've got time, we can go find. We can go find him. I made a boo-boo on the engine size, didn't I? It's actually a 2-liter V8 in the back of that car. Very low slung car that, and the GWR Predator.
Yeah.
So.
It will be earlier on this weekend. Jonathan Varley already had the 2 cups standing on his front wings, and that was interesting. Me and Alex, so maybe that's just one thing that you have to do as a champion. You have to stack the 2 cups at the front to slow down the car for the next season. But I'm not sure John can slow down. He has retained the British Hillclimb Cup champion, so second year on the trot, and he's done that brilliantly here. He's posted a new hill record here at Loton Park earlier this season, and we have to speak to John. Right.
I'm still 1 point behind.
John, you have to speak to us. You're a lovely chap, so you'll be speaking to us. British Hillclimb Championship Cup, second year for you after winning in 2023, 2024 now.
Yep.
Is that the same for 2025?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Well, see what happens, and try and do some odds over winter and see what we can learn. Mind your backs.
And you've also won the Midland HillClimb Championship, which is also the season finale here. Second year as well for this one, isn't it?
Yeah. So I'm really lucky to get both of them again. I'm really happy with that. It's only ever been done back to back once before by Robert Kendrick, also in a GWR. So I think Graham should get a lot of praise for what he's done.
Yeah. What do you think has been sort of the secret for this year to be so competitive in that car? You were so competitive already last year, but I find that you've probably found another edge again this season. Do you feel like you've found something else?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is seat time. The more seat time you get in them, the more confident you get in it. So yeah, so it comes down to seat time. We're always tweaking little bits, just trying to gain a little bit more power, grip and aero. So.
Do you have the cups? Could we show them on the camera? Because you were showing them this morning, or have they just been?
They were here yesterday, and I've given them back. So they've gone back. It was
okay. So
yesterday morning.
Everyone online, you'll have to come back to see those cups running through. You were saying the top 10 challenge is still to be battled between yourself and Graham Wynne.
Yeah.
What do you need to do to win it today?
Right, it's still down on 1 point after that run. I've got to have beat him by 2 places with it. 2 people in the Midland Championship in between us.
Okay, so quite a big ask maybe. He'll be close.
He's going to be close.
You can't have the title.
Richard has sorted this out.
You can't have the title sponsor win the top 10 challenge, isn't it? Well, Graham has been.
I reckon he should deserve that. He's driven really well this year. So yeah, he's done really well this year.
Yeah, Graham Wynne had a great championship as well. Let's have a quick look as to what we have up and down the pit lane here in the paddock.
Well, just going to catch up with you. We're actually going to be starting our second timed runs. So if you're new to the British Championship rounds, we do a timed run in the morning for all the classes. The fastest 12, it doesn't matter what class you're in, as long as you're registered for the championship, you get into the top 12, and we've done that runoff. So most of our class cars running will be running for their second timed run, and their best timed run of the 2 timed runs will be their best score of the day. And then, of course, we've got the top 12 fastest, and we're going to have the second runoff later on. So we've got the first car lining up. There'll be a couple of cars, the double-driven cars. They'll go up the hill first, and then they'll come back down, and then we'll get the road-going cars going again. And that's something we've got to mention, Ben, because me and you are always trying to promote it, to understand the people watching. Oh, can't how do you get involved in this? You can get involved in hill climbing. I believe our camera is like pointing. There's a Mazda. I was going to say Miata, wrong country. It's actually a Yunus, but it's a MX-5 in the UK. And it's got a little bit of preparation to it, but you don't have to. You could run that car completely standard and actually be reasonably competitive. I mean, the ultimate hill climbing thing, you're going against yourself. You're trying to improve your personal best time, but you can start with a road car. I mean, if we've got here, we actually have, if you've seen, our viewers have seen it, we have a Porsche Cayenne. Got to be the most unlikely hill climb car in the world, and I know you know all the technical specs on that. I think it's even a diesel, and that will tear up the hill, going up the hill, and it's not slow. It's a good challenge, isn't it?
Yeah, it's always a good challenge, and you can take pretty much anything. We're just looking at the road-going series production car, so that's pretty much standard cars. I think the MX-5 that we have in front of us is a great illustration. You can get those for not much money, and they're still good fun to drive, and if you want to carry on through the season, you can improve and modify the car, so you don't have to blow your entire budget just trying to modify that car. Just take it as it is, take it up the hill, and work through the ranks and your racecraft.
Yeah, okay, folks. Well, hope you enjoyed our paddock walk and coverage and interviews and that. And on that note, we're going to hand back over to the commentary booth. We'll all be in and out of there this afternoon. I know Chris Ponsford is already up there at the moment. So thank you for joining us.
So yeah, we'll have all sorts of interesting things coming up in this afternoon's running, and we'll be swapping around commentators a bit this afternoon. So Chris will be sitting in the box for the afternoon, and myself, Owen and Benoit we'll all help out as best we can. Currently, after having done a bit of a live run on HillClimb.TV in the paddock, we've got to find time for our lunches, Chris. So Owen and Benoit are having their lunch.
Well, I couldn't get near the burger van today. It's had mega queues all day. And luckily my good lady packed me a little bit of lunch, which is okay. This is great. There was half a sandwich left over from yesterday and a bit of quiche and no quail's eggs this week.
No, so you were well catered for. That's
I'm
good.
all right.
Yeah, that's good.
And of course been enjoying nice cups of tea from Trimble's.
Yeah,
That's
excellent.
good enough, isn't it?
Yeah, excellent. I've yet to have my lunch, so I'm going to sit in with you for a bit, and then very shortly Owen or Benoit will come and relieve me, and I can go and grab my lunch.
Grab yours.
And
when the queues might have subsided a bit.
Well, possibly so. But we should remind everybody to go and buy something from the concessions, from the ice cream, from the regalia shop with their 10%
shop.
off.
Now, Joe and Co are doing a fantastic job in there. They've got some great bargains in there today. In fairness, I think they have 10% off today, don't they?
That's right, yeah.
10% off everything.
Not quite everything.
Oh, not quite everything?
No, all the clothing and that sort of thing, but not things like mugs and stickers and a few bits like that, I think. But we'll see. Go in and ask. Maybe they can give you a better answer than I can. I've been saying to Benoit, I quite fancy one of those pink Loton Park hoodies. I think that would be quite good, but I'm not sure if they're going to have them in extra large. I suspect I wouldn't fit.
Okay, now I'm just looking in the programme because you had Saturday here yesterday, but some of these competitors aren't here from yesterday, are they?
Everybody who was here yesterday was entered again today. I think I've seen a few people leave, people who have had issues with cars or what have you, but other than that, the running order is pretty much the same today as it was yesterday. Yes, so we'll be starting off with the...
We're on page 7 of the programme.
We can be, if you like.
No, I just wondered, it's not a separate programme for Sunday, is it?
No, I believe so. It's pretty
all
much
on
the same.
that one, isn't it? So and then, of course, we've got the screen as well that Richard very kindly provided in our hut here.
Yes.
Which is incredible for timing and all the information we need as commentators. Plus, we've got the motorsports timing on our left here on our other screen. So it'd be very interesting to see. We've got one or two, Pete Tatham and Dave Tatham. They had problems with their car this morning.
Yeah.
They were had a fueling issue. I'm hoping they can get that sorted out for this afternoon. Will Lockridge is here with Bill Chaplin in the Works Empire Wraith, and they had a brake issue this morning. I think a lot of the cars are probably near the end of the season a bit. Will Hames has gone home.
Yeah.
Well, he certainly finished for the day because he's got a problem.
We lost a couple of people due to technical issues, and a few have been struggling through the morning to try and get out again for this afternoon. So we'll see how that pans out, I suppose. Most of the top guys were all right. We spoke to a few during the lunch
tell
break.
me how your run went at lunchtime. So you got to interview quite a few folk.
Yeah, so Alex Summers was saying he's probably going to take a quiet couple of years now rather than do full schedules. So we'll see a bit less of him perhaps. While he focuses on other things, so that'll be interesting. But he'll probably always keep one foot in the door of hill climbing, so expect to see him back.
They've got, of course, the P4T, his own car, the Summers-built car, and that's very competitive. He's got that into hill climb runoffs. But anyway, we're going to be starting off this afternoon's proceedings. We're on page 7. We've got Hugh Elliott from Shrewsbury in the Fiat Abarth 124 Spider. This is a 1400cc turbocharged Fiat. Small engine, but that turbocharger effectively gives it like a 2-litre power, doesn't it?
Yeah, very nearly. It's quite a good chassis as well, very similar to the Mazda MX-5. So great little car this, and Hugh Elliott has been campaigning it all season here at Loton. Really,
is he driving it with Mary today?
That's right. Yeah. So that's why Hugh's out early, because the car has to come back to be shared with Mary a bit later on. And in fact, the times between Hugh and Mary have been really close. So really good little inter-car battle between the two of them.
Well, here they are at Triangle. Look, you see the lights flashing there. That's something to do with the anti-lock brakes, I'm told. They start stop flashing. Anyway, it's a bit like a Christmas tree on the hill, but effective little car. I remember following them home back to Shrewsbury one day, obviously, and my big Volvo was all over them, you know.
Obviously, yes.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
Complete with Labradors and food hampers and the wife on board, you know. But
yeah.
There's not much a Volvo won't keep up with, obviously.
No, exactly. Volvo's best things on the road anyway.
Without a doubt. Well, you still got your little van, have you?
I've got a little van, yeah. It's not as quick as a Volvo, but it serves me all right.
Whatever it is. Hugh Elliott finishes in a 62.93 as John Maycock pursues in the Mazda Roadster. This is a very quick car and driver, actually. John is a doctor. He hasn't put that in the programme, but I know he's a practicing doctor. Very quick driver. Do you remember him from a couple of years ago? Can you remember seeing him? He won his class in a championship.
Yeah.
Great to see him back out.
He's been doing really well all weekend, and this car looks brilliant. It's a Japanese import, so it's not technically an MX-5, which is why it's down as a Mazda Roadster. So slight differences, I'm sure, but he's doing really well all weekend. Crosses the line now 59.47. That's a really good run compared to earlier times. He's made a really good improvement there.
David Wilson just gone by us in the Lotus Elise. David, cracking driver too. These little Elises are becoming really popular on the hills these days. If you look inside them, they've got an aluminium tub, haven't they, which is a little, well, use your Rover K series in the back of them, and they've got lots of get up and go. He's heading up towards the line now. He's comfortably in the lead at the moment on this class, and he's just done a 58.92, which is actually the quickest in the class so far all day.
Yeah, so really good run there, and as you said, the aluminium chassis that's actually glued together. That's how they built these things, but they are really popular and really capable cars, and so great to see. Now that little batch was all shared vehicles, so they'll be coming back down to the paddock, and we'll then kick off with the bigger batch once they have returned.
Thank goodness for Rich Danby and his live stream. All those times come up. You get purple, green sectors, don't you? For us, it's a dream come true, isn't it? When we're looking at our other screen there, it's quite hard, isn't it, to sort of keep tabs on everything. But here they come back down. They'll be swapping over shortly. Mary Elliott will be jumping back in that one. And I remember Mary a couple of years ago, she bought us all Easter eggs into all the commentary boxes and also all the Marshall posts, didn't she? That was amazing. That was at Easter. But feel free, Mary, anytime now. But perhaps we've missed the boat so far. Christmas, we'll be talking about Christmas presents, won't we?
Yeah, Philip Steele brought us around cake when he had his celebration.
80th? Well, no, not
50 years. 80 years driving. That's impressive.
Driving.
Yeah.
He's doing well, isn't he?
Yeah, so...
Goodness me. Well, we've got an interesting little mixed batch. I see there's a little... that must be a dual drive.
Yes.
Is that a dual drive Caterham Westfield down there? And then, of course, we've got... Benoit's favourites, the old French Clios.
Yes, that's right.
Lots of them.
Yeah, so we've got, as always, a good group of production cars to get through, and then some of the slightly more modified stuff after that, plus a load of these Westfields, Caterhams and all that sort of thing, and they've been really, really close competition throughout the weekend.
I recognise that's the Ray Lower Joy Hoyle car, isn't it? That's the shared car.
Yes.
And, Professor Ray Lower, and he's an Emirates professor. He's a visiting professor. I think he may have currently just retired, but he used to float about between Oxford and Cambridge teaching mechanical engineering. So he knows a thing or two about fettling the car.
Yeah, well that would explain why he's so quick, perhaps.
He is quick, and that car, every year he thinks up something new to sort of add to it. And last year he was playing around with the length of the throttle bodies, the throttle trumpets.
Ah, yes, yeah.
Longer ones were better.
Yes, longer ones actually gives you a sort of forced induction style extra power. So good stuff. It's good to know if you're an engineering genius. But Ray has been quick in that all weekend. which is great to see. And those Caterhams and Westfields are always really exciting and close competition.
Yes, he's running a Vauxhall engine in that one, but it's a well-developed Vauxhall engine. So with these Westfields and Caterhams, quite a few of them run bike engines, and they often call them the sort of West Mega Boosters and stuff like that. Anyway, we got to Ray Lower back to the finish. Mike Harriman in the Renault X85. I think this one is Roy Holder's car. He's sharing it with Roy, who's one of our officials at the Hagley Club. And Michael Harriman, of course, has got his own very nice lightweight Clio Williams, hasn't he? And he hasn't had that one out to play for a while.
No, that's right. And in fact, a big moment at the top of the hill for Mike Harriman there. That'll probably bring out a red flag. He just spins it round under braking for the turn up at Fallow and drags a bit of dirt onto the road, but he's off again, so no harm, no foul, but that'll have spoilt that run for him.
Okay, so, but I noticed then the Peugeot 205 there, it says Tim Harriman 764.
Yeah.
So that is the Feekins car, isn't it?
It is. That, yeah.
So he's getting a ride in that this week.
Tim Harriman's sharing the Peugeot with Tony Feekins.
Yeah.
Which has been confusing Benoit and I no end.
Well, I certainly recognise the car when I saw the name. The marshals are furiously sweeping up at Fallow at the moment. Lots of grass up there, but no damage to the Clio, which is great. And Michael's fine. Michael's always a trier. But I don't suppose that car's ever gone so quick, actually, in the past. Very rapid.
Yeah, well, it's been that car's been very well used the last few meetings. So
tell the customers behind us who can only see, obviously, here.
Yes.
You've been watching your phone here. You've got live TV on there, haven't you?
That's it. So everybody could get onto their smartphones via YouTube, and they can watch HillClimb.TV on YouTube. Don't forget, everybody, to subscribe and like that channel, and those people who are already on it, don't forget to join in, comment, like the stream and everything. I just keep an eye on the chat and things as we're going, just in case anybody's saying anything interesting via the message boards.
Yes, that's very good. Well, the Regalia shop's open behind us today for the last time this year. Go and have a chat with Joe in there. 10% off everything today. Grab yourself a bargain, some lovely items in there. Just a job, and you get a bargain for next season, because we want to see you next season, don't we?
Exactly. So yeah, get your clothes, and then you can fit in with all the cool kids next year. You'll notice I'm wearing my Loton Park coat, which is exceptionally warm, which is very good for
Do you know what? That is a very nice bit of kit.
It is, yes. And
it's got a nice fleece lining on it.
Yes.
It's waterproof as well, isn't it?
It is waterproof, so whatever the weather throws at us today, I'm sorted.
Well, that's amazing. So, yeah, that's a great opportunity. Well, we've got, as Steve Wright would have said, serious sweeping at the moment. Serious sweeping. God bless Steve Wright. We miss him.
Yeah, they're doing very good job up there. And those marshals, well, Post 8 had it very busy yesterday morning up at
Is that
Museum.
Dave Newell I can see up there in the glasses and the big cowboy hat?
Quite possibly.
Dave Newell, who drives our Austin A40. What does he call it? What's the name? Morty, that's right. So Dave Newell, furious sweeping. I'm watching you, Dave. Yeah, he's waving to us now. What a wonderful job our marshals do, actually. If you want to join the boys and girls in orange. Yellow then?
Yeah.
What's the matter with me? I'm getting old. In orange, become a marshal. Have a word with one of the marshals. You can also go on the MSUK website as well, can't you?
Yeah.
Boys or girls, it doesn't matter. You've got to be about 16 to go trackside, but you can still do huge amounts of work in the paddock.
Yeah, we have lots of paddock officials here who are younger, and they help run everything, keep it smooth.
Yes, we got young Seb there today. He's helping out. He's not in the orange today. He's here with his dad, who's on my post just below me. Yeah, he is. Let's having a look who's there. Indeed. So, yeah, become a marshal. Fantastic job. The red flags are currently about to be waved. They are. Whistles have been blown. Who doesn't like a good whistle?
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's you get to blow whistles and wave flags.
I know. And have a good crack.
Yeah.
You got the Trimble's there, the Trimble's restaurant for marshals, isn't it?
Yes.
Cups of tea.
Restaurant's quite a grand term.
Sandwiches.
Yeah.
Restaurants, do you think that's a loose term?
I think it's it's good though. It caters to all our marshals, keeps them warm, fed and watered, and helps us run these events. So excellent job for all of them.
Here comes Laura Wardle in Jonathan Williamson's Porsche 911 Carrera. This is a beautiful old car. She had a bit of time out this year with a broken wrist. They had a bit of a moment, bit of a bump, and her wrist got broken. But she's back out in this left-hand drive classic 911. The Carrera is a very, very desirable car, and it's over 40 years old, this car, which they've been competing in this car for over 40 years. Isn't that wonderful?
Yeah, it's a wonderful car as well. Looks brilliant as it goes up the hill there. And yeah, they've been doing some good times in this machine, and it's great to see both the car and Laura out in it and enjoying. You could see some of the times on the screens if you've got your mobile device, or if you're watching on HillClimb.TV, so you can see what they did this morning and compare their times. And I think it's warmed up a bit, which is possibly why we're getting slightly quicker runs now.
Right. Well, Archie Cooper's on the hill, heading up towards Fallow. Archie's driving the MX-5 today, the family MX-5, one of the little fleet of cars they have. And of course, Olivia is his mum, Olivia Cooper. As we look at Simon Joyce in a Renault Sports Clio, the 197, which denotes the brake horsepower that it's meant to leave the factory with. He's on his way through there. So Archie's just about to finish in a 68.74, which he's down in 9th place in the class currently. He's a new driver, he's a young driver, and him and his sister both drive. As we get a quick look, here's Tim Harriman. Oh, Tim Harriman's driving, yeah. Tim Harriman's driving the Peugeot Feekins 205.
Yeah, that's right. So he got waved off earlier, if you remember. So this is his retry at that run. Tim Harriman's been getting to grips with that Feekins 205, but it's not been. He's not been as quick in it as the Feekins have because, well, he's new to the machine.
Yeah, well, of course, that Peugeot was one of the two that Tony had, but of course the red one got mightily binned up at Fallow last meeting. A huge accident, needed reshelling. 62.10, which takes him third in that class at the moment. Tony Feekins, the governor, is leading that class with a 59.23, and he'll be pleased about that because I remember a couple of meetings ago he wanted to go sub 60. Now he's nearly doing a 58.
Yeah, well, he always said that red car never felt quite as good as the black one, so he's obviously happier back in that machine, and like you said, has dipped under that minute, which is brilliant stuff. As we also see Richard Case in that Renault Clio, being followed by Mary Elliott, who's sharing that Bath 124 Spider.
Indeed, so it's all hotting up. 71.08 for Richard Case. I haven't seen much of him before, so he's probably learning his way up the hill. Loton is a tricky track, and we've got the Cedar Straight, and we call it the Cedar Not So Straight. As we get a look at Andrew Feekins, this is in the little Clio 172 Cup car. These were the original Clios, the little sporting Clios, apart from the old Gordinas going back in the day, but these are the more modern versions. But these again denotes that 172 brake horsepower, but they're much smaller body shell, much lighter, aren't they?
That's it, yeah. They were designed to replicate the ones that were racing in the one make championship. So great to see those out on the hill.
We got Mr. Ice Cream Man. He loves an ice cream. Guess who that is?
Yeah, Owen with us.
Owen the ice cream man. He's got ice cream all over his face. He's really making a job of this one. So he's been to see Mr. Whippy, who's up behind us today. It's not Kevin, is it? No, it's not Kevin. No. Mr. Fresh Whip today. Actually, the weather's warming up, so it's probably good ice cream weather.
That's fine. I think.
I don't think you can get near the burger van. That's been so busy all day. So the ice cream's a good shout, you know.
Yeah, it's good that we did worry that without having the constraints of being stuck in the commentary booth, you might be on like your 4th ice cream or something.
But he's been roaming that paddock all morning. God knows how many he's eaten this morning. He's looking bloated on ice cream today.
He deserves the ice cream now for all the running to and fro we've made him do.
He's been doing the old paddock interviews, and Matthew first, was it, Owen? Was it Owen? Yeah. You said, you've been there and everywhere.
Chatted to everyone, really.
Everyone.
Yeah, so that was good.
Amazing. We're in the road going series production cars up to 2 litres at the moment, and David Wilson in the Elise is currently the fastest time with a 58.92. John Maycock with a 59.47. And I'll tell you what, John is a seriously quick driver, so David Wilson, he's been doing brilliantly all year. We've got Robin Holden on the line in the Mazda Roadster. They're becoming incredible popular cars, and he'll be followed by Michael Thompson in the Honda S2000, who's extremely rapid. But anyway, here he comes now. This is Robin Holden in the Mazda Roadster. Very popular cars indeed. Usually run 1800s and 2-litre engines. This is a non-turbocharged one, and this is car number 21, and we're currently on page 7 of your programme. I see my man is frantically typing WhatsApp messages because Owen has been doing an incredible job in the paddock. Anyway, here comes that beautiful S2000, and Michael Thompson has held the class record, in fairness. In the past, Sarah Bosworth holds the class record here with a 57.76 in 2014 in a Lotus Elise. So what can Michael do? He's usually co-drives with Zoe Shearman, his wife, in that Lotus Exige, the yellow one.
Yeah, well, Michael Thompson's he's rebuilt this Honda's engine since it got a bit blown up a little while ago. So he's back out in that. And running really well. He's been quick all weekend. 58.54 on that run puts him top of the tree, which is great work for him.
Now, I just want to tell you, John Langmead has just gone by us. He's heading up the Cedar Straight now. John is very rapid. He had a fail on his first run. He's a golf pro from North Devon. Extremely rapid, holding class records all over the country this year. What can he do? I think he's going to do something a bit decent, but looking at his sector times, maybe not.
No, he had a bit of a moment there just at the top of the hill at Fallow, which spoilt that run somewhat. So he goes up to 5th, which isn't bad, but I think he had more in him.
He did. We've got Philip Steele in the Boxster, just left the line. We've got Robert Wilson again, who was quick earlier, did a 59.64 earlier. Oh, a big puff of smoke as he heads into museum there, heads up the finish straight now. And here comes young Philip Steele. Philip Steele was the one that did the cakes, wasn't it?
Yep. Yeah, so Philip Steele in that Porsche Boxster doing a good run up the hill. Robert Wilson has done a 57.87 to take the top of the road-going production cars up to 2 litres. But now with Philip Steele, that means we jump up a category. We're now in the over 2 litre category for road going production cars. Philip deciding to run with the hood down, using up the last of the summer sun, obviously. And so Philip heading up towards museum. Final turn for him, and out at the top, this will be his last run of the season, quite probably. So well done, Philip. Across the line he goes, and we'll see his 72.94.
72. Now Stephen Atkins has gone by us in that BMW M3. This 4-litre V8 BMW in black, sinister black, very quick piece of kit, isn't it? And Simon Howarth in the Mini John Cooper Works is going by us now at Triangle. Stephen Atkins through the finish in a 62.47, takes him 4th in the class thus far, and heading the class at the moment is Richard Snow in the big Porsche from Duncan Andrews. So Simon Howarth 2/3 up the hill. We're waiting for George Gwilliam, who's driving the Vauxhall Corsa VXR Club Sport. Now, where has he gone? Has he disappeared?
Well, it says he's left the line. So here he comes down the hill. Now, George has been driving these Vauxhall Corsas, but getting quicker and quicker over the last few years. So it's great to see him moving up through the order. He started in a little 1.2 or basic Corsa. He's now got the VXR, and it's great to see him improving as time goes on, and climbing up the hill now. He's still, he does some good times, does George, and maybe more to come in the future from him.
Yeah, do you know, I was following a Corsa this morning, actually. We were in a little convoy travelling quite quickly, and I was quite surprised at the pace of the little thing. But anyway, we've got John Lowe in the Audi TT Coupe. Here he is now. I've not seen much of John before. That's an immaculately turned out car as well, isn't it, in that blue? In fact, I don't recall seeing him before. Can you remember him?
No, I don't think I've seen John here. He may have done other hills, but I'm not sure I've seen him here. He's been improving all weekend, which says to me he's still learning the course a little bit, and times have been getting better and better as the weekend's gone on. So that's it's good to see. But as you say, nice shiny car.
Now here's something a bit rapid. This is Simon Tarling in the 996 GT3 Porsche. Quite a special Porsche, that one. Well worked, got lots of modifications, and the GT3 was like the race version, wasn't it, of the road car? So it's a rapid combination. I think the 996 GT3, he's probably got the 3.6 engine in it, and probably pushing around about 350 to 370 brake horsepower.
It's certainly rapid, but we've got some really quick Porsches with us, and coming up in a moment is Richard Snow in the GT4 RS, so he will be one to watch as it gets going.
Yes, so Simon goes through to the finish in a 63.45. Here comes Richard Snow. My goodness me, lights are blazing. Beautiful modern Porsche. Richard Snow is currently leading the class on a 57.16. The class record, it says, is John Maycock, 57.26. So that's inside the class record, as was Duncan Andrews. That was this morning, obviously, so fantastic. Hang on, I'm going to take my headphones off. My man can get out the box. I think young Owen Cool will be joining me shortly. Thank you very much for that, Alex. Yeah. Watch his high vis. He's got to have his high vis on so we can see you. In case you miss him, he's about 6'8" and very big. Anyway, so here we go. We got young Owen Cool. The unmistakable tones of Owen are returning into the box. So he doesn't beat his morning class record, but does a 57.69. A class record for Richard Snow, and Duncan Andrews too, also breaking the class record 0.2 slower. So exciting stuff. So we've got Owen Cool with us now. He's been doing his paddock interviews. So the idea was that myself and Owen are going to be doing the afternoon session, and Alex and Benoit very capably did the morning session. Welcome, Owen.
Good afternoon. I'm finally glad to sit down. I got out of the car this morning and I've been on my feet ever since. So hopefully I was able to supply information, and you got some good information. I will say that Benoit is actually down in the paddock. He's going to do some wandering around and give us some information as and when we need. So it's good to be back in the booth with you again there, Mr. Pons.
Indeed. Well, we were at Prescott, weren't we, recently? We got Robert Lancaster-Gay just into fallow. Now, he had a fail this morning. Well, he did 109.16. He's always quick, as Duncan Andrews in that very powerful Porsche came and goes by us now. So he's already on his way through keepers there, opening up towards the Seagull Straight. Lancaster-Gay does a 60.75, goes fourth in the class, as Duncan Andrews, who is flying, he's in purple sectors.
He's looking on. They already broke the class record this morning, and it looks like he is going to extend that. Now, Richard Snow was leading the class and didn't improve, but I think Duncan is going to set a new class record with a 56.83. So he's knocked a good several tenths off the record with that one. So well done, Mr. Andrews.
Well, this is a bit different. This is Richard York in the Porsche Cayenne V6 diesel. He normally drives a Porsche, doesn't he? But a faster model than this. This is a diesel.
Yeah, this is a turbo diesel V6. Now, this supports my my ongoing campaign to say you can hill climb just about anything. This is the backup vehicle, the regular car not available, so I'll just pull the road car out and off we go. But it's no slouch in that thing. It's still got some grunt. as it goes up the hill there, Chris.
Presumably he's driven that car here today, so I think as a passenger you'd be nipping along some. Anyway, he's heading up towards the finish. He's not going to challenge the leaders in this class. You wouldn't expect it. But Jamie Stocks has just gone by us in the Toyota Yaris, as the second Toyota Yaris of Alan Mansfield is just coming by us now. So Jamie Stocks is heading up towards the finish. Peter Richards currently leading the class with a 61.56 in his Golf R, which is a phenomenally quick piece of kit with Peter driving it. Jamie Stocks does a 63.74 as Alan Mansfield heads up towards Fallow.
Yeah, I mean, Richard Yorkenak that came in. It's a completely standard utilitarian vehicle, so it's, you know, and it doesn't have the horsepower of these little Yaris's and Golfs. So yeah, James didn't go any quicker on his run. We got Alan Mansfield just heading across the line, looking to improve. Can he jump up a position? He's improved his time by 0.8 of a second, but not quite enough to jump into second place. So there's Peter Richards, my friend and yours.
Indeed. Joy's here, his wife, on the photography today.
Yeah.
This is his new car this year. Last year he had that Yaris for a couple of years, but he has been seconds quicker in this Golf, hasn't he? Tell us about the Golf.
Well, it's 2-liter, 4-wheel drive, turbocharged. It's got more technology, and he just felt the Toyota, he had a Yaris, and he switched this mid-season, actually, and he's been getting to know with it. But I keep joking about it, but he's setting a new time of a 60.15. That is, that's a heck of a time. Peter's really getting to grips with that car. And
we got some grass or track or something. That's branch?
No, that's a branch off a tree.
The tree. The wind is getting up. You'll obviously be better aware of that than us folks. You're out there in the wind, as they say. We've got our cozy little box here today, haven't we?
I'm in the correct weather position at the moment. I will let you know I am trapped in here. Mr. Pons is next to the door, and he's not letting me out.
No, he's come in. You're into the. I
cannot escape.
We'll call that pole position, really. You're on the left-hand side of the grid, aren't you?
Well, if I was in North America, I'd be on the left hand. I'd be driving. But we're in the UK, so you're driving. You're sitting. Your steering wheel's on your side of the car.
Well, yeah. I'm old, and I need to be near that screen, because my eyesight's not as good as yours.
I can't see a damn thing. I've got reading glasses with me, and they're like, what's the point? So
we're managing.
I'm monitoring our communications with our pit crew.
Our pit
golfer, who I think is in the burger line at the moment.
Well, I don't blame him. It's going to be a long wait. What have we got? We got batch.
That was end of batch, I believe. Hold on a second. That was end of batch. So we'll be starting with batch 3, and we've got some more 4 double-driven cars, followed by the next. So we should be getting into the modified saloons.
Yes, indeed.
And heading towards Sport Libre, I believe.
Yes, indeed. So we are on page 9 of your programs. Interesting variation of stuff here today. Apart from all the single-seater action, which we'll be seeing later on, we got a lovely class of Westfields, which are the road-going specialist production cars. We're currently that's a lot of clapping going on here.
That's their second run. So these competitors are actually done for the weekend, unless we have some sort of miracle and one of them went fast enough to get into the top 12 runoff. It's very rare that we can get a tin top into the top 12 British, but it has happened.
It has happened on a wet day. Didn't the Legacy get into the runoff?
I think it might have. I think Damien Bradley got it in there.
No, I think
it was Stephen.
I think it was.
Might have been Stephen.
Stephen Darley. Yeah. I think that could have been at Wiscombe or somewhere like that on a wet day at Wiscombe.
But But like I said, you look at these Toyotas coming in, they're completely standard off of the showroom floor. Yes, they came with 230 horsepower 4-wheel drive, but they're only 3 cylinders.
Yeah, they are 3-cylinder, but I think they've got more than 230, haven't they? Have they got about 260?
No, I was told they were about 230 as standard, but whether or not they tweaked them or not. But so that's their second run, and for most of these competitors, that's the last run of the season.
That's sad.
There
is something at Kerber next week.
The HillClimb Sprint Association is running. They've got 2-day events.
2
one-day events going, and I know that the Summers are actually going to be there with the Formula Ford they're running next weekend there. Richard's going to have that out.
Yeah, brilliant. Well, I see a little batch of Caterham's Westfields lining up down in the finish.
Yeah.
And I see Jock Ramsey there in the Opel Manta. That's always a good sign.
Yeah.
I see the Evo. So we got some.
That's car 66.
Stephen Moore and Co. Those
they're all up in there. But we've got some double-driven Westfield / Caterhams, depending on who the driver du jour there. And I think, if I remember, I was talking to Joy Hoyle, who's on a mission this weekend, and was actually sitting second in class currently. She said she was a little bit off to the right, a little bit off to the left. I said, you set a new personal best, which she did in practice yesterday. She set a personal best yesterday.
Wow.
But I said, was that personal best? She goes, no. But she was chuffed. I think she actually is sitting second in class at the moment.
That's no mean achievement.
And that's no mean achievement.
Who's leading the class at the moment?
That would be Richard Price.
Richard Price, yeah, he's always quick, isn't he?
She says is usually in a different league. He said, it wasn't really trying. And he said, well, okay, so that means you're only doing 11 tenths. When he tries, he does 12 tenths. Anyway, there we go.
Okay, we got Graham Manson just left the line. He smokes his way into Hall there. He's obviously trying hard, but now let's just keep an eye on him. He's sharing this car with his daughter, I found out. It's his daughter, not his wife.
Well, that would be a mistake we don't want to make.
It wouldn't be a mistake I want to make. So anyway, here he comes now. Graham Manson now in this lovely turned out Westfield in grey. Looks quite a new Westfield, doesn't it? Nicely turned out, isn't it?
It is, yes. I'm just having a look here. Not actually in the program. But,
is it not?
No, it's a late entry.
Okay.
Oh, no, wait a minute. I'll get it. I'll get it. Yeah, there it is. It's actually a modified. So this car here, this is different before where you can see. This is actually a modified version where it's on racing slicks and it's in the sort of the racy class. And then we'll have the road going cars. So we'll try to differentiate that in a second there.
Okay, so he finishes in a time of 63.65. He's fourth in the class, but this is a hot class because currently Phil Goff, one of our officials, is leading the class in the Hayabusa engine Westfield. Ben Fisher, son of Phil Fisher, who's currently on the hill at the moment, heading up towards Fallow. That's a nicely tuned up little Westfield. This is a new car for them this season. Runs a Vauxhall red top engine.
Yep.
Nicely put together car.
Oh yeah, nice. I've known the Fishers for a while. They basically had a standard Subaru, and Ben actually ran a single seater. And they decided to combine father and son team and to have this car, and it is modified. So we'll see Ben in a minute. Just saying, Graham Manson, he was actually 4.3 seconds quicker on that second time run.
Wow!
So a massive improvement there. What we've got here, we've got John McQuillan in the Radical SR1, the T-Valley Motorsport team, one of the team cars, if you will.
Yeah, that's one of the ones they
He's
run.
done a 53.43, and then we've got that rapidly quick Malik. Let's just see what John McQuillan does first. Where's that put him? He's currently, that moves him up. He's gained a second and a half there. And then we got Sam Nicholson in that Malik.
Yeah, the Malik. What a piece of kit that is. That Malik's a real history car, actually. Beautifully turned out. Those Maliks, they were Clubman's cars that are now very good on hill climbs, usually running a 1700 Crossflow Ford engines, but the balance of the car is absolutely terrific. So Sam Nicholson does a 56.06, takes him third in the class. As we get a look at Stuart Hook in another Westfield, a wide-bodied Westfield. Stuart Hook, we see a bit of him, don't we? And here we got, we got Tim Higgins in his Westfield.
Yeah, I think I just spotted Gareth turning me down.
No way.
I think he had to turn the volume down again.
I said it was too quiet this morning.
Yeah.
But I did say probably when we get in there.
You'll have to turn it back, turn it back down. Anyways,
scaring Gareth there.
On your screen, that's Stuart Hook in the Westfield SCIW. Now, this is a road-going version. We just saw a couple of modifieds. They don't look much different from the outside, but on the inside, the one is pure race car. These are still road-going, driven to the event, and so on and so forth. So we've got Stuart Hook just heading across. He's actually, he's 5 seconds faster than this morning. Now, Tim Higgins on your screens has just rolled by, and if you're in triangle, that engine does not sound happy at all. It's running on 2.5 cylinders. Yeah. So Tim's actually pulled it off, so he's not blocking in. Simon Price, the rapid Simon Price. This seems to be slightly, I think he's normally quicker than this, Chris, so let's take him on.
He's having a go. It's this very distinctive purple Westfield. Currently, Richard Price is leading the class. Simon is in 8th place currently. Yeah, I think he's a little bit off colour this weekend.
Yeah, not the normal pace, but that might have been the first run because the track was very, very cold this morning, and Simon has a lot of horsepower, but he is on a road tire, so it might have been just the wrong package for the cold track conditions. Now, it has warmed up a bit. Yeah, I know some of you are sitting there with your hands frozen, but he is looking big. But Simon's always good for rapid time. Simon is.
Well, I tell you what, I just noticed it as we get a look here at Jerry Neary. Jerry's been campaigning for many, many years in this little class here. 60.61 for Simon Price.
That's 3 seconds. Yeah, 2.5 seconds quicker.
But if you notice, the class record is a 52.57 for Darren Luke.
Yeah.
And 58.12 this morning. So the track must be not quite in that condition, and yet we've had class records this morning, haven't we?
Yeah.
And this afternoon.
Yeah, it is possible, but it's just having the right combination and the right conditions, because the tire temperatures, the type of tire, how they work. Anyway, on our screens, that's Jerry Neary just coming up across the top, heading towards the end. Currently 10th in class, and then he's just done a 67.31, so he's improved by 1.5 seconds. Now, John Pick in the AMS Mataya is actually pulled over on the exit of Hall Corner in getting out of the car. So, don't know if that's a mechanical. So, it looks like he's made the left-hander at Hall Corner and just tried to accelerate away, and the car goes, no, not interested.
Well, I don't know what happened, but anyway, he's not proceeding at the moment.
No.
The AMS Mataya, interesting bit of kit actually. It's essentially a Subaru Impreza in a fiberglass body as a kit. Oh, they're just showing the rerun now. So he leads the line, heads up towards Hall, locks up big time.
Oh,
big lock up.
He actually has bounced off the Armco on driver's right, so he locked up big time, and the right rear actually bounced into the Armco. The car still looks like it rolls, but he has stopped to get out and check that the car is okay. So he may get back in and roll forward, which he is now coming. But that was quite the hit he took on.
That was quite a moment, I'd say. He was carrying massively too much speed going into there. He managed to scrub off a little bit, obviously, thank goodness. The Mataya, well, it lives to run another day. That'll be the end of his season for now.
Yeah, that keeps him. So where is? Oh, we've moved on to class a bit. I'll catch up in a minute. But on the line, so we cleared it. So Malcolm Hickey in his catering. So we're still in Class B, road going specialist production over Caterhams and Westfields, essentially road legal. Now, I just noticed that Ray Lohr went up, double-driven car. He did a 58.39 and actually took over his co-driver, Joy Hoyle, and pushed her to third. So it'll be interesting to see if Joy says, no, I'm not having that, Ray. I'm going to move today. I'm going to have that back. So we'll wait and see on that. Malcolm Hickey has just gone through Triangle, up through Keepers, I'll remember.
Yeah, well, I get confused too, because sometimes I call it Kennel, because I go to the other place down the road, so it's all a bit confusing.
Call it Kennel, you'll be in the doghouse.
So Malcolm Hickey is heading up towards Museum at the moment. Richard Price, he's the man that's leading the class, has just left the line in his Caterham 7. Already he's in purple sectors for his first 64 feet. He's in purple sectors for his second. He's already, here he comes now into Triangle, the class leader at the moment. Nice line through there, very rapid driver, and with hill climbing, a spectacular line all over the place, is rarely quick. His lines were impeccable there. He's heading up towards the Cedar Straight, heading up towards Fallow.
Yeah, Richard, it's almost on a Scale Electrics track, this. Very smooth, very quick. Funny enough, just on the braking at the top of the Cedar Straight, the back end, you just saw it twitch a bit. No problem. Oh, he is trying. He's locked the left front wheel going in the museum, but he's still on for a new better time, and that's going to cross the line with a 57.180. Went a second quicker. Steve Garner is with you, Chris.
Yeah, Steve Garner. Well, he's got 2 of these identical cars. One got stolen and was in a garage for 6 years, not far from his house. It got stolen by some unscrupulous people, got found again, and now, in the meantime, he built a replica of this car, which is a very, very well sorted little Westfield. Now, can he threaten Richard Price? At the moment, Steve Garner did a 61.21 this morning. He improves massively with a 57.95, goes second in the class.
Absolute jump there. So we'll have to see. Joy Hoyle is still to go in that class. Can she improve on her time? On our screens, and for your viewing pleasure, we've got a yellow Hillman Imp of Mark Maynard. We're up into the modified series production cars up to 1400. That's Class C1 for the National Championship runners. And that's Mark Hillman Imp, and that's Martin Rudder and the Fiat X19, who actually set the personal best yesterday at practice. This morning, he's slightly off it, wasn't happy about it, so he's looking to set a new PB this afternoon.
Yeah, we're just getting a look at the X19. We see him out quite regularly. This is a nice colour scheme in that yellow and blue. There's not many Fiat X19s left because they did suffer with the tin worms. Anyway, at the moment, as I say, Eric Morris still to come in his turbocharged Hillman Imp. As we get a look now, we get a look at Barry Holt in the Rover Mini. This one's got the BMW motorcycle cylinder head on the front of it, which gives it a lot more horsepower. Quite impressive.
I don't know what Barry's horsepower is, but I have seen him exceed 180 horsepower out of an A-Series block. Very quick. Just to catch up, Mark Maynard in the Imp did a 69.36, so he's 0.8 quicker. Martin Rudder has just done a 65.51, and that's a much better improvement. He's jumped him up to third right now. He's only 2 100ths in front of Barry Holt, so Barry needs to pick the pace up a little bit if he wants to get back to third. Andrew Russell's been racing this Ginetta since time began, I swear. He's been racing it since I started, and that was in 2009. But so Barry's done a 64.15 and pushed Martin back to fourth again. He did a 1.3 seconds quicker. And yeah, where are we at? Well, I've lost all over the place. There's Andrew Russell heading up top of Cedar Straight.
Okay, so Andrew Russell, he's come out of fallow now. He's heading up towards Museum. As we get a look at Eric Murray in the Hillman Imp, the turbocharged Hillman Imp. Very, very quick piece of kit indeed. The class record is a 57.52. Perhaps that's not going to be threatened today, but who knows? He is in purple sectors at the moment, so he is definitely, although he's leading the class, the quickest thus far so far. And this little turbocharged Imp is really a special piece of kit, isn't it?
I just watched him go up the Cedar Straight, and he actually lifted, one of the kinks lifted the left front wheel off the ground. Now watch this, if you're watching on camera here, you'll actually pick up that inside wheel. I think he'll do it here. You can just see it bouncing off the ground. So Eric is saying, broke the trailing arm on this last night, a 58.66, that's an 0.8 improvement.
Okay, Eric Murray done a 58.66. Jock Ramsey from Scotland in this beautiful Opel Manta, this orange Opel Manta. I think he owns at least 3 of these. Jock is a big noise at Doon Hill Climb up in Scotland. Quite a few Scottish competitors down. This is old school car, but lovely, lovely 16-valve engine. This is the type of car that Harry Vatanen campaigned so successfully, didn't he? Yes, he did, Owen. Anyway, 60.41 for Jock Ramsey, takes him second in the class to Tony Feekins, who's yet to run, who did a 59.23. At the moment, we've got Roy Holder, who's sharing the drive with Michael Harriman. Here he comes in his lovely grey and black Peugeot. Tony Feekins, we call him the entertainer. He's always on the go. What happened here last time?
Last time he was okay, but the time before, not so much. He dropped a wheel in the grass on the Cedar Straight, and the car that he was in, safety equipment did its job, but the car itself is no longer with us. So let's just have a look at the class here. So Jock Ramsey did a 60.41, and that puts him up into second place. Pushed Tim Harrison down to third, who's been driving Ray Holder's car. Ray could only do a 63.97. Tony Feekins has just done a 59.47. His first run was actually a personal best for him.
Okay, we got Jim Herbert just gone by in the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 5. Jim's got a fiercely fast car there, over 600 horsepower. He had quite a big accident at Harewood not long ago. The car is now rebuilt. Great to see him back out. Yeah, he's a big fella, is Jim, but he's got a big, fast car. And of course, we'll be getting to look at Nigel Elliott, and we'll be getting to look at Stephen Moore. Now, who's this? This is Richard Hampstead. I've not seen much of Richard. Oh, he spins it coming out of Loggerheads there. Fletcher's Dello. He gets four-wheel drive, gets him back onto the track, so he's going to have a failed run. He'll go back into the paddock. So he tried a little bit hard, but he got away with it, didn't he? Oh, yeah, he's going up to the top.
Oh, hang on, he's going up the hill.
Okay, he's obviously having a look, getting his money's worth.
Well, yeah, his first time here. Had a bit of here, so we've got a replay for our online viewers, and I'll talk about it in a minute. Just came out of there, back end just came around, rotated him 180 degrees, slid off to the, what do we call that, driver's left into the grass, and then backed it up and kept going. Can I just shout out to our HillClimb.TV viewers? Our target, I think our last target, we wanted to get 16,000 subscribers. Well, thank you to everybody. We have 16,328. And that reaches the target that we, for subscribers for the season. And we thank you all very, very much. Rich and Ellie basically run this operation. And he's got to the point where, he's a bit poorly this weekend. I am going to tell people about it. But he's still bringing you this amazing coverage, and as commentators we can't be, we're so grateful that we were able to do this. I know there's also members of the channel that have joined the members, so we thank you all as well for that type of thing. Anyway, Nigel Elliott, not TR7.
Yeah, like and subscribe, folks. Anyway, Nigel Elliott just gone up the hill in his TR7 V8. This is a twin turbocharged Rover V8 engine, a fearsomely fast car. He's here with his partner Laura Wardle this weekend. He goes through to the finish in a 60.67 as Jonathan Williamson goes by in this glorious Carrera 911 Porsche. 40 years they've been racing this car, and it had a rebuild recently this season, first one in 30 odd years. So that's testimony to the build quality. Stephen Moore, a farmer from from Salisbury, near Salisbury. This is his second quickest Evo. This one's still got over 600 horsepower.
This one he can switch between road going and modified if he wants to. He's running in modified mode today. And, he told me this morning, I didn't look at the time, he said, I'm just a little bit ahead in the class. And anyway, he's heading for more. He's got a good time putting together here. He's the only car in the class to get below 60 seconds. And I think he's on for an absolute ripper here. Let's see what he can do. He's purple sectors all the way up. And let's get across a 57.01. He took 1.8 seconds out of his first time run. So well done to him. A couple of updates on a couple of competitors. We have Ben doing some pit walking this afternoon for us, and he reports that Tim Higgins, car 46, has broken a drive shaft, and Joy Hoyle will not be running her second time run. They've picked up what looks like a possible engine issue with the car. They don't want to risk it, so Joy will not run. So that'll keep her, I think, in fourth in class for the weekend. That keeps, I think, Roy, who drives the car, third, and Richard Price has won that class.
Well, it does look like we have...
Would you like a tea or a coffee?
A tea would be nice, yeah.
Hang on.
One sugar, please.
Tea, one...
Oh, that's service, isn't it? This is unheralded. Unheralded.
Well, Chris, if you think about it, we've been commentating 3 years now between Loton and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
Look at the innovations we have brought together. Two in the
box, two in the shed,
two in the shed, two in the box.
Wow.
We did that thing, at another venue. We ended up doing a whole new commentator setup there 3 weeks ago.
We did. Yeah.
We've just really
We're innovators. We're innovators.
Yeah, we've lowered the standard just about everywhere we can.
Listen, 3 years. Some marriages don't last that long, do they?
No, mine unfortunately has. Just kidding. Sorry, Nancy, if you're listening.
Well, it's only live stream, Nancy, so I'm sure you're not watching.
Yeah, no, she'll find out and record and replay it 100 times. So.
That's dangerous.
No, and here we go. If you are for live viewers, that was Ben making Chris a coffee or tea.
Was it? I didn't see that.
Yeah,
I missed that.
They just put the camera on it.
Oh,
there
here he is. There he is. Oh, marvellous. Yeah, 1 sugar, please, Ben.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ben doesn't know we can actually see him on
No,
live
he probably
TV.
doesn't know. What a job he's doing.
He is. Look at that stirring action.
Ah, beautiful. I think he can hear us, actually.
I've got the tea bag out, and he's going for 1 sugar.
As long as he's giving it a little bit of time, obviously. Are you having coffee or tea? You're going to be a coffee man, aren't you?
I'm a water person.
You're a water person.
I'm a water person.
Yeah.
Water?
Are you're not a hot drinks man?
The contents of them in my systems don't cooperate with each other. No, but I am, just for everybody's entertainment, eating a bag of Haribo.
I've noticed.
So you may regret sitting there later.
No, I think we'll be fine. So we got to end the batch, folks. What a weekend so far. I wasn't here yesterday. I was somewhere else doing a vintage meeting yesterday. All those old cars, some of them are 100 years old. So any of these aren't 100 years old.
Was that why they needed old commentators?
Well, actually, I wasn't the oldest there.
No, you weren't, actually. I saw the picture. No, you're the baby on that one.
There was 3 of us, and I was the baby. I was the new kid on the block.
No, you're right.
You know the guys I was with, right? And they know everything there is to know about the old stuff. I was just really the tea boy,
Yeah.
Sort of.
And now we've got somewhere there's a tea being delivered to you. Well, we'll see.
Well, we've got single-seaters coming up next.
Oh, okay. Now you've got to pace yourself.
You've
got to pace yourself. I know what you're like with the
single-seaters. Goodness me, I love single-seaters.
I'm going to have to turn your pacemaker down just to cover this up.
Yeah, but pacemaker's working good at the moment.
Didn't know you had one, actually.
No, nor did I, but I think I might need one after today.
Oh, right, okay. So that was end of batch. So now we're going to get into the 4 million single-seater race. No, I'm just kidding, folks. And we've got some close competition, and we still have a couple of undecideds within class championships, and I think the under-25 is undecided, and we still got this battle for the top 10.
Now, such is my knowledge of these. Well, I was just going to say, I know this is the Wood brothers. This is Anthony Wood. Anthony was a very naughty boy recently.
Can't say that out loud.
He was a naughty boy. He went to Doon and he was naughty, right? Because he unfortunately had a moment at Doon. But the car is back with us today. They've rebuilt it. Look at that. There you go. The brothers Wood, like a pair of gunslingers. They're on their way. Here they come now. We're getting a good look at Anthony Wood. This little Force PT. Isn't that lovely? Little screaming motorbike engine in the back of it. The little Force is as driven like the likes of Stuart Bickley, obviously. They're great little cars, and Anthony will be driving that car, and then his brother will be having a go in a bit. He'll be followed by Stevie Morgan, father of his son, who's going to be following up very shortly.
That's good that the father of the son.
No.
I'm just winding you up.
Here we go. Look, Stuart Bickley currently leading the class with a 49.03. Tom Weaver did a 49.83. As we look at Stevie Morgan, Richard Weaver will be just leaving the line shortly.
Now, there is a bit of this is where the under-25 battle comes in. We'll get back to that in a minute. But Steve Morgan is father of Tom Morgan. Tom's currently sitting 3rd in class. Steve in the Empire 3, he's currently 8th in class, but he's looking to obviously improve or get somewhere near his son. And then we've got Richard Weaver lying off the line. And this is where all the second generation comes from. You see, we've got Steve and we've got Richard, and it's their sons, Tom and Tom, that are sort of the next generation that are taking over. They seem to be just that little bit quicker, that little, for whatever reason, they're adapting to it quite well. And so Richard's heading up top. So what Tom, let's see what Tom do. I've lost him there for a minute.
Yeah, 49.83.
So that was Tom. And Steve went up to 51.57, jumped up to 5th in class right now. Richard Weaver is just heading out the top now. And this little Formula Ford, a very significant person driving this Formula Ford.
There is.
This is, I interviewed him lunchtime and reminded him that what happens in December is more important. This is Kirsten Dodd, who will be marrying Matt Ryder.
Yep, indeed. She's
December.
been campaigning this little Formula Ford this year. She's been improving all the time. Very good indeed. So we've got a little class of Formula Fords. Here we have Lindsay Summers in the little Van Diemen. Lindsay, mother of Alex Summers, so the mothers definitely like driving these little Formula Fords, but she often drives the Firestorm. Kirsten Dodd goes through to the finish in a 61.44, and that keeps her to be 6th in the class.
It was 1.5 seconds quicker. Interesting that Kirsten is actually sharing that car with Carolyn Ryder, who is Matt's mom. So this is a big old family sport, this. Right, so let's see what Lindsay can do. She only had about 8th place in class after the first runs. I think we're going to move up here a little bit. Let's see what she can do. Yes, a 63.97. That's a 1 second improvement. Just slides up to, moves up a position. And then Paul Harris. The Harris is very quick team in this. Jimmy is leading the class. Paul is currently sitting in 5th.
So Jimmy, well, indecently quick actually. He did a ridiculous 57.92 earlier. The class record actually is Tom Weaver. When he was driving the Van Diemen, he did a 56.28. So at the moment, we've got in front of us now, we've got Becky Manton. We've got Ben Fisher in the Westfield. Becky Manton is sharing that drive with her father. She's heading up towards Museum. Ben Fisher in the Westfield is already heading towards us, gone past us now. Here we got the T-Boy arriving today. Thank you, Benoit, you're an absolute star. Brilliant stuff. As we get a look at Bill Goff in the Caterham Hayabusa. This is a bit special. This is a bike-engined Caterham, so they are quite a bit quicker than the car-derived versions, aren't they, generally?
Yeah, they are. They come with, you've got the 6-speed sequential gearbox, and they're higher revving. So in a lightweight car, you can use that. In a heavy car, there's not enough torque to get it moving. But with the Caterham being so much light, and Phil is quite familiar with the hill, so had a bit of a misfire yesterday, but looks like he's got that sorted out. He's just done a 56.11, and that's a half a second quicker than yesterday. And then we've got this unique Rallycross Fiesta, 4-wheel drive, unlimited turbocharged monstrosity of a thing. I think it's 2 liter, and that's Steve Monday, and he's in the Sport Lever Saloon cars over 2 liter, only runner this weekend. And then we've got Yan Yo coming.
Oh, Yan Yo.
In the Legend Coupe. This started out as a promotional gimmick invented by Humpy Wheeler in the 80s in Charlotte, North Carolina, to run demonstration races on a little short oval they built, in front of the grandstands entertainment, and it's gone worldwide from oval to circuit racing and hill climbing. So Steve Monday's done a 59.60, and he's gone 3 seconds quicker. And then Yan Yo is just getting that Legend launched up over the museum and heading around, drifting it around the corner, comes out the other side, heads down to the end, and boom, 57.83, an improvement of 0.3 of a second.
Okay, I've just taken up on Mike West, who's just gone by in his beautiful little Radical SRI. He's sharing that car with John McQuillan this weekend. This little Radical runs a little 1300 Hayabusa. It's the Team Valley Motorsport car, and it's in the Golf Racing colours, the Golf JW Wire Golf team colours. We're looking at Ray Bull. Sorry, Bill. Good morning. Good afternoon. We're just going off air for a second. Bill.
Right, we were just getting an update on a very important class coming up. We've talked about Jonathan Varley a few times today. Actually, Ben interviewed him lunchtime. He's up to 1 point behind Graham Wynn for the wins Development's Top 10 Challenge. And so it's all to play for, and we'll keep you updated on that. David Bickley in the Radicals on the course.
Yeah, we got lovely little Radicals here this weekend. David Bickley, this is actually the Radical SR1, so it's not the highly developed Radical that you'll see later on. There's another one that's got a bigger, faster engine. But anyway, David Bickley, he is the son of the father of Stuart Bickley, who's driving the fluorescent on the yellow Force. He does a 57.32. Matthew Price is leading the class at the moment. He's just coming off the line now. Robin Nicholson gone by in the Mallet as he's heading up towards me. Here comes this young man, Matthew Price. He has been super quick. This is his first season of hill climbing. There's about 270 brake horsepower out of that Hayabusa. He's been a revelation.
Yeah, very quick this season, and he's actually on Hoosier tires. He's been running Hoosier tires all season, and they have been working for him. Robin Nicholson, no improvement on a second-time run, stays in fourth at Sport Lever, but Matthew Price, who's actually leading the class, over Alan McDonald, and this has been a season-long battle. I think he's got a few points ahead, so they are settling this class this weekend. 51.96, so that's over a second quicker. But Alan McDonald is purple sector. He's looking. He's going to be absolutely chucking this thing out the scenery, wrestling that car around. He is here to win and nothing more. He's lost a little bit of triangle on the splits. And through keepers he goes, heads up the Cedar, not so straight. I don't know why we call it the Cedar straight.
Well, it's certainly not straight, but Alan McDonald, ex-TT racer on Sinking bikes, so he's a very rapid driver. This is an ex-fantastically class quick car when Rob Stevens had this car. Alan McDonald at the moment, he's not going to beat Matthew Price. He's down on him at the moment. Finishes in a 52.28. Matthew Price takes the class. He'll be pleased about that.
0.3 of a second. Alan absolutely took 2 seconds out of his first time. And if Matthew hadn't gone quicker, Alan would have had him. So that is a heck of a battle they're going on there. And I know they'll enjoy the fight.
Okay, we got Nigel Hinton just gone by in the MGT DRV8. But look at this, that's Duncan Barnes in the Norma. What a piece of kit that is. That is the Norma with a 2-litre turbocharged Honda engine, about 500 brake horsepower. It is the car to have in European hill climbs. I think it's used to longer hills, isn't it? But anyway, he goes very well in it, and he's one of the main men, of course, in Wallace Mingus' team, isn't he?
He is a very, very good engineer, mechanic, etc. Well, he's just gone 2.5 seconds quicker with a 51.84. So a really good improvement for Duncan there. So he'll be, I'm not sure if he'll be happy with that, but the class record's a 48.12. So until he gets to the class record, he won't be anywhere. And there, we're just talking about the online, the TV coverage right now. We just got the camera on Duncan. See, they're here at Loton Park. We have a return road, and actually, it looks like he might be having a little bit of a problem here on the return road. He's gone across the finish line, and then there's a return road that carries on, then it turns, there's a 90-degree turn, a corner, and then a 90-degree corner, and well, actually you can see it's just coming up to the rear, and that's our collection area at the top of the hill. So when we get the return to paddock sign, that's what's going on here, and you see the cars are now rolling back. So the cars that came up first, the 3-digit numbers, I think of Kirsten, and who else did we have? We had Lindsay.
Yep, we had.
They are actually going back down.
We had the Harris car.
And the Harris car.
Yep.
They will be diverted sort of right towards the start line, and they will change drivers and line up and go again. So sometimes they call the first driver the tire warmer for the second driver. Today, I think you'd have to literally light the tires and have flames coming off them to warm them up. It is a bit brisk in places, especially at the top of the hill there.
Yeah, well, the weather is due to get windier, possibly wet later on, but nevertheless, at the moment, we've got a dry track, and thank goodness for that. That's great. Just seeing the cars coming back down, the car you love, that Yanyo in that little tiny...
it's a Legends.
Legend, yeah, with a 1200cc Yamaha bike engine in it. It's a tiny little thing, isn't it? But he drives it well, doesn't he?
Yeah, I'm not sure what tires he's on. They used to be the Spec series when they raced them together was a road tire. and that's what they used for on tarmac. They raced, and they started racing them on actual oval circuits around the America, and it just took on because the cars actually you could buy them for like 13,000 pounds. That's it, complete, ready to go.
Oh, ready to go.
Yeah, so they have a racing series for the circuits here with them, and they still are raced on some oval, short oval.
Are they road legal potentially?
No, they're an absolute. Well, they're a short circuit race car.
Yeah.
So, but he's been adapted to it.
Do they always come with that same body, that like Ford popular body?
There was a 34 Ford or 33 Chevy, I think. They had two bodies. But underneath, they're all the same car.
Yeah.
They did another one that had it didn't have a boot on the back of it. It just had a long roof, like a station wagon or a touring or whatever you want to call it there.
So that was a pretty good class. Matthew, he did a fantastic.
Right, so now we should be coming to, we're going to get the other half of the Formula Fords, and then we're into the racing cars, 600 to 1100 cc's. Sorry, we got them first and then the Formula Fords.
I must admit that it is astounding, really, just how fast these 1 litre racing cars are now, isn't it? With Stuart Bickley getting into the runoff earlier, and Tom Weaver as well, so incredible stuff.
The technology has changed so much. The cars are lighter. They've got carbon parts on them now to take the weight. They've still got the rigidity of the chassis, or even better rigidity, so they can set them up so they handle better. You're getting more usable power, gearbox technology, so they're getting that power down. So it's all bits and pieces, but added together stupidly quick.
Well, the ones that I'm super impressed with is Alex Coles earlier. He was sensational. He was nearly into the 44s. He was a whisker away from the 44s.
He was about 6 in the runoff, wasn't he?
Yeah, but he was a whisker away from 44 seconds. He had a bit of a moment coming out of the museum, and that, to me, to get a little 1300 supercharged car into a runoff and finishing right amongst the mix of the big bangers who've got 4 litres of V8 Judd power, 700 horsepower, is astounding, isn't it?
Well, and the unusual thing for Alex, just to get qualified, because Calvin went out in the car first and actually broke the chain and never got a run. And they were frantically, there's a gentleman down there with absolutely black hands from literally getting his hands in there and they sorting the chain out. So they repaired it.
Wow, that's great.
And got him back going, was able to get Alex into the car, get it up the hill, so he qualified for the runoff in the first place.
Well, yes, people forget, because it's a bike engine, it runs a chain, it's not a shaft drive or any similar system. And,
a few people have tried running a belt. Some motorcycles have a belt drive to the rear.
Yeah.
But the chain does the job. So
I would think to get 400 horsepower through a belt is going to be quite difficult,
But it's not a rubber belt. It's almost like a steel reinforced belt.
Is it?
But here's one of your favorites.
Well, this is actually Olivia Cooper. She's here with her husband Liam. Archie Cooper was driving the Mazda MX-5 earlier, and they come up from Exeter, regular competitors both. Always a mega close battle between Olivia and Liam. Anyway, Olivia, she is one quick lady driver, I can tell you. She's a fierce competitor, has held the hill record for ladies in the past. I remember her breaking that years ago. So here comes Olivia now.
Yeah, hits hard on the brakes, gets her into triangle, comes out the other side, sets a very quick times. She's very quick in this car. And a lot of the ladies now just want to be known as racers because, well, they're racing. Doesn't matter what they go. Thank you for more subscribers. Oh, I see Rich has put a target up. 16,666 is the new subscriber target for the day.
We need about another 300.
We need about 300, but everybody, if you haven't subscribed to HillClimb.TV, please do. We want to keep it running for next year. Cross the line, Olivia goes with a 51.00. That's 2.18 seconds quicker. Keeps her in 4th place.
Okay, Nikki Cottrell just going by. She's the wife of John Cottrell, and Jack Cottrell is her son, who unfortunately got problems with the Dallara. This is in a glorious old school Pilbeam MP82 with a Millington engine in the back, a 2-litre Millington engine. Nikki, she drives this car. You can't mistake it. It's an old school car, but just so much fun to drive. She heads up towards the finish in a 55.66. She's 7th in the class as we get a look at Jonathan Evans in his rebuilt little Pilbeam. This is the one that had a big accident at Shelsley, and he's sharing the car with Kevin Creven now, and this has got a Millington in the back, and it's good to see it back.
Yes, absolutely, and you wouldn't know anything ever happened to that car. Beautifully re-prepared after the oopsie, and he's already at the top. I'll say Nikki Cottrell she was almost 3 seconds quicker than her first time run, so an improvement there. Kept her in 7th. So Jonathan Evans, where is Jonathan in the thingies there? He's gone 58.54. That's just under 2 seconds quicker. And then Andrew Colburn in that unique Van Diemen RF02FX.
Yeah, it's an ex-Formula Ireland car. It's got a very potent engine in the back. This is a shared car, father and son combination. They're both engine builders. They had a heck of a job rebuilding this engine recently. They've just worked all week, night and day, to get the engine rebuilt, but they've done it and it's going well.
Yep, it is. Across the line. Oh, he's moved up. 53.86, and that's 2.5 seconds quicker. We have Paul Alexander in his Force PC. Heading already through Triangle and out through Keepers there. Stay away from those flip-flops. They'll cost you, as Will Hall found out earlier. It's flying up the top of the hill here. Let's see, what kind of speed's he getting? 83 miles an hour through the speed trap. Gets it rotated around towards Museum and up the hill. And in our lower left corner screen, we have Jamie Chalmers in the Ralt F302001. Paul's heading across the line with a 54.50, moves him into 4th.
Okay, Jamie Chalmers, son of John. John had a moment earlier coming out of Triangle, but anyway, no damage done to the car. This is Jamie, his son. He's the grandson of Roy Lane. Did you know that?
Yeah, I think we covered.
You got that one, did you?
Yeah, I forgot, but thanks for reminding.
No. Anyway, this is a beautifully turned down car. Always reminds me of like a Works Mercedes in the early days, with the silver colour. It looks lovely, doesn't it?
All right, you think of silver and black of like the original.
Yeah.
I won't mention the sponsor, but so 52.07 for Jamie Chalmers, and that's a huge improvement. Jumps him up to 4th. Kelvin Broad broke the chain the first time, did not get a qualifying run in. So this is his one and only timing run at the moment.
Yes, he'll be looking forward to hopefully getting up the hill this time and handing the car back to Alex Coles, who will be trying to qualify for yet another runoff. So Kelvin, he comes from Devon. He's had this car for some while. It's called a Force TA. This runs a Hayabusa engine with a supercharger on it. It's got a lot of horsepower, maybe 360 horsepower, which in a little 1300 engine class is a very, very potent, lightweight little car. The Force, he's heading up towards the finish, and he's going to finish in a time of 47.73, which moves him up to 2nd in the class.
Yeah. Now, is that quick enough to qualify for the runoff? We need to start looking at this. So that's going to be the quickest so far. For the second runoff, it is only the second timed runs that count, regardless of the class. So if you haven't subscribed to HillClimb.TV, please do. It'll make our producer feel a little bit better. He's been under the weather all weekend, but still doing a sterling job. And please, we owe a great debt to.
We've had a moment. Robin Wood.
We've got deer at the top and a car at the bottom. Hold on, let us recatch our breath for a second here.
Well, this is exciting. We've got, I think that was Robin Wood that had a big moment coming into Triangle.
Yeah.
He managed to get onto the inside, get through the flip-flops without knocking any down. That was the car that had a bash at Doon the other day. It's been rebuilt. So now Robin's deciding it's his turn to give it a go.
Yeah. Okay. So let's just right here. So what happened on our main screen was just across the finish line, just as that car got there was deer running across the track. I could just catch them in the distance.
Wow.
At the same time, we had Robin Wood do a rather interesting maneuver. I know we were trying to cut the corner, but geez. So I'm just going to check with our producer and see if they will show us a replay and we can analyze a bit. But what it looks like, locked the rear wheels up under braking, turned them sideways, and he just kept it going and ended up going through the grass and back onto the track again. But I'm hoping we'll get a replay and that will confirm that.
Well, Robin Wood's coming back down the hill into the paddock there, because there's smoke coming out the front of that, isn't there, off that wheel?
No, he's just, looks like he's cracked a little bit of the old fiberglass there.
No, I just saw a bit of smoke coming out of that wheel.
Might be some grass on the exhaust.
Yeah,
because
maybe.
He did pick up some rubbish on that particular run. Now, hopefully we'll get a replay and you'll catch proper. Here we go. So let's just have a quick look here. He's coming down through here. Watch the rear brakes lock up. There it goes. Turned them sideways, and he just drifted it through the inside of the triangle.
I think that's quite skillful.
Yeah, didn't hit anything and just kept it on the track. So, and then pulled up to the next marshalling station because there's a red flag, and he's going, oh, why is there a red flag? That's because you went off the track and there was deer at the top. So,
well, if you're not aware of it, this is a deer park. There is a big herd of deer here, and they do have little interlopes onto the track, don't they? And it can be potentially quite a dangerous situation.
Oh, we have another.
This is Gary Hull.
Now this might be, if you look in the distance here, there's the red flag. Marshall's jumped up, and just watch quickly. You'll see some deer. There he goes.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3 deer crossing right in front of him.
Well spotted, Marshall.
Yeah.
Oh, and again,
and they run back the other way, so they're just crisscrossing the road, taking the proverbial there. So, it was getting. We didn't want it too straightforward this afternoon, didn't we? We have to.
No, we like a bit of excitement.
Well, we're running out of things to talk about.
No, we never run out of things to talk about.
I know, but
you
they don't know
that's
that.
not true.
They don't know that I don't know that.
They don't know us too.
You're going to ruin my reputation.
Hey,
not that I have one.
Goodness me. So, well, we hope you're enjoying your afternoon, folks. We're having a lovely time here on the final round of the British Championships, already secured by Matthew Ryder, who Owen interviewed at lunchtime. No doubt jubilant scenes in the paddock. Lots of congratulations. So we've got, that looks like Richard Matosian's Raptor being wheeled back off the line. Perhaps he'll get a quick warm-up, and we'll be back in action. Now that's Gary Warren I'm looking at there. Gary comes from Scotland. This is in a very early Empire. This is a 2000 bodied car. So one of the first Empires built by Bill Chaplin, who is actually here today with William Lockridge in the Works Empire Wraith. The whistles have gone. The flags have been waved, so I think we will be resuming shortly with what looks like Richard Matosian. And that car, when you see it, folks, it's the car that Robert Kenrick absolutely blitzed the class record back in 2018. He did a 45.16. That is astounding for an 1100 class, isn't it?
It's a 1100cc car doing a 45, and you saw this morning.
Yeah.
That would have, if he'd done that time, that car did a 45 today, would have finished in the middle of the top 10 runoff.
Incredible. Now, Robert is from Llangollen. He's currently retired, but don't preclude a return at some stage in the future. It may be.
He can only stay away for so long.
Well, he'll come back when it suits him in a single-seater. That's what he's told me. He won't come back in anything but a single-seater. He was a very special talent. They've got a garage in Llangollen. They know all about cars. So it'd be great to see Robert back. If you're watching, Robert, I'm a big fan. And that class record of yours ain't going to get broke anytime soon. So, do you know anything about Richard Matosian?
No, I usually rely on yourself.
Well, I can tell you, but I thought I'd give you the opportunity.
No. You're going to throw me under the bus. Thank you very
I wouldn't do that. Richard Matosian.
I do know it has a BMW motorcycle engine in it, which
Correct.
is a bit unusual.
Spot on. And it's always had that. And the engine has been rebuilt by Robert Kenrick this last winter. Richard had bought the car. He's a hard act to follow when you're buying Kenrick's car, right?
Yep.
But you're quite right. It has that BMW Grand Prix built BMW engine.
Motorcycle.
And it took some rebuilding because getting hold of parts wasn't easy because it was a works engine. But nevertheless, it got it rebuilt. Richard comes all the way from Scotland. He's one of our Scottish contingent.
We have a lot this weekend.
We have a lot. We have, Gary Warren, Jock Ramsey in the Manta. Gary's going to be following him up shortly. He starts the engine up now. So anyway, that little BMW motorbike engine, this little ex-Robert Kenrick car, a special car, a class-winning car. And Richard is actually getting quicker and quicker. He's really getting the hang of this thing now as he comes into your view.
Yep, I can see him. There he is. Looks nice and tidy. Be one of those irritating commentators. Nice and tidy through here, no wiggle through there, keeps it smooth up there. People can see what he's doing. He's absolutely foot to the floor, giving it what for. He was actually purple sectors, and he's just dropped to green at keepers. 103 miles an hour at the top of Cedar Straight. So not mucking about. There's some grunt in that car. Gets it rotated around the museum. Had a little bit of a oofy bobble there, as you heard from my co-commentator. A 5:0.32 jumps them all the way 3 seconds quicker to third.
Okay, Gary Warren, another competitor from Scotland. I think he comes from Aberdeen area, so he's travelled absolutely miles. He's here with his good lady wife this weekend. Gary is a very fierce competitor. Spent a lot of time technically working on oil rig type stuff up there because Aberdeen's obviously popular for that. But anyway, Gary is a tryer. He really is a tryer. He's in purple sectors at the moment. He's just fractionally down at Museum. He's heading off up towards the finish. He's not hanging about though. He does a 49.46, takes him second in the class.
Well, okay. Now there is some Tom Weaver for the second run needs to be second quickest to get the under 25 from what I understand. That's what Dad Richard informed me of, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. But Nigel Pitt, always have fun with him, always says how much we always say how much he loves the rain. He hates the rain, he hates the wet, he hates anything. But he's absolutely rapidly quick. And actually at one of the one-day events here was actually fastest time of the day recently. So very quick and consistent Nigel is, does a lot of racing, loves the racing, and there he goes, moves up to 5th place in class.
Tom Morgan just gone by in the Empire Evo. Tom is the part of the son of the father, if you like. Your dad's racing as well. Very quick. This is a Empire they bought, I think, only about a year or so ago. Another Bill Chaplin creation. He's getting quicker and quicker in this car. Currently, he is. Hang on. Tom Morgan, he's just gone through. He's just gone to third in the class with a 49.75 as Clive Austin goes by us.
Yeah, funny enough, I was having chats with him about lawnmowers earlier. I'm not going to sing any further on that one. But Clive, a regular competitor, longtime competitor in this Empire Wraith. Another one of Bill Chaplin's creations, and he's little puffs of smoke coming out the engine exhaust on that, so not sure. It's getting to the end of the season. They might need a new set of rings for next year. Now Stuart Bickley let's launch off the line. He was quickest in the first time run and actually qualified for the runoff. The only 1100cc car to actually make it into the runoffs, and he's on a purple sector, so we need to keep a close eye on him.
Here comes the fluorescent yellow force of Stuart Bickley. Well, what a competitor he's been this last year or two. He's driven he had a smaller class before this, but anyway, he's really getting to grips with this 1100 class. He's a regular class winner. He's heading up to Museum. He's into Museum roundabout now, and he's already in purple sectors. Can he go improve on his class already as we look at Tom Weaver? 47.56 takes him top of the pops.
Yeah, that's a second and a half quicker, and that may get him into the second runoff. He made it to the first one. Now Tom Weaver needs a second place in this class, from what I understand, to get the under 25. That's what he's hunting for. He was purple sectors. He's actually down only 108 miles an hour at the top of Cedar Straight. He is pedaling this thing for all it's worth. Oh, he had a bobble entering Museum. I don't think that's going to do him any favors. It's not. Yeah, whoa, he done it. 48.10 puts him into second place.
Wow, the young charger is Tom Weaver, and Stuart Bickley's winning that class now. Fantastic, well done. The young Chargers are really putting it amongst it, aren't they? So will they qualify for the runoffs? I don't know, who knows? But anyway, we've got Carol Nichols on the hill in a Nike Mark IV Formula Ford car, campaigned for many years, built by her father, as Mike Gallery goes by us in the Van Diemen. So Carol Nichols, it's a little bit more sedate pace with the Formula Fords, isn't it? My man here is just looking at his WhatsApp messages from the
I'm just sending a message to our pit reporter to ask about, to confirm the under 25 thing for us. So I'm asking him to get that sorted for us. If I send it, it would help. There we go. Right, so Carol did a 68.71, so that was an improvement. We got Mike Gallery, who's if the name familiar in a Mini, has raced a Mini for many years and decided to run a Formula Ford. He's had this for a couple of years. He's done a 61.19, keeps him in 6th place. It was an improvement. Next up, we've got Les Buck in one of the older cars, the Pringent Mistral, but yet that car is still competitive in this class. He's currently sitting in 5th, but he's not far. He's hunting for a 4th there. He doesn't need much to get to 4th place. See what he can do. And then that's Carolyn Ryder, who's got a silly grin on her face today because son Matt has done the family proud. So
I suspect John's got an even bigger grin as well from Dad John. Fantastic achievement.
He was permanently welded. He just smiled and couldn't believe what happened. So absolutely, just happy to the point where he didn't lose.
Now, here we go. Sarah Bosworth just gone by. This is our Demon Barber from Sheffield. She cuts men's hairs and she's very, very quick. She's a class record holder too in her Lotus Elite.
Very competitive in anything she drives. Now, Carolyn Ryder's done a 59.12 and moved up a little bit, but still in 2nd place. What can Sarah do? She's stuck in 3rd place. She does not like to be finished. She's done it for 3rd. Jimmy Harris is just coming through Triangle right now, and Jimmy is, you watch this car, he uses all of the track and the banks and everything else to get around and up the hill. Sarah's done a 59.10 and jumped Caroline to 2nd place, so by 2/100ths of a second, Sarah is now 2nd, moved Carolyn back to 3rd. They'll have words at the top of the hill about that one. But Jimmy Harris seems to be in another time zone with this car. He's going quicker again. Absolutely won with this car. Even at Prescott, he was crazy. It was like a second half. Here he goes again. 57.21. That is almost 2 seconds quicker than the rest of the field.
Well, that's fantastic. Robin Wood has just gone by in the Force PT. Now, this is interesting. Robin was the one that had the moment here at Triangle. I thought that would be a failed run. So they're showing us it's Robin Wood, not Anthony Wood. So anyway, this is in the Force PT. He's heading into Fallow now, heading on his way up to museum. So the plot thickens. Currently leading the class is Stuart Bickley and Robin Wood, the car 99. Just hang on, we've got, is that end of batch or what?
No. Robin Wood's done a 52.92, and I think they're off on deer hunting. That's our Chief Marshal, Jamie, heading up the hill. I think I know what's happened here.
Yeah?
When Robin came down and locked up and went off, I think he was responding to the red flag. So they put the red flag out, and instead of him, he wasn't going to get stopped in time, so he stopped at the marshalling station, and it just turned sideways. I'm seeing moisture coming down.
Oh, well, I'll tell you what.
I'm seeing some spots of rain. I'm just looking at our fuzzy-hatted Clark, one of them, and the other one, the smiling one on the left. And I'm
Young
not
Harriman,
sure.
Mr. Harriman. Is there precipitation, Mr. Harriman?
No.
No.
Am I?
He looks very grey, though. But anyway, enough of all that.
I thought I saw a drip. Anyway, moving on.
We don't want drips of rain. We got end of batch returning
That's
to the
Olivia,
paddock.
Yeah, she's
Big
waving
Jamie's gone
to the marshal saying thank you very much.
Big Jamie's gone up the hill to do deer inspections and just check out things up there. That those deer, I think they need some of your Haribo mints, or what do you call them? Haribos, are they?
Tang Fast Sticks.
Are you addicted to these things? I think you are.
I shouldn't be eating them.
Oh, really?
No.
Now, last time, I remember last year, you'd put yourself on this sort of diet and we're going to the gym and all that stuff. Is that still going on?
It is. I lost over. It wasn't for weight. It was for my fitness due to my age and my whatever. and my physical fitness has improved probably 80%.
Wow.
And I have lost a stone and been trying to maintain it. But I've just switched jobs to one that I'm at working from home, and it's causing me a slight increase in the old tonnage.
Is it? Is it? And tell us.
I'm not being active. I'm just sitting.
Now listen, you've had a couple of jobs since I've known you. So what's the current job? What are you doing now? I said that as politely as I could there.
Yeah. I retired from teaching in further education after 20 years last year. Since then, I've been working for a private training company that does apprentice training for various manufacturers, and I was just doing some training for Ford. I have actually been promoted out of that, and I'm now a curriculum developer for 6 different apprentice training programs that we have at the moment, including Ford, Kia, DAF Trucks, MAN Trucks, and some other companies.
Wow.
And I'm also now their teacher trainer and assessor trainer for qualifications. So I'm actually doing teaching qualifications and stuff as well.
I'll just quickly interrupt you because our people behind us won't be aware of this. The rain radar shows a light shower has just passed, possibly more rain in 45 minutes. So you know what that means?
I was
right.
That
means these 1100s are going to get a substantial chance of qualifying for runoffs, and some of the bigger cars that follow might not get there.
Oh. We need to keep it. I think 47 is the key number.
Yeah.
I think a 47. Anything 47 is what you need.
Yeah.
I think the 12th qualifier is going to be sitting on a 47. That's I think where we need to go in there.
So we've just had our Formula Fords. So now
we've settled the Formula Fords.
We're into the 11 to 1600 class, which some quick runners in there.
The important one will be Jonathan Varley in the up to 2 liter class.
Right.
For whatever reason, I called it a 1600 car this morning, and I will stand corrected. I'm a Muppet.
Listen, when you do this job, we know that you do a lot of talking. You do, and you can get a word salad. We've all been there. And listen, we're not freeing any sausages today, are we?
I don't know what that.
Right. Well, I
don't know what that means. This is some weird English thing.
At the party conference, Sir Keir Starmer, our illustrious Prime Minister, said in his speech he was not freeing hostages; they were freeing sausages, and that's going to stick with him for a while. But anyway, so no sausages, but we make a few sausages, don't we?
Yeah, well, yeah.
You know what I'm like, I'm off the wall, you know that.
Yeah. I don't say it to your face, but yeah.
You know it. We have. I think he thinks I'm a bit off the wall. We have different types of sense of humour, and well, you know it is. You never know what I'm going to come out with.
Bent.
Well, I don't know about that. That's a bit strong. But we got a slight delay while they go back to the paddock. These single seaters now are going to have a really good chance of potentially qualifying for a runoff.
I just want to point out to our viewers, you're probably noticing, like you can see David Uren's car, which actually Nicola Menzies is already strapped into the car. And you notice there's a giant duvet, comforter, blanket, depending on where you're watching us in the world, on the back of that. And it's like, what the heck is going on? If you see the breeze going on, it's not very warm here. We're talking, well, I think it's about 10 degrees Celsius, but we've got a wind chill going, so it's actually less than that. And they're actually keeping the engines and trying to keep the fluids as warm as possible. So it's trying to block the wind going through to keep some heat in it. Because the engines, they have warmed them up. They've gone through the traditional warm up. A lot of them have coolant heaters on them to circulate hot coolant or warm coolant through it to keep the temperature.
Well, they basically have to do that first thing in the morning because actually the engine will probably struggle to start up. The tolerances are that tight on racing engines. That is quite right. And so, yes, Nicola is sharing that car with David Uren. And we're going to have Alan Broom on the hill. I think this is the Tom Weaver car, I think, but we'll see in a minute.
It might be. I can't quite get the angle
because if it has, it's got Tom Weaver stickers on it. But either way, I don't know a lot about Alan as a driver.
Has been bunch of events. Oh, he rolled forward and set the timer off. Alan has that, and the Weavers have actually been helping him with this car to get used to it. So he's new to the car. He's been taking his time running the hills. He's done a bunch of small events and things.
Yep.
And it's just learning the intricacies. You can't jump into one of these cars with no experience and be able to go fast. You've got to build up to them. So here we go, Alan Broom in the Empire Evo. The Weavers moved up to an Evo 2. Richard said he had a deal he couldn't pass up on, hence the change at the last minute. And he's heading up across down to Loggerheads.
Yeah, here he comes now into Triangle. As I say, I think he's retired but decided to go motor racing. So he's bought himself a single-seater, and why not? What a great bit of fun that is. Little motorbike engine in the back of it. Single-seaters, nothing quite like it really. The handling, the brakes, it's just a phenomenal piece of kit compared with driving a saloon car, and that is the thrill of a single-seater. He's heading up towards me to Fallow right now, which is the top of the Cedar Straight where the speed trap is. Not got a time there, but either way, he's currently at the bottom of the class as we go to look at Lynn Owen, wife of Steve Owen, in the Works OMS 28 RPE.
Alan has just done a 6:0.83, so no improvement on his time. He was 82 miles an hour through the speed trap. So this is Lynn Owen, from the OMS, which is Owen's Motorsport. Husband Steve is the designer, and I think Lynn basically runs the business for him, the two of them together. So
he builds them.
He builds them. She sorts out the rest of it. But they're both very quick racers. They love their racing, and this is the factory car. That is a motorcycle V8.
Well, it's a motorcycle-derived Yamaha V8, which is two V4s put together. The RPE, the Radical RPE engine, same engine as in Trevor Willis's. So as we look at Gary Hull, this is Gary Hull in the Jedi. He's got a newly rebuilt engine. He's had one or two engine issues this season. This pretty little Jedi, he comes from Southampton. He's been a regular competitor, going quicker and quicker. At the moment, he did a 57.99 this morning. He got a flag on his last run. So here comes Gary. He's a beautifully turned out car. And Alan Townsley is he's dedicating that on the side of his car. That was a work colleague, unfortunately, that is no longer with us. Gary heads off towards the finish in a 56.19, and that is no massive improvement.
Now, well, 1.8 seconds, but still in 12th place. Bernard Kevels in the OMS 28 is up the top of the hill, shares his car with Simon Andrews on occasion, and is heading up into Museum now around the corner. So he's looking to improve on a 53. And we've got Gary Hill in his OMS 2000M just heading through Triangle out the other side. Bernal 51.75. He has improved, moved up to 10th in class. Gary Hill is heading up across the top. It's top speed of 88 miles an hour, Chris.
Yeah, very good indeed. So Gary Hill in that lovely little OMS, early OMS 2000. Nicola Menges is about to leave the line, wife of Wallace Menges. Fearsomely good lady competitor. I think she holds the Ladies Hill record at the moment. A very sporting family, the Menges, aren't they? Their sons. They're water skiers, ski racers, and all this stuff. And of course, they come all the way from Scotland. So where's Nicola now? Here she comes now. This is the ex-Martin Groves Gould GR55. This car that used to hold hill records all over the country. Martin Groves won the championship several times. What a piece of kit that is. And Nicola, she's doing the car justice.
Yeah, did a 52.5 the first time run. Obviously looking for more. She's been out of the car for a little bit because obviously the kids have been busy doing all their other stuff. So one of them has to do it, Wallace being traveling around a bit. So here we go. So Nicola heads across the line with, excellent time, 49.50. So that jumps her up to 8th. Not sure that's going to be enough for the run-off.
Well, I'll tell you what, talking of runoffs, Sean Gould, here he is now. Sean Gould, the man, the builder of these magnificent Goulds. GR59 Gould, 4 litres of jug power. Sean is a wily campaigner. He's held the hill record here as well in the past, so he's no mug behind the steering wheel. He can really drive this car. This is the car that won the championship this year for Matthew Ryder. Sean will be putting down a marker. What's he going to do at the moment? He was in purple Purple Sectors over the line now in a 45.21.
Yeah, he basically Max won the championship, so Sean was let off the leash, if you will. He didn't need to bring the car back. So he's done a 45.21. That'll definitely put him into the runoffs. And I still think 47, around 47 is going to be the cutoff for this. But we'll have to wait and see. Our pit reporter is telling us rain at about 20 past 3. So we'll have to see how accurate that is. Liam Cooper. We saw Olivia Cooper. This is son Liam in the fourth.
Husband Liam.
Yeah, mixed up.
Indeed. Always a close battle, isn't it? Yeah. So Liam heads into museum now. We're going to quick look now at Alan Warburton. I don't know if David's here this weekend. He got married recently. He's on honeymoon.
He's in Crete.
He's in Crete. Well, there you go. Dad's doing him proud.
Hi, David, if you're watching.
David, yeah, good afternoon to you. But your dad's doing really well. He got into that first runoff. Can he do the same on the second? 114 miles an hour through the speed trap. Go on, young Alan, in that 1600 Gould, running on methanol, motorbike engine in the back, big Hayabusa. Heads up towards the finish in a 48.57. Might be close.
That's 6/10 faster than his first run. Don't know if it's going to be enough for the top 12, but it's going to be somewhere thereabouts, so we'll see what happens, see if he can do it twice. Richard Spedding, who also qualified for the top 12 this morning in the GW Raptor 2. He is leading the class. This is 1100 to 1600cc. Richard Spedding is actually still leading the class. Alan Warburton in second. Richard's looking good. He's in purple sectors. He already did a 47.3 and qualified for the first runoff. He's actually overall quickest of the second runners at the moment now, so let's see what he can do.
Yeah, well, can he qualify for the runoff? Yes, he can. If he keeps it on the island, he's going to get into that runoff again. He was spectacularly quick earlier. Purple sectors all the way. He's heading up towards the finish. A 45.20. Brilliant time.
That would put him in about 5th in the first runoff that time. So, let's wait and see. But I'm pretty sure Richards jumped in there. I think that's enough. He can do it. Ian Tucker, OMS 28. Currently 6th in the 1600 to 2-liter class. Now we got to keep an eye on this one because I'm watching out for Jonathan Varley. We kind of keeping an eye on that championship chase he's doing. So Ian Tucker's at the top of the hill, already heading up to the museum, and John Cottrell is in that old pill beam. Is already coming into Loggerheads now.
Yeah, here comes John now in the pill beam. Ian goes over the line in a 54.43. That is a slight improvement, but that won't be runoff territory. This John Cottrell in the pill beam M82. This has got a 2-litre Millington engine in the back of it. It's an old school car, but what a beautiful thing that is. Nicky Cottrell is co-driving that. That's his wife, and it's got all the flames over it. It reminds me of Sandra Tomlin's car, very similar. But anyway, he's heading up around museum now. Kevin Creven is just coming into our view here in the another pill beam. This is the MP88 version, and this is the car that got bashed badly at Shelsley earlier in the season. Newly rebuilt. Kevin comes from Northern Ireland, and he comes from a family of racers. They all race, daughter and wife.
I remember last year they all came and raced here for his 60th birthday celebration.
Yeah, they're coming back next year.
So yeah, the daughters, they brought all the Honda Civics over. They brought all the cars over. It was a massive logistics to get like 3-4 cars here for them to celebrate. Across the line he goes with a 54.90. Jumps him up to 7th in class, so a good improvement there. We've got Michael Tregonning in the pill beam MP88.
Yeah, Michael Tregonning, he's come all the way from Cornwall. He's a long-time competitor. This is a beautifully turned out pill beam. Got quite a special engine in the back of it. It's a 2-litre class car, but a lot of work has gone into this car. He's had a little bit of ill health of late, and he's still driving, which is fantastic to see. Really nice guy as well, and I think he didn't bring many pasties this time, which is a shame. But looking at this is the Van Diemen of Aaron Colborne.
Yeah, the RF02 FX, unique car. Vauxhall powered in the back of this, isn't it?
Yeah,
Vauxhall 2-liter power in the back of this, and so old school. And 96 miles an hour. Aaron is where he's sitting currently. He's 3rd in the class. Looking to move up to 2nd, I think. I think it's on the cards. So let's see how he does. And Tim Elmer in the Dallara F3999 is just coming through triangle as we speak now. Aaron Colburn, a 5:0.70, does it. He jumps into second place. So Andrew Henson is now just on the start line. He'll have to respond to being pushed back to third. We'll see what happens. But Tim Elmer, 83 miles an hour.
Yeah, Tim Elmer, beautifully turned out Dallara, actually. Another 2-litre class car. Comes from Stratford-on-Avon. This is one of my favourite looking cars at the meeting. Always immaculate. Anyway, he heads off to the finish with a 53.49. That takes him fourth in the class. Andrew Henson's gone off the line, but has he going to get a failed run there?
That is a failed run. The rear wheels, if the rear wheels cross the start line, that is a failed run. So there must be a technical problem. It's lurched forward and it stopped. So whether a broken driveline component or something, some of the crew have gone up to get the car. They're going to push it back. So that car's going no further, which means Andrew can't respond to Aaron Colburn's run he just did. So he's going to be in third place. Aaron keeps that second place. So a good effort there. Now we still have Jonathan Varley to go in this class.
I'll tell you what.
Mark Hemingway.
Mark Hemingway, I was at Harewood recently. He got fastest time of the day in that little car. It's a motorbike engined Force, extremely rapid driver. So he had a fail earlier. Now, I'm just trying to see, can I see it?
No,
it's a green car, and I don't see that.
I don't see it. Maybe I'll just get our pit reporter onto it to see if he can locate and see what's going on.
I don't see it amongst the cars lining up, which is a shame because Mark is extremely rapid. And this looks to me like Jonathan Varley, doesn't it?
Yeah, and this will be a key one. He is still hunting. He's got 1 point behind Graham Wynn in that top 10 challenge. Sorry, I can't type it.
Don't worry, I'll take it over. So Jonathan Varley is on the line in the GWR Predator. Now, if you're familiar with this car, this was built by Graham White Jr. and Graham White competed in this car, and back in the day it had an Arrows V10 engine, a Formula 1 Arrows V10 engine. Absolutely mad combination that was fearsomely quick but incredibly hard to get off the line. Anyway, Jonathan has got the car and he fitted a 2-litre Terry Davis V8 into it and has been doing astoundingly well. It's a beautifully put together car, as you can see. He drives it brilliantly, and that Terry Davis V8 just seems to be made for this car. So Jonathan is going up the straight. He's in purple sectors at the moment. He'll be looking to get into another runoff, qualified before any rains come, and if it rains, well, who knows? Oh, he gets it round there. I thought he was going to have a spin there.
He's looking for a 46.
46.29. 46.29 keeps him top of the pops. In fact, he's a second quicker than his run this morning. Fantastic stuff. As Richard Alexander in the Force PC has already gone by us, heading up the Cedar Straight, and then we'll be looking at John Chalmers in the roll. 94 miles an hour up the straight there for Richard Alexander. And that another Force PC. They seem to be popular this weekend. He's already going round Museum, blasts off towards the finish. He's currently fifth in the class, and he's done a 51.79. John Chalmers, here comes John. This is the car I liken to a silver Mercedes. Massively powerful turbocharged Hayabusa. What do you think of this one?
Yeah, it's a lovely piece of kit. This sounds good. Just looking at the top 12 qualifiers, Richard Spedding's on top with the 45.20. On the bump is Nigel Pitt with a 50.71. But we've got some ways to go yet. So John Chambers, 100 miles an hour, up across Cedar Straight, up into Museum. We've got Alex Coles on the line. He set ridiculous times this morning in that car.
Oh, wow, he comes into Triangle. He was locked up there, coming out of Fletcher's. My goodness me, this young man is a talent, a serious talent in this little Force TA with a supercharger, a 1300 Hayabusa. This young man is on an absolute mission. He's in purple sectors at the moment. He nearly did a 44 earlier. So can he even do that in practice? If he qualifies for the run-up and then it rains, anything could happen. Oh, he's already heading up towards the finish. He's going to do a 46.50. Yeah, that's good. That's fourth position.
Yeah, he got on those inside curves leaving Museum. I'll just say that John Chalmers did a 5.0.86 and actually moved up to third place in the class while we were watching Alex Coles. So a good result there. I think Alex is going to be in the runoff again. I'm going to predict it. Not sure if Calvin Bride is going to be there, but we've got it's going to be tight to the top. William Luffridge, and
it's looking really murky out there now too, isn't it? William Luffridge from Northern Ireland, the Works Empire rate does a 49.76. He's currently now in 12th position potentially for the runoff. We've got some big bangers to come just in a bit, so I think we'll probably miss out.
Yeah.
Unless it rains.
Now, they're doing a quick hustle here. We're getting these cars back down because we've got to get the drivers switched over. So you're going to see some quick turnaround to beat the weather, I think. Anyway, I'm just checking with our pit reporter. Hang on, we got a replay here. Watch this, up the hill, sparks are flying. Oh yeah, that was almost mid there. Wrestling with that car all the way up the hill.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what that was about, but anyway, they're heading back down now. As Owen quite rightly says, there is a bit of beat the weather. It's been incredibly murky all afternoon. Was it 3:15 that Benoit said?
Ben was saying 3:20, so about 8 minutes from now.
8 minutes from now.
I have a report from the pits.
Oh.
He's confirming Tom Weaver, with that second place in class, has secured the Midland Hillclimb Championship under 25 champion.
Amazing. Well done to
Tom Weaver. He was up against Alex Coles.
Yeah, well that's
class
incredible, isn't it?
Yeah. So, congratulations to the Weavers.
Yeah, they'll be happy.
Well done, Tom. He had to drive that second run to get back up there.
So currently, in the runoff qualifiers, top of the pops is Richard Spedding with that excellent 45.20. Sean Gould did a 45.21. Jonathan Varley a 46.29. But we have some serious runners and riders to come.
I'm just watching the replay, Chris.
Yeah.
And just before the finish line, I'm not sure which car this was, but there was a massive fireball out the tailpipe, plume of smoke, and then the car slowed down. So I don't know. I'm just having a look. He's going to run the replay again. Watch this.
Well, this is Richard Alexander's car.
Yeah, this is Richard Alexander's car. Now it comes around Museum. No problem. Back on the throttle again.
Oh, hang on. Go backwards and forwards.
Getting twisted. Now watch this.
Oh,
big boom coming out
of
the car.
Not liking that.
And so I don't know. Now that's him. I don't know why he wouldn't lift off the throttle there.
No.
So whether something's gone oopsie, I don't know.
Well, he made it to the top of the hill, so he can push. He'll roll back down to the bottom. But yeah, that's something you don't want to happen on the last meeting of the season. Really.
Well, you don't want it on the first meeting. At least you got all winter.
Well,
to fix
I guess you have. I guess you have, but it might mean an expensive winter. Because these race engines, although they run a motorbike engine in that one, and in theory you can go down your scrapyard and get yourself another Suzuki engine if you can find one. I wonder what they cost these days, because they were 10 a penny at one time, but now there's...
I think if you're buying, like an R1, if you can find one from the bike breakers and stuff, they do get a premium. You're looking like a used engine, just something to rebuild, is like £1,000.
Is it?
Possibly, that's what I've seen in the past. I don't know what the absolute current situation is, but in the past, yes, there's certain engines.
So the Weaver car has got the latest spec engine. It's a 998, I think, whereas the earlier ones were 1080, I think. And although they've got smaller engines now, they're actually better performing than the earlier ones.
Yeah, it's just the way the design of the internals of the engine. It revs better, it picks up speed better, generates its energy better.
Yeah.
It's just a...
they call it a Series 2 engine, I believe. Yeah. But most of these bike engine cars in the 1100 class are usually running Suzuki GSX-R engines out of the motorbike, apart from the ex-Robert Kenrick car of Richard Matosian that's got a BMW bike engine in that one. And then when they go above the 1100, say the 1300 class and up, they generally run Hayabusa engines, Suzuki Hayabusa engines. But I have seen in the 1100 class, I've seen Kawasaki engines this year as well.
Yes, yeah.
So we got whistles, we've got flags being left in. What's happening now?
We were talking about Mark Hemingway in the Class K1, and so we hadn't seen him. He had actually had an off this morning, and our pit reporter said they packed up and went. They were unable to repair a car.
Okay.
So,
shame, because Mark will. I'll tell you what. You wait till next season. You'll see some quick times from that young man.
Yes.
Very quick driver. He's, as I say, I've seen him at Harewood this season on the last couple of events. It says HillClimb.TV, it says, don't think the rain will affect the qualifying, might affect the runoff, will definitely be affecting my pack up. That's from Rich.
I've been offering behind the scenes just to help, carry load boxes, all the rest of it.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering if I should bail on any more opportunities. I didn't bring my,
your raincoat.
I didn't bring my, my hip waders or whatever you call them in this country. Well, what are those things you walk into the river and fish?
Yeah, the waders, that's right.
Or whatever.
Well, I think we're being a bit doom and gloom there, aren't we? But nevertheless, let's just bash on. We'll bash on until we can't bash on. And hopefully we'll get a dry runoff, fingers crossed. We're getting a look here at Joseph Mackerel in the little Tigger. Nice little car. This is a shared car normally. And I think he's running I think it's a little 2-litre engine in this one. I can't remember if it's a Ford or a Renault engine, something similar to that. Anyway, going well.
I'm sorry about that. I'm just trying to find him.
In his class, is his purple sectors, is he only one right, so he did a 59.03 earlier. Robin Johnson did a 60.96. 2 cars, these are manufactured before 1990. The class record is Dave Harris with a 48.69. But anyway, Joe Mackerel goes across the finish in a 59.43.
Page 20 of the program.
Oh, can I be excited? This is Simon Jenks.
All right, go ahead.
Brand new. This Force TA.
Behave, though.
This one is running a 2.5 litre Opel V6. He's had loads of problems trying to get the mapping and the fueling right. So I'm really thrilled to see him run. Please, Simon, have a nice clean run. Beautifully put together. This is the very latest Force PA put together by Ian Dayson. It's all carbon tub. Look at this one, folks. It's not even painted. Look, bit of smoke out the back there, all a bit wide out the triangle there, heading up towards Keepers. But listen to that beautiful Opel V6. What do you think of that one?
Well, he had to hit the brakes hard to keep it on the track, on the exit of track, so lost a little bit there, but beautiful car, beautiful sound. I love the sound of that V6. It's just, it's there for business. So anyway, Simon's heading up the hill. He was 99 miles an hour at the top of the Cedar Straight in that thing, so... got lots of grunt. Let's see what he does at 52.49. Still 2 seconds improvement with that mistake down a triangle. So still a good run. Puts him up to 13th. I hope he'll be happy with the way the car's running this weekend.
It's work in progress, that one. Here comes Paul Crook. We've already got bias now. He's in the OMS 28 with the Jag V6 engine in the back of it. Sounds magnificent in that beautiful colour scheme, doesn't it? Ex-F1 colour scheme. Heads through to the finish in a 56.18. Paul comes all the way from Cornwall, been coming for years. What a great competitor he is.
Yeah, Richard Summers in the Alex Summers designed AFS 4P4T. I still can't get it right, and I'm reading it off the screen. So Alex has actually won awards for this because this car was designed for women drivers. The seating position, everything was different. And so they're hoping to get some interesting lady drivers in it from other series next year. So anyway, yes, the A4PS, Richard's in the car, and you'll see his elbows come out a bit at the top of the hill. But gets that thing turned around and up the hill and up the thing. So I saw Alex yesterday pondering over upgrades to this thing. He was looking at it. You can see his brain was working. So 51.41, that's a second quicker for Richard. So a good run for, I'm not going to say what he calls himself, but a good run for Richard for the weekend. Stephen Owen.
Yeah, Stephen Owen, builder of the OMS cars, based up near York in Yorkshire. This is the OMS 28. This is the latest version of his OMS. He's been building literally hundreds of cars over the last 20 or 30 years. He's here with his wife, Lynn, competing very well. We're looking to qualify for a runoff. Can he do it? Simon Andrews goes by us in the OMS 28, a similar model, again with a V8 power in the back of it. Over the line, Stephen Owen, a 50.82.
Yeah, so no improvement on this time, but almost identical to by with 2/100ths of a second. Simon Andrews shares this car with Bernard Kevel. He's already at the top of the hill, hanging out of the museum. He's on our main screen, and we've got Terry Graves coming up to us in person in the Gould DJ55 XD. Simon does a 5063, moves up to 10th in class. We are in the big over 2-litre racing car class.
We are. We got Terry Graves, our electrician from Cornwall. He's got a big electrician business down there. Terry Graves Electrical. This is the big Gould with the big V8. This is the same engine that's in the back of Alex Summers' Firestorm. It's just had a rebuild. He's been having some fueling issues with it. At the moment, he's looking like he probably won't qualify for the run-up because he's going to be over 50 seconds. He's heading up towards the finish in a 53.79.
A little bit slower than his first time run, so he'll take that for the day. Now, another interesting car here, Graham Wynn. He's driving. His competitors, Jonathan was very complimentary. The fact that Graham has really picked it up. It was a funny thing to note that last year when Graham and Scott shared this car, neither one of them felt that they could do 100% because they wanted to bring the car back for the other driver. But this year, because Graham has been on his own and everything, and that's Scott Moran with on the battery pack. Yep, the 6-time champion. He just can't keep away from the place, can he? But Graham doesn't have that mental thing behind, so he is just driving the car, as quick as he can, and he's been better results this year.
He has been very quick. He's 73-year-old, grandfather of, he's got many grandkids. Here he comes now in this latest spec Gould GL59. 4 litres of jug power in the back of it. Graham still drives it like the wind. He had quite a moment at Shelsley when he binned it at Shelsley. The car's been rebuilt, so he is not holding back. What's he going to do? 116 miles an hour through the speed trap, heading through Fallow now up towards Museum. He will be trying to qualify for that runoff, and I think he's looking quite good. Come on, Graham, head off towards the finish with a time of 47.28.
Yeah, that should be enough to do it, I would think. But Jack Cottrell, they snapped the drive shaft on the first qualifying run and couldn't go anywhere. They got a shaft, changed the joints on it. What a mess that was. And back out and up the hill they go. 96 miles an hour for Jack in that Dallara XD. Gets it around the corner.
Yes, it does. Jack Cottrell, he's looking to get a number in the top 10 this year. He's already well in that category. Through to the finish in a 47.88. Should be good enough to get in that runoff.
It's going to be close. I think we're going to have a battle. I think my 47 was a cutoff. I didn't say 47 point what, so we'll wait and see. Now, David Uren, very quick here this weekend. He's been qualified second, third, finished fourth, I think, in the runoff. And he's looking to lay down another good, solid qualifying run. Heads up the top there. What's the speed he's coming? 125 miles an hour. Chris?
Yeah, he's 125 mile an hour in the ex-Martin Groves car. Smokes it into Museum there, big tyre lock-up. But anyway, it's looking like a decent run. He's going through the finish, 45.40.
Yeah, I think that's quicker than his first qualifying runs. I think that's going to do it well. Trevor Willis in the OMS 28 was one of our Hoosier test drivers yesterday. And but back on the Avons, qualified well in the first runoff. He's looking to do it again in the second run. Only 117 miles an hour with it.
Positively pedestrian, heading up towards Museum. He is a master driver though. Trevor Willis, they call him Scary Trev, but I tell you what, he's a 3 times champion in this OMS, once in this car and twice in his previous one, and he does a 45.35, takes him 4th place at the moment as we're waiting for Will Hall. Will Hall has been a revelation this season. I think he's finished 3rd in the championship, hasn't he?
Yes, I think so. I don't have confirmation, I apologize, but yeah, I believe he's top 3. Now, Will Hall's got redemption because he thought he had the win this morning. Right? One, he took a flip-flop out, which is a 1-second penalty, so that pushed it back 1. And then Matt Ryder decided, I'll solve that problem for you, and just went quicker. So he finished 3rd in the end. But he's looking for that first win. He is hungry. Very
Will Hall is a hungry man. He's a big fella. Don't upset him, but he's driving like the wind at the moment. He's looking good at the moment. All he wants to do is qualify for this runoff, which I'm sure he can do if he keeps it on the island. This is the latest spec Gould GR59. 4 litres of Judd power in the back. Watch as he comes out of the museum, heads towards the finish. What's he going to do? 45 dead.
Yeah, 45 flat. Okay, Alex Summers. He is not done. Alex is going to make everybody pay to the end. Alex has been so consistent all year. He's always been there. Anybody that beats him has had to work for it. Alex has pushed everybody this year. Just couldn't quite get in the end. He set a blistering time in the runoff and still only finished second at the match by a couple hundredths. Anyway, let's see what Alex can do. Across the line with a 45.51. That should be enough for qualifying. Next up, what do we got there?
We got Matthew Ryder. We've got the champ that's just coming to the line. And behind him is the 4 times champ, Wallace Mingers. So we've got 2 very big guns trying to qualify for the final runoff of the year. Here he comes. Surely the pressure's off him now. He's won that fantastic championship. He will be so thrilled. Is he just going to go obliterate everybody in this little lot? What do you reckon, Owen?
Well, they're telling me ever since he had the big crash and they put this car back together, they put the new wing on the back, the car has just been just that bit quicker than everybody else. But Matt has known how to use it, and he takes that bit quicker and makes it a lot quicker. So he's already purple sectors and triangle. Absolutely flying. Matt is just, now he's on a buzz, he's on a high, he wants to go out on top. I got the number 1, I'm going to show you why I've got that number 1. So he's looking to qualify, he's looking to be quickest just in general for the class. Let's see what he can do. Up museum he goes, gets nice and tidy. Got that whole neat and tidy thing going. He's neat and tidy there, he's neat and tidy there. The 44.
Oh, come on, Matthew. 44.80.
He doesn't even try. Now,
I tell you what, he didn't even look like he was trying.
Yeah, he's like, oh, I'll just do this. Now, Wallace asked me to actually call out all the corners for him because he couldn't remember.
He couldn't remember the corners. Okay, well, here he comes now. So here comes Wallace Mingers. He doesn't need any reminding. He knows his way up the hill. He's had the hill record here in the past. Here he comes in this magnificent Gould with a Cosworth V8 engine in the back. What a piece of kit. The fluorescent yellow wheels, the red bodywork. It looks magnificent. He comes all the way from Scotland. I tell you what, he's on a mission. He's in a purple sector situation. Wallace Mingers, can he win the second runner? He will be trying it.
Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Anyway, he's heading off towards the finish. Come round museum. Come on, Wallace. Go through the finish now in a 44.21, just a fraction slower than Matthew, but he's going to be in the runoff.
He was going to be in the runoff now, but he's only 3/100ths behind Wallace, for the first time in years, has yet to win a runoff.
Really? I didn't.
He has not won run this year.
Not one at all.
No.
Well, so the young guns have really had their day this year.
They've been annoyingly getting in the way, but Wallace wants this runoff. He wants to finish the season with a win. He hasn't had one all year. He's having withdrawal symptoms.
I think Matthew should say, "Come on, Wallace, you have it this time." Do you think he'll do that?
No, I think he might do that, and Will Hall's going, you know what? I'm going to take you both out. I'll have some of that.
Well, folks, we know we have a qualifying situation here. So the top 12.
Stuart Bickley is qualified 12th.
Well done, Stuart.
He's made it again.
That little 1100, eh? Look, isn't this a great view? You can see Wallace there
through the
his
wings.
visor up,
yeah.
Looking there. He's behind all these other cars. Will he be the lead car? Will he be the winning car this time? Do you know what? I wouldn't like to bet against young Matthew saying, do you know what? I know I've won the championship, but actually, I'm going to show you why I won that championship.
Yeah.
Could he set a hill record? Is the conditions right? Well,
no.
That's a big ask, isn't it? Good afternoon to Adam, our photographer friend here. How are you?
Where is the chuckle? I never seen him anymore.
Is your mate with you today, Adam? Stevie boy, is he here?
All right.
He's lurking in the bushes. We won't go there, will we?
Is that why we had that red flag earlier? He scared the deer out of the bushes.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
Oh, he's not going to point that thing at us.
He's going to point camera lens at us now, yeah.
There's a lot of ugly. That's a lot ugly for one lens.
Oh, yeah. So, Richard's currently taken the qualifiers off the screen.
Yeah,
So we'll get back to
Matt
that.
1, Wallace 2, Will 3, and we don't care about the rest.
Well, we do, but we will see. Oh, here you go. Listen.
There you go.
Well, I'm going to start off with Stuart Bickley in 12th place with a 47.56. Graham Wynn, 47.28. Alex Coles in 10th position this time, though I think there's more to come. Jonathan Varley, 9th. Alex Summers, 8th. David Uren, 7th. Trevor Willis, 6th. Sean Gould, 5th. Consistent Sean. Richard Spedding, 4th. Will Hall, 3rd. Wallace Ming is 2nd. And Matthew Ryder in the first qualifying spot. So very shortly, folks, we're going to have what we get always excited about, our runoff. We need to calm down for 10 seconds, shall we?
So should I just have a nap and sleep through it?
Should we have another ice cream?
Ice
Should we have
cream,
an ice
yeah.
cream?
Right. So we're going to have a few minutes of me and Fredo here waffling. Couple of shout outs. First of all, I haven't done it today. I must do it. I haven't done it all weekend. Shout out to all our marshals, our rescue crews, our volunteers, and everybody that's been out here all weekend looking after the competitors, looking after the track. And hope they're all enjoying the motorsports as well. Guys, we can't do without you. Thank you very, very much for all the stuff you're doing, volunteering, and on behalf of everybody there. I want to shout out to ADM Limited, who brought their mobile pit shop here with a paddock shop here this weekend. And I do know that a lot of the competitors ended up in there. But if you're into racing and motorsports, they do the clothing, they do the safety wear, and they're doing some pit products. It's their first time here at a British Championship round. They are going to return next year. So shout out to ADM for supporting this weekend at the British Championship. Ice cream truck is still going. Get your ice cream.
Regalia shop's still open, I see.
Is the Regalia shop still open?
Yeah, it is still open.
End of season sale, folks.
Bargains, folks.
Go
Bargains.
get your small pink tops,
or your rain jackets.
Yeah. And what else we got to shout out? I might as well shout out to Chris, who you probably heard quite a bit on the coverage of the British Championship because he keeps popping up in different hills around the country.
I know. It's a bit weird.
You're like a bad rash.
I am like a bad rash. I do pop up.
Busy man this year, but I hope hopefully all our viewers have enjoyed your commentary on the various
we've
events.
enjoyed yours as well, because we've worked together here and it was at Prescott. On the British. So that was pretty good. And we introduced the new format, didn't we? Side by side at Prescott.
Yeah, I don't think they're because you didn't do that yesterday. They went back to the old school system, didn't they?
They did yesterday. We were back in the shower cubicle and the top box. Actually, it was very comfortable. Oh, my goodness me, what's going on here?
This is Stephen Palmer. We're into the classics.
The historics?
The historics, yes. I think we've got 5 left. So we've got Stephen Palmer on the track. We got 4 left, unfortunately. But unfortunately, this is a beautiful Lotus 69 FB of Stephen Palmer. And then we've got Malcolm Thorne in that
he's in the 59. He's 59.
He's in the 69 F2 car. The history on this is huge. And I can't remember all of it at the moment. But so Stephen Palmer's done a 58.28, so he's a little bit quicker. And this is Malcolm Thorne in this genuine Lotus 69 Formula 2 car that does have history as being raced in Formula 2. And I think it did win some stuff. It's been competitive.
Yeah, very nice bit of kit. Actually, a little puff of smoke out the back of that Lotus engine there. But Malcolm has a collection of Lotuses. He's here with his wife, Sarah Thorne. And I think her car has played up this weekend. She's had problems, hasn't she?
It turns out the problem with Sarah Thorne, they had a clutch issue, but the hydraulic pipe going to the slave cylinder actually sheared off. And all they needed was a flaring tool to re-flare the pipe and reconnect it. Couldn't find one anywhere.
I heard the request over the tannoy.
Yes, and
I wondered who that was for.
That was for Sarah's car, and they couldn't find one. And it's like everybody's I got one at home in the shop, but nobody had one.
How annoying!
So they had to pack up Sarah's car. So lovely couple. I mean, they're
fabulous.
Fabulous couple. They normally run in a different championship that we see, but they brought the cars out this weekend. Andy Tippett in that beautiful V8 Brabham BT30 X1.
What a piece of kit that is. That one there, it's running the work. It's quite smoky, actually. The engine's looking a bit tired, perhaps end of season.
Just a little bit of oil. Yeah, it's just coming out the right bank, but they'll look at that.
Yeah. Andy, did you know he was ex-pilot? That was his job, and he was also a captain pilot training other people. So anyway, here's Robin Johnson in the Tigger again, shared with Joseph Mackerel. Andy Tippett heads towards the finish in the lovely Brabham. Beautiful history car, that one. Anyway, Andy Tippett did a 58.07. Martin Jones, I think Martin's gone home.
I think so.
I saw it on the trailer at lunchtime.
Yeah, he's run the run one. He's won the class, but I don't know if it's a technical problem or a long way to travel.
No, he's only from near Prescott.
And I'm going with the technical problem.
Yeah, I think technical problem. He wouldn't have gone home. He's got a nice collection of cars. But anyway, Robin Johnson in the Tigger does a 62.92. That doesn't improve on this morning's time of 60.96. Joseph Mackerel did a 59.03, so we'll win that class. Not long now, Owen, before we've got that thing called the runoff, the final runoff of the year.
12 guys showing off.
12 guys
showing off.
Entertained us regally this year.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, congratulations again to Matthew Ryder. What a fantastic championship. He had a problem this season to contend with. He's got through those problems, and since that problem at Shelsley, the car has just been super quick, as he has.
Yeah. Thank you for the subscribers that have signed up. We're still 200 and... do my math, 27 more we need. We've got 227 more. It's got to be.
No, I think we need 170.
170? No.
Am I right? Yeah. No, that 170 would take us up to 17,000 roughly.
No, that's 670.
Yeah. No, 16,439
plus 600.
That's me then.
Yeah.
I'm rubbish. I always was rubbish at maths.
Yeah. Guys, I'm stuck in a shed with this man and I can't get out. He's blocking the door.
I've
so
got
help me out here.
Yeah. This is unusual, actually. You and me together in the shed, and on this occasion, I'm blocking you in. Hey.
Yeah.
I love it.
There's no sticker that says break window in case of emergency.
Goodness me, yeah. They should put a little hammer in here, shouldn't they?
I've got to put one in here for future.
Break the window. I think, is it Perspex or is it glass? I think that's glass. I think that's glass. I think that's glass. That is glass. Yeah, absolutely.
I don't want to find out after me breaking the rail post last year.
Don't worry, Owen. In a few minutes you'll be let out of here, and I'll be let out back to the asylum. Hey.
You mean they'll let you back in the asylum?
Yeah, I know. Well, I'm only allowed out at weekends generally with my carer.
Yeah.
So, well, we've got the course car. He's not going to set fast.
Motorsport. Now, what has to happen here because of the rules there? Actually, the Motorsport UK representative is in the car with the clerk of the course, and they will run the car there, and they will yep, this course, the class. They make sure the course is ready to go. I don't think I've ever seen Gareth here on a Sunday afternoon, have you?
Gareth, he's keeping an eye on us too, probably.
Probably, yeah. He's like, oh crap, I can't go anywhere.
He hasn't. He said, you haven't wrecked the machinery yet, which is a miracle, because you have a reputation ahead of you, don't you?
I at another venue earlier in the year, I blew up the PA system during runoffs. I did too.
In a runoff.
During a runoff, I actually blew out half the PA system.
In the middle of the runoff, there was silence.
Yeah,
but
the spectator area, all the way, the main part, I blew halfway through. I think 5 out of 12 runs, and the PA system.
And he was allowed back there, Gareth. He was allowed.
I have been back since.
He has.
But
I think the volume got turned down.
They put me in a different shed. But.
Yeah, I tell you what, it was quiet this morning, but it hasn't been quiet this afternoon, has it?
No, they fixed the volume control. They put me and you in the booth.
Yeah, I know. That's it. I said to Gareth, I went back to see him before lunch. I said, you might want to turn it up for those two in the booth at the moment.
And then he's going.
And he said, no, I can't do that. He said maximum as it is. I said, well, don't you worry. When we get in here, you won't need to worry about a thing. We could use megaphones, us two, couldn't we? Hey? Marvellous. Oh, look. Oh, the fastest time of the day car, course car, just left the line.
Have you ever seen Paul driving that car up the hill? I can time it with a calendar.
Oh dear. Who's currently driving it? Is it Stephen Harriman or
no? Paul Richardson.
Is it Paul Richardson? Is
Paul
it?
Richardson is one of the clerks, of course. He's in the car.
He's a Lexus man, isn't he?
Yeah, Mr. Harriman
all the way from Kent.
Mr. Harriman's the gentleman outside with the woolly hat on.
Is Mr. Harriman here then?
He's over there.
He's over there. He's put his woolly hat on there.
Yeah, you didn't recognise him.
He's getting. Listen, you're an ex-army man, rough, tough little chap. Come on, you don't need to put all these clothes on. We had a discussion, me and Stephen, at lunchtime. We were talking about fishing clothing. He was talking about army clothing, and he was telling me
this would be an exciting chat, wouldn't it?
Sweden and Finland and Norway, the warmest thing was reindeer boots and reindeer coats. The army are normally issued with those, but he says if you've got reindeer boots on, you won't get wet feet and you won't get cold. So there you go. You've learned something now, haven't you?
So what do they do? Is there a shop, the reindeer shop, that you go in and buy the boots from the reindeer shop? Oh, cut off toes on.
First, you have to.
That would explain a few things about some army people I've met in the past.
You have to deal with the reindeer first. Find yourself a reindeer, and then they very cleverly skin them, and then they sew them up themselves, don't they? Is it the Inuit people? Is it the Inuits?
That's Eskimo. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's whoever's that lot. The reindeer people of Finland. There's a special name for them, isn't there? Goodness me, somebody will know without a doubt. They were saying that stupid commentator can't even remember the name.
You do realise that our producer right now is sitting in the corner of that shed going, yeah, making funny noises.
No,
he's not talking cars.
He's coughing and spluttering in there, and he's thinking, in soon, the top 12 runoff will be finished.
He's losing the will.
So,
right.
Yeah, our producer. Oh, look, those skies. What stormy skies.
Over the top of the course, we've got a picture on our TV screen of very dark clouds.
If I wanted to be Stuart Bickley running first, I'd be looking at that lot saying, yes, please, sir, get me up there quick.
Yeah.
Because that does look sinister.
I am going to go back. I am watching this Tin Top Challenge battle because Jonathan Varley essentially needs to finish 2 positions.
You said Tin Top battle?
Top 10 challenge.
Top 10
top
challenge.
10 challenge. The Wins Development Top 10 challenge.
Right.
Jonathan Varley needs 1 point. He's 1 point behind. He needs 1 point ahead.
Yeah.
He needs 2 places to finish 2 places in front of Graham Wynn. He's qualified 2 places in front of Graham Wynn.
Well, if I was Graham Wynn running second, I'd be saying, come on, Stuart, get up that hill now. I want my run super, super fast. Jonathan will be running 4th. Alex Cole's running 3rd. I tell you what, if that lot comes and Alex Coles has got up the hill, anything can happen.
We actually have weather radar.
Look, this is new.
This is getting posh.
This is getting really
And there is a nasty strip heading right smack into us. Yeah.
We got red sectors in the rain. That's big rain.
That's big rain.
Big rain.
Yeah. My umbrella is in my car up the hill.
Come on, Mr. Korsgaard, get up that hill. Come on.
I told you.
He's going ever so slow, isn't he?
Well, I think we may have a problem.
Why?
Because if you see that marshal over there, I think he's looking at deer.
No.
Yeah.
Well,
I think that's what they're keeping an eye on. I think that's why they spotted it. Yeah, I think we may have a deer.
Is deer going to influence the runoff again? Because competitors will be wanting to get going, won't they? Look at that. That's getting blacker and blacker. That's like a constable sky, isn't it, really?
Why do you... I'm from Canada. You use all these terminologies.
Listen, I went to Suffolk earlier in the summer to Flatford Mill, where John Constable painted the Haywain, and Constable was famous for his big skies, right, in a lovely country environment. But that's actually more than a big sky. That's what I call a terrifying sky.
Yeah, I've seen worse than that. Oh, he's blown up the weather map.
Oh, hang on. So Church Stretton there.
We're here.
We're there.
We're here.
Are we?
Hang on. Now, we're kind of in a horseshoe grip here.
Which direction's the wind?
That's Welsh Pole there.
Yeah. That's got rain now.
Yeah, we're off of this here. Yeah, we're actually right there.
Yeah.
We've got some light blue going on here.
We got blue.
It depends on the speed of that, but we need to get this thing going in a hurry if we're going to...
If we get into this red stuff behind it, and if that's blowing at 20 mile an hour... then...
Well, we do have a breeze going, so...
We do.
Yeah.
We have serious breeze. So...
this is crazy. Now we got weather radar going on in here.
Man, Richard has got this absolutely sorted out. Look, there's it. Look, clouds moving northwest.
Northwest, so it's moving away from us or across us.
Yeah, that's sort of. So but northwest. If the wind was coming that way,
that means that big band it's going to be going this way. Will it clip us?
Oh, I
if
think
you see what I mean as it's moving.
Yeah, we might escape that big band if the clerks of the course get that little saloon car up that hill a bit smartish. We can get a runoff going.
Yeah, he's going dark red blobs heading for us.
Oh, I don't like them.
No. You don't like dark red blobs?
Not on the
cream for that, don't you?
I tell you what, that's big rain.
Yeah.
Clouds moving northwest, dark red blobs heading for us. That's not good. So
that looks like a tropical thing. Did you see Florida got hit with another hurricane the other day?
If my name was Alex Summers or Graham Wynne, they could win this runoff because by the time these later ones get here, they could be torrential.
Yeah.
Who knows? So we never like the rain. Oh, look. Hang on, what's going on here?
Hang on. Look at
we got our photographer friends here. What's happening, dude? What's happening? Well, why would I know? We're only commentators. Why would we know such things? We know everything. All we know is the clerk on the course has gone up the hill in his car. He's going very slowly, I've got to tell you. Right? He needs to get a move on. Right? Because we want to get a runoff, don't we? So until he comes back, we no go.
Is this a new language you're trying now, is it?
Oh, well, we try all sorts, don't we? It's that time of day. Look, it's black up there, isn't it? Oh, my goodness me. Oh, dear. Well, all we want is our runoff, and then everyone can go home in the dry. That's the plan, isn't it?
Oh, don't be silly. I got a 2-hour drive.
2-hour drive. Oh, look, here he comes. Speedy Gonzalez is coming back down the hill now. So
it's down the hill, so that car. We're not going to criticize the horsepower of that car, but it's coming down the hill faster than it went up the hill.
He's going like a good one now.
Actually, in all seriousness, there's been, if you notice, we've got breezes here, and I think some of the leaves and trees and debris. So I think that's why they were taking the slow run. They've cleared up all that there, but I think also that deer. So they need to make sure this is absolutely clear. I would say that Sean Gould should be coming up any second of the line because obviously it's double-driven car. So Sean will go up first. And then come back down, and then because all the other drivers' cars are single driver only.
Sean has done this before. Come up with a double-driven car and actually won the runoff because it started to rain. And Sean is a very capable driver. Did a 45 earlier, didn't he?
There's Sean now. They're pushing him into position at the base of there. That's Matt. Was that Caroline Ryder cleaning the
John
front
Ryder
tires.
at the back there. Is hastily going around, giving the tyres a quick clean.
They've got tire rack covers on them now.
Serious scrubbing. Look, you take the tyre warmer off there. Well, no, the cover. I tell you what, Sean could win this because if he gets a dry one and the rest don't, who knows? He's very good. I tell you what, in all fairness, he did a 45 earlier, didn't he?
He's right in there.
Very rapid driver, isn't he?
Yeah, Sean there. And the thing is, he's off the lead. He doesn't need to bring the car back, so he can push it.
True.
He can push the car, and he did on the first run. He made a bit of a mistake, and I think he lost a little bit. So I think that car will do. Well, he's done the 43 with Matt today. Sean wants to do it. So Sean doesn't have to worry about bringing the car back from Matt. Matt's got the championship. The team's got the championship. So therefore, Sean Gould Unleashed is about what we're going to see.
The man who builds these magnificent Goulds, he's one super clever engineer. The firm was set up by his father, David. They've been going since the first Gould, I think, was 1983, and their first championship was 1985 for Chris Kramer. So, Sean Gould on the line. Sean Gould, he's away. He leaves the line 2 2 seconds 12 for the first 64 feet. He does a little bit of puff of smoke as he goes into Hall there. Now sure, he's going to be on a mission. He's not going to be holding back. He's going to be coming into our view now, into Triangle now. My goodness me, it's a smooth drive though, a little bit sideways going out of Triangle, into Keepers now. He's getting round there, yes he's away, he's heading up towards the Cedar Straight. Here he goes, what's he going to do through the speed trap? He's on a mission, you know, he is flying 115 miles an hour through the speed trap into coming up towards Museum now. He's going to set the marker for everybody. Here he comes round Museum, the blast to the finish in that big powerful call. 45.30 is our starting price.
I don't think that's going to be good enough.
I think you're probably right.
In Hall Corner, the first corner, he actually locked it up and went a little bit wide, had to reset the car. Lost a couple tenths, maybe half a second there. And then obviously we saw him come out of Triangle and he had the car kicked out and wiggled. So he needed he locked it. He dropped enough. That was a 44, easy 44. Couple of little errors. 45.3. Where do I think? I think that's still a top 6.
Yeah, that's a good time. It's a good marker. But if the weather deteriorates, that could be a very good marker. He's bringing the car back down the hill. Who are we going to get next?
Well, Stuart Bickley in the if you can't see this car, spectators can't help you car. Bright neon fluorescent thing. You almost need your sunglasses. The weather is holding at the moment, but all the competitors are like, let's get going. Let's get going. So Sean brings the car back down into the paddock. They'll get that switched over for Alex. And while that's happening, we will get Stuart Bickley up next, followed by Graham Wynn. So we've got a small engine car, followed by a big engine car, followed by a small engine car. And there's Stuart on the line. The cone's been removed. Is he going to just start and drive it up? Sometimes they push him up to the tire warming area. We do have one here. If you're watching online on HillClimb.TV, you'll see that they'll scroll ahead. Now that's nothing to worry about. These cars are running on methanol, and because of the temperature out, you're getting that little sort of condensation thing. So the car's not blowing smoke or anything. It's actually methanol coming out the exhaust pipe because we've got very cool temperatures here. Right, so on the line he goes, Stuart Bickley in the 4th TA. It's qualified both runoffs today, so this is a second qualification. Didn't get a point the first time. He's hunting for a point the second time, so he's off the line. He goes. His target is Sean Gold. That's our marker, 45.3. Qualified a little bit slower than that, and we'll have to see how he gets on. It's up through Loggerheads, down in towards coming into view in our person here at Triangle. Gets it rotate around slowly, right on the gas. Absolutely all business. No hint of mistake. Whoa, just a little bit of a wiggle coming out of Keepers there, and he is down on Sean, Chris.
Yes, he is. So he's heading up towards top of the Cedar Straight now. He's going through the speed trap at 102 miles an hour in this fabulous little fluorescent force. This is a magnificent drive to get into the runoff in the first place. He's up against serious power. He's obviously down on power. He heads off towards the finish in an excellent 48.54. Great time for an 1100 car.
Yeah, that's off the qualifying pace. He qualified with a 47.4. So actually slower. So I think that was that mistake at Keepers. With a little engine car, you've got to keep the momentum up. So they can't afford to have a little bit of a blip. That's on your screen now. That's Graham Wynn with the legend Scott Moran standing there manning the battery. And he's been reviewing data and helps Graham run this car when he has the time. Obviously, Scott's taken some time out to be more family stuff, but he still comes to the events on the day. And actually, his son Ollie is actually helping out with the television coverage. He's actually our camera selection operator. So shout out to Ollie Moran. Thank you very much for your help this weekend. Right, Graham Wynn's on the line. He's going to have the visor down. He launches that thing off the line. Now, this is a key battle within our top 12 here. He needs to be quicker than Jonathan Varley, to be honest. So let's see what happens here. So Graham's already up on Sean Gould. Heading into Loggerheads, coming into Triangle. Gets it low way down, just slightly down on. Ooh, took a wide line there. He's going to lose a couple tenths of that one. Heads up to Keepers. Don't know how much damage it's done to him. Yeah, he lost a second. He's down 1.17 seconds. Up into the cedar straight he goes. Hits a speed of 100 miles an hour, Chris.
So Graham win OBE in this magnificent call. I do think he's a fantastic driver. Still great to be. Oh, he has a big spin up at Museum. No damage to the car or Graham, but he has a big spin, trying really hard. So there will be a slight delay. It looks like he's going to roll it down, is he?
Yeah, I think he's just going to roll it back down the hill. But the rules say he can't move until the marshals give him the clear.
Right.
So
total commitment. He is rolling
he's
back.
Still running and he's still driving.
He said everything's fine.
Yeah, Graham was absolutely trying his hardest there, and it just going in the museum, the weight, that rise there just lifted the weight off the rear tires, and he spun it around. So he's getting it quickly off of the track. He looks like he's taking it into the runoff area.
He's taking it into Parc Ferme up the top there, which means there won't be a delay, will there? So
no, that's absolute sportsmanship on Graham's part. He's actually driven backwards into the upper paddock.
And there's Simon Fido up there doing a great job marshalling him up there in the top paddock. Simon, ex-competitor, and Joe Fido, of course, has been running the shop today, hasn't she?
Yes, she has, yeah.
Fantastic. Yeah. I'm just looking out now. Is that all closed up? Yeah. No, I think it's still open. So
they're going to get the car turned around so that he can roll down the hill. But Graham's got it off quickly. The marshals just go check the track to make sure there's no debris on it. They'll give it a quick sweep. And we'll get going again. So Graham tried to get out. He's getting us out of the way as quick as possible so we can get going. Now we have a car on the line. I can hear him warming the tires up. Alex Cole. Now this also has an effect on Jonathan Varley's situation about that top 10 challenge. Because Jonathan needed to beat him by 2 positions.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure. That may have just given it to Jonathan. He might get the triple for the year. Alex Cole, absolute phenom in this car. 1300 supercharged car. Kelvin Broad owned car, I believe. And absolute lighting him up on the brake. And he is absolutely... If you can chuck a car into scenery and keep it sticking to the track, that's what it looks like. That car is bouncing everywhere. He is actually up on Sean Gould by almost half a second. He's just going to the crop here. Oh, he's lost a little bit, 124 miles an hour.
This sensational young driver from Plymouth, Alex Coles. This is a half-and-half share, actually, with Calvin Broad. What can he do? He's only 0.5 down at the moment. Come on. Has he got the power to get there? Not quite. He's dropped a little bit of time coming out of Museum to the finish. It hasn't got the power of the big Gould, but he does an excellent 45.75, second in the runoff.
Yeah, I thought he was going to get Sean Gould's time there. Right now, next up, we have Jonathan Varley, the 2024 Midland Hillclimb Champion, 2024 British Hillclimb Cup Champion. Can he get the 3? And essentially, I believe if he puts a time down on this, that he needs a reasonable time, he needs to score some points, that he will also have the Wins Development Top 10 Challenge trophy to add. So he's going for the triple. Let's see what Jonathan can do. 2-liter V8 Steve Davis built engine in the back of this car, and this package is it's beautiful. It looks great sitting still. It's even quicker on the track. Jonathan, absolute excellent driver with his car. He's almost at one with the car. Let's see what he does. Speed at the top here, 117 miles an hour.
117 miles an hour, but at the moment he's nearly a second down on Sean, so it means Alex Coles could retain that second place, which would be sensational. Anyway, Jonathan Varley off to the finish, finishes in a time of 46.89, takes in third in the runoff. That's a good time, and I didn't think he needed to, well, he probably didn't need to drive that fast once Graham had gone out, so I think he'd done the job and he didn't want to risk anything.
I'm just looking, actually, that Jonathan Varley has he scored top 10 British points this year? I think he has a couple times, but I'm not sure. Yes, he does, because Graham and Stuart Bickley behind, so that's going to guarantee him at least one British point.
Yeah.
Now, Alex Summers. Wow, we all know about Alex Summers. He is a good sportsman, a brilliant engineer. fantastic driver. He basically makes all the other drivers have to work harder. So, in the DJ Firestorm for the last time in 2024, heading up the hill. Finished second in the first runoff and made everybody work for it to try to beat him. Here he goes, 120 miles an hour.
120 miles an hour through the speed trap. He's in green sectors. He's 0.84 up at the moment. A second up on Sean Gould. He's going to get right into the mix here. Goes across the line in a 44.17. Takes him into the lead.
Well, that basically matches the qualifying time of Wallace Menges and Alex Ryder. Sorry, Matt Ryder.
Precipitation. I'm hearing precipitation. Well,
I'm not sure. Our weather pole standing out here with the backwards hat is not acknowledging any.
At the moment, it's not a major issue, but on the line is David Duren. He'll be trying to get up that hill, Trevor, quick. So look, we've still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 runners to go. As David Duren leads the line in this Gould GR55. He's a very serious competitor. That's a 44.17. That's a really good time, actually. Alex Summers has thrown down there. We've still got the quick boys to come that could topple that. Here comes David, looking very good so far, isn't he? Come on then, David. At the moment, he's gone into a green sector, so that's pretty impressive stuff. He's going on to the Cedar Straight now. So far, so good. Slightly down at the moment.
Yep, 109 miles an hour. He's 0.3 down on Alex Summers, heading into the top section. Gets it locked up big time going to the museum. Gets it rotated around, no problem. It is actually raining. We have actually rain on the course. 45.10 jumps him into second place, but a second behind Alex Summers. Here we go. There's nothing we can do now. We've got to go with this. It's just gentle rain spots. It won't affect things. It'll make things a little bit hesitant. There's Alex. He's now holding the lead. Sitting there, can I win the last one? He's actually out of breath. That's how hard these drivers are working. They are looking at it. I think Alex might be doing a little bit of a rain dance here. Yeah, we've got moisture out the door now. We can see it. Just light rain, though. Not enough to affect this. These slicks, as long as they get the heat into them and everything, the track won't collect any water, so they're essentially still dry. But the moisture hitting their visor might throw them off a little bit. Anyway, Trevor Willis. A little bit wide.
Whoa, big lock-up going into triangle there, Trevor. He's lost a load of time. I'll tell you what, and the rain, of course, will put doubt in the drivers' minds, won't it now?
He's aborted that run. As soon as that car got completely out of whack going into triangle, and he got, excuse me.
Okay, my man's just having a little moment here. So Trevor's just cruising to the finish at the moment. We have Alex Summers sat at the top with a 44.17. The rain is starting to come down. It's going to make the track a little bit awkward. Have a drink, old chap. Yeah, anyway, they're just showing it as he comes into triangle there. Quite a moment there for Trevor Willis. But he goes through the finish now. He's a 62.71. So that means Alex Coles is 4th at the moment. Stuart Bickley is 6th. Trevor Willis is 7th. So Alex has got a smile on his face nearly up the top there. I don't know if he can hear us, but he deserves a win, doesn't he? Yeah. He deserves a win. We got Richard Spedding. Look, he's smiling broadly now. Well done, that man. He's thinking, this is good. I don't mind this. I'll have the win.
No.
Can the others get near him?
No. Trevor, what caused that, he was pushing so hard, he locked the front wheels up coming into triangle, and after that, he was just trying to gather it up, and he's just aborted the run. That's it. Richard Spedding is launched off the line. I don't think the rain had anything to do with that. I think that was just a heavy on the braking coming in. But what it does do, Stuart Bickley is going to get at least one British Championship point. And we've got Richard Spedding is drifting through triangle. He drifted that car. He is on it. And I've never seen that. I mean, I didn't know we were doing Formula Drift this weekend, but he is on it. So there must be some dampness there. But he's absolutely chucking it, sliding it every which way, trying to get anything to go. Still chucking it around. Up into the top. You can see the raindrops on the camera now. Sliding around. Here we go.
across the line. 48.87.
Takes him 7th.
Puts him 7th.
So this is having a factor. It's a rain factor.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got Will Hall. We've got Will Hall in the Gould GR59. Now, unfortunately for Will and the later runners, the rain has come at the totally wrong time. Now, it's the end of the season. They won't want to be doing anything stupid. Will Hall can't win this run-off with this dampness now. I don't think he can. But here he comes down into triangle. Now, he gets it round. But at the moment, he's 1.42 seconds down on the leading runner. So the rain is having a massive factor.
Yeah, we've got steady rain down now. Steady rain down now. I think this is decided. We still have Wallace and Matt to go if they decide to go. But some people, Stuart Bickley is going to, and Jonathan Varley, they're going to get some massive points. It is now coming down. This is...
Alex Coles is in 4th position. He's not going to get caught. 52.40 for Will Hall. 8th position as we got Matthew Ryder and Wallace to go. Wallace is lining up. He's on slicks, so I think he'll take it steady.
Well, rain tires are... it's a crossover thing, but it's the same compound. Yeah, Wallace is going to put a run in to put a time in to score points to finish the season. We hope. But Wallace is pretty good in the rain.
He is, but he hasn't got wet tyres on. He'd be very well to get up to the top of the hill on these slicks. The rain is very heavy now. Here comes Wallace in his beautiful Gould. Oh, he gets it round. Well done to you. Oh, my goodness me. It must be slippy, slidey, horrible out there for the moment. And don't think, what about the poor guy sat at the top in all that rain? Not very pleasant. No umbrellas for them.
It saves them throwing water in each other. It's a
Look
tradition.
At the spray coming off Wallace's car as he's going up the Cedar Straight.
It is at the top of the track. Is absolutely. He's actually wiped his visor under braking in the Cedar. He's had to wipe the water off his visor. This is just...
He's 11 seconds slower.
Yeah.
My goodness, that goes to show what a massive effect it's had.
He still might get a point out of this. Let's see where he ends up. 9th.
He's
actually got 9th.
Well, there's only Matthew Ryder to come, so he's going to get a point.
Is Matt going to run?
Well, he's the champ. Is he going to risk it?
I've just got a signal from the clerk of the course.
Matthew is not going to run.
Ryder has decided not to run. Alex Summers wins the runoff. And Jonathan Varley, I just want to highlight, finished 5th, and Stuart Bickley 6th.
Yeah, but look, David Urem was 2nd in the 45. Sean Gould 3rd. Alex Coles, best ever position 4th.
Yep.
Jonathan Varley 5th. Stuart Bickley 6th. Yep. Fantastic. Richard Spedding 7th. Will Hall 8th. Wallace Ming is 9th and Trevor Willis 10th. And that concludes your runoff. That concludes today's entertainment. Well, what a finish. We just about nearly got it all in.
Yeah, we missed it by that much.
Oh, close.
Well, I don't know what else is much to say, as that if you've been with us all day, you've seen, well, just a little bit of everything. We've had the championship decided. We got a first-time new British champion, young third-generation racer. We've had a bit of an upset in the last runoff. We haven't, because Alex Summers has won another runoff, and the conditions just deprived or denied Wallace of that runoff victory that he so desperately wanted.
Well done to Alex. So be pleased about that. Matthew very sensibly decided not to run. I don't think there was anything to gain by running. Absolutely not. He wants to preserve that car for next season. Thank you for all coming, everybody. Thank you to our hard-working marshals. Done an amazing job. All our clerks, all our ambulance crews, everyone down in the offices down below. It's been a great crowd here today. I'm sure you're all hurrying off and you won't be listening to us now. But thank you to my friend here, Owen Cool. Great job on the mic this afternoon. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Actually, it's been a good crack.
And, you too, Chris. It's,
we've had a good time, and we've seen a great runoff this afternoon, a great runoff this morning. Congratulations to Matt Ryder. I'm Chris Ponsford. I'm going to be signing off now. Have a safe journey. Over to you, Owen.
Yeah, and on behalf of myself, I've played in the pits most of the time. For our online viewers, this is the schedule for 2025. We start off with Prescott, middle of April. Moving on to Northern Ireland at the beginning of May. Then with Harewood, you'll catch probably Chris at Prescott and Harewood on commentary. A couple of Kirsten Downs to Chelsea, up to Doon, over to Yorkshire for Harewood. Then across to the island visit, Jersey and Guernsey. Back, then we head south into Cornwall or Devon country for the Wiscombe. Back to Chelsea Walsh for the second visit. Back to Prescott for the second visit. Back to Doon, heads up the top for the second visit in Scotland. And the final back here at Loton Park in the beautiful sunshine of Shropshire for 2025. Hopefully, all being well, we will see everybody next year from around the world. Thank you very much for joining us. It's been a pleasure and an honor to be able to commentate for you, and you know, I hope you enjoyed the season. Keep supporting HillClimb.TV. We do want Rich, our producer and the creator of all this, back next year, so hopefully it'll all come together. And he's now playing around with the graphics a little bit. Thank you for joining us. I will say there is another event being covered by HillClimb.TV.
Rally Day. Rally
Prescott is November 2nd?
The 3rd, I think it's the 3rd, but it's the first Saturday in November.
First Saturday in November, and you can join us to see something completely different. If you haven't seen it previous years, essentially we run into the dark with rally cars, road legal, basically rally cars and stuff like that. So hopefully, you'll join us. For those who are sending in the support, the super chat support, an extra thank you very much from HillClimb.TV. Everything is greatly appreciated. And I don't think we have anything to say. So on that note, on behalf of Rich and Ellie, the behind the scenes of UK, from all the commentators for the season, all the marshals, everybody else, everybody take care, and we look forward to seeing you next year. I'm signing off. My name's Owen. Take care.